Field towards Los Angeles.
And right now it looks like Skyfox is trying to maneuver around. You had a lot of years in the helicopter, Rick. What's happening?
Yeah, and there could be air traffic up there. The weather higher up at the pass still a little bit treacherous. The precipitation has for the most part ended here in Southern California. It lingered longer up in the hills as it typically does. We call it that orographic enhancement, that wind blowing up the hills, creating more precipitation. And we saw it this morning. Last night we issued that winter weather advisory for Interstate 5, and we thought that a couple inches of snow, some ice, reduced visibilities. At 7 a.m. I woke up and saw that the temperature there in Sandberg at the top of the Tejon Pass, just over 4,000 feet, was freezing literally at 32 degrees. The visibility was a half a mile. Gusty northwesterly winds to 40 miles an hour, so less than ideal conditions, but that has changed and it has improved. But now we're down towards the south end of the 5 into the Santa Clarita Valley. Again, you can see with our extreme nav system, speeds below 10 miles an hour. And you asked, and I don't have a good answer for what the mindset, what the strategy is of this individual who's being pursued.
Well, okay, so we mentioned that this is out of Kern County, Bakersfield specifically. Here we are in Newhall, entering well into the Santa Clarita Valley, Rick. We're talking about a mileage of more than 80 miles so far. So we always do this. We always try to, speculate as to how long, what are the strategies, what will officers need to do to bring this to an end. And then also, of course, gas. We talk about gas when it comes to these things as well. So gone well over 80 miles at this point. How long was this a full tank of gas in this cab and the trailer here as we now zoom in? And we do know it's a solo occupant suspect who was inside this cab. Right?
And you see those fuel tanks. You see it right there on the bottom between the wheels. We call it an 18-wheeler because there literally are 18 wheels when the trailer is hitched onto the cab there. Our extreme nav system is now saying 5 northbound. So if we could get a little bit of clarification from our assignment desk, because this is such a tight shot, if we were able to widen out, I could tell you if this was going either northbound or southbound at this time. Coming out of Bakersfield, that would mean that it was coming southbound, but perhaps the driver of this cab was able to exit the 5, make a U-turn, which we see a lot, go back to where the pursuit started, to areas that they're familiar with, and head back northbound. So the extreme nav system says 5 northbound, and now it says south again. So it keeps going back and forth. And now it's Templin Highway, which is farther north. Okay, so we are hearing confirmation that it is southbound coming down from the top of the Tejon Pass. We have the Cajon Pass, which is the 15, connecting the Inland Empire with the high desert communities of Hesperia, Apple Valley, Victorville. And then we have the Tejon Pass with a T, what we call the Grapevine, the Ridge Route, coming south that connects the San Joaquin Valley, Bakersfield with the Santa Clarita Valley and the San Fernando Valley. There's the backup. That's the southbound side of the 5. And again, traffic is being held there, Marla, because the CHP wants to keep everybody at a safe distance. Wow. We don't know what we're dealing with. Right. Again, we're hearing that perhaps multiple felony wants for this suspect, and with that, is there a weapon involved? Is there a potential where, and we've seen it before, maybe this cab is running out of gas. There it is, the CHP, they're doing their job, keeping everybody, even the motorcyclists there, at a safe distance. Perhaps if this cab is running out of gas, having some problems, we've seen it where the driver of these individuals, of these pursuits, exit the vehicle and then try to get into another vehicle. They carjack a vehicle, and they don't want that to happen. They want to give the least options for this driver being pursued here on the southbound side of the 5, Templin Highway, coming into the Santa Clarita Valley out of the Bakersfield area, which is the San Joaquin Valley.
Okay, when we talk about strategies, Rick, to bring this to an end, obviously they've tried the spike strip more than once. That was right before we came on the air just a few minutes ago, the last attempt. But because of the slow speeds, the driver was easily able to maneuver around those spike strips that just took up one lane. And now we're showing you that moment when the driver can see clearly that there is that spike strip, just maneuvers around it, no problem. You see the
right
CHP there in the center divide. So that didn't work. We often talk about a pit maneuver. Obviously, that is not an option when you're dealing with something so big. A heavy-duty
cab. Yes. Very good point there, Marla. And what they're doing, too, the CHP, we saw that one unit there staging, so to speak, in the center divider area, on the right shoulder area. Up ahead, which we don't see, they're staging at the on- and off-ramps as well, so that they keep this cab on the 5 freeway. They have more options to bring this to a safe ending. That's a big stretch of the 5 freeway. And to throw a spike strip across all lanes of the southbound side of the 5 to disable those tires on this cab, allegedly stolen out of the Bakersfield area, if you're just joining us here, that's a difficult task indeed. But what they want to do, again, bring this to a safe conclusion. No officers hurt, no motorists are hurt at this time, and they bring that driver into custody. Again, perhaps multiple felony wants on this driver. We believe it is just the male driver that has commandeered this cab here without the trailer there. Not quite an 18-wheeler here going south. You see a little bit of movement up there in the windshield there. Who knows what this driver is trying to do? Why they run? They run because they don't want to be in custody. And if this individual is wanted for multiple felony issues, then he knows it, and he wants to stay out of custody.
When we're seeing the wider shot, Rick, and we're seeing multiple CHP units trailing behind, what really is the strategy other than, you know, let's get ahead, let's throw out some spike strips? What is the mindset of those CHP officers right now?
Close off the freeway. I use that word containment a lot with wildfires, with fires that are burning just simple structures in the middle of an urban area, with any type of police activity. Set up a containment, a line around an area to create that safety barrier. The safety barrier so the officers can do their job and bring this to a conclusion to keep the public safe as well. So what they're doing here is just that. We have the 5 freeway here, a large stretch of the Golden State Freeway that runs from the Mexican border, San Diego, all the way up into Oregon and beyond. A large stretch of interstate here, the Golden State Freeway here, connecting Southern California with the San Joaquin Valley, with Bakersfield, where this pursuit started. What they want to do is essentially shut off all the on and off ramps, keep people at a safe distance here, give officers as much as they can in terms of options and that buffer zone so that they can bring this to an end. They don't know, at least we don't think that they know how much fuel is in this tank. Perhaps they have been in touch with the owners, whoever's managing this cab here, and they may have been able to relay that information. And all this time that we've covered this, it's a good point to mention at this point, Marla, is that they try to get as much intel as they can. Who they're dealing with, who's the management company around this cab here, get that information, and with that, they will try to make those decisions to keep everybody safe and to bring this to a safe ending.
Okay, so if you're just joining us and maybe you thought that you were going to try and watch the end of Pictionary, we're on live with this breaking news. We're looking live at this what's said to be a stolen big rig cab and trailer out of Kern County, out of Bakersfield. As we zoom in now, Rick, and you see, as you pointed out earlier, a little bit of activity there. As far as we know, and as far as law enforcement knows, there is just a sole suspect inside who stole this, allegedly, out of Bakersfield. And now we are in the Newhall area, southbound 5, thanks to our Extreme Nav technology. Speeds are not a factor.
Slow. Yeah,
very slow in this. And part of the strategy, as Rick has talked about, is CHP is stopping traffic getting involved with this, so that they're putting a brake in traffic. And so on the wider shot, and eventually you'll see it here, you'll see multiple CHP units trailing behind. There have been several spike strip attempts. That has not brought this to a conclusion. Rick and I talked about the fact that a pit maneuver is not an option when you're dealing with the size of a big rig cab. And so we are watching this live with you and just sort of seeing how this will play out, Rick.
That's right. And as we get a closer look at this cab, you may have not noticed it when you're driving by big rigs there, but you have the driver's quarters there. And then behind it, that's actually a very small living quarters for these drivers who pull their haul across the interstates, the 10 freeway from Santa Monica, the edge of a continent, from the pier there all the way to Jacksonville, Florida, perhaps to points north, northeast. They can pull over to the side. There's a little bed in the back of those areas there so that they could sleep in those truck stops there, get a good 4 or 5 hours sleep, and then be on their way pulling their load. They're an important component to transferring goods to and from here in Southern California. Drivers there, slow speed. You could see the open freeway there. The CHP is holding traffic well back up to the north because this cab is coming from the north towards the south on the southbound side of the 5. The Extreme Nav system hasn't really given an update on the location. We keep seeing Templin Highway there, and I saw north for a second, but we did get confirmation, I should say, that the traffic is moving southbound now. And this is the stretch of the 5 freeway between the Santa Clarita Valley. You have Valencia, Magic Mountain, you have Santa Clarita, you have Newhall, you have Saugus, you have Canyon Country in that area, that first valley as you enter greater Los Angeles, LA County. North of there, that's just that rural area up towards the top. You can see a closer shot there, a male driver there. Looks like he's looking at some sort of pad, some papers there.
Paperwork. It looks like he just grabbed some paper. He's putting it up on the windshield there for a moment.
Maybe he's trying to give us a note. Yeah, maybe he's trying to give us. Yeah, he's got a hat on there and driving slowly. Maybe. And unclear. You have to get a special license to drive these, as you know, Marla. So it's unclear if this individual is licensed to drive. Regardless, allegedly he's stolen this cab here, but it's unclear if he's really truly familiar with driving these. Because if you and I got in one of those, we'd be like, that's a little sketch there if you're not used to it. But he's manipulating some papers, whether or not he's trying to write something and putting up to the windshield so that we can see. I'm sure he's aware what's going on, that there's helicopters up. He sees in those big, large rear view mirrors, you see it on the passenger side there, what's happening behind him. He sees that there's no traffic. He sees that there's a lot of attention on him. This has been going on for some time. If it started in Bakersfield and now has made its way into the Santa Clarita Valley in the Newhall area, he knows what's up, and he's trying to play it the best he can at this point.
Yeah, this is it's a little deceiving if people are just joining us and you're seeing this, and he does have the open road, to your point, Rick, but behind him, he's left behind just a pretty significant backup.
Clearly, because all that traffic has been forced to slow down significantly, and that backup's building. And there's other big rigs with their trailers on it because they're coming from the breadbasket, not only of our state, but of our country. The San Joaquin Valley, the Sacramento Valley, that agribusiness that dominates that part of our Golden State there. And all of those big rigs are bringing in the produce, other goods and services as well from points north into Southern California. They're being held back, as are the motorcyclists who are just making their way from Bakersfield, Fresno, Visalia, Modesto, all those locations that dot the San Joaquin Valley and the Sacramento Valleys there into Southern California. This is that part of the 5 as we widened out. If you are familiar and you drive Interstate 5, the Grapevine, the Ridge Route, it sort of splits and intertwines as you make your way out of the Santa Clarita Valley up towards the top of the Ridge Route, the Grapevine there. We used to call it, and there still is, the Old Road. The Old Road parallels Interstate 5. We call it the Old Road there as we look. It looks like there is a sign now, right? Maybe he's trying to give us a message. It's going to be probably.
Is there
writing? I just see a Stenopad 8x11 white paper there. So it looks like, again, our Skyfox crew is on it, trying to zoom in to see if we can make out what was written on that piece of paper.
This is. I'm leaning in, along with, I'm sure, the rest of everybody watching, trying to see if in fact, he just took it away.
Yeah, he took it away there, but he's trying to get some information there. Again, we just believe it's the male suspect driving that vehicle. There is that big area in the back, as I mentioned, almost like a small living quarters behind the driver's compartment, so to speak. Unclear if there's anybody back there, but we believe that is not the case at this time. But some sort of sign. He was fidgeting with papers. Looks like he's doing it again, trying to write some little note, perhaps, to give to us, knowing that there's helicopters up above, the media ships, including Skyfox. He's writing there. And being that he's driving slow, he's doing it in a judicious way, even though he is running from police at this time and not pulling over. By the way, if this doesn't, I always try to use these moments, Marla, as teachable moments. If you do ever encounter anything like this, and you see the erratic driving, you see the speeding, and somebody comes up behind you, you see the lights and sirens, never, ever try to be a hero. Never try to intervene. Let the officers do that. Pull over safely to the right or to the left. Give them plenty of space so that they can do their jobs and bring this to a safe conclusion. Bottom line, southbound side of the 5 coming into Santa Clarita out of the Grapevine area. An alleged stolen cab here out of the Bakersfield, Kern County area.
Yeah, lead agency is California Highway Patrol. We have this tight shot of that big rig cab, but we can assure you that there are several CHP units trailing this cab, and those officers, by the way, have tried to bring this to an end by the use of spike strips. Those attempts were unsuccessful. That happened. We saw one on our air just about 15-20 minutes ago. That was the last spike strip attempt. The driver, though, given the slow speeds of 10 to 12 miles per hour, was easily able to maneuver around those spike strips. And so here we are. We continue with this slow speed pursuit out of Kern County, now in the Santa Clarita Valley. Our extreme nav technology letting us know earlier that this is southbound 5. As we now come out of the Grapevine and into the Santa Clarita Valley, Rick.
Yeah, that's right. And as we look at the logos here, those numbers, the DOT label there as well, all of that gives us information as to this vehicle, this cab, who it belongs to. You could see the number 1721. You could see the transit logo there on the side. This is a Volvo. Yes, Volvos make cabs as well. Big rig cabs there. Very nice cabs there, as you could see. So we're able to look at all this information and that DOT number. If the officers, if the California Highway Patrol did not know enough information, they were able to ascertain it from that DOT number, from that sticker there, from the logo there, to who this cab belongs to that number, that 1721. That's a Volvo cab there being pursued by the California Highway Patrol, allegedly stolen. We don't know the details that led to that. All we know is that this is now coming into the greater Los Angeles area on the southbound side of the 5, the Golden State Freeway, out of the Grapevine, the Ridge Route, in towards a very busy stretch of freeways here in Southern California. But again, Marla, as we've showed you, as we widened out the CHP, at least on the southbound side of the 5, coming out of the Grapevine, the Ridge Route, out of the San Joaquin Valley, into the Santa Clarita Valley, they're holding traffic there, keeping that freeway open, closing off the on and off ramps there to give officers plenty of space and options to bring this to an end.
Yes, and now our extreme nav technology, there it is, southbound 5 in Newhall. And we're also trying to work to confirm, we are working to confirm, I should say, several felony warrants that this suspect might have, known as a dangerous robbery suspect. Our assignment desk is working to confirm those details. All right, we have made it to the 3 o'clock hour. We are on early. You will be watching now a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock, on at 3 o'clock. Why? Because of Game 5 of the World Series. First pitch just after 5 p.m. tonight, the Phillies versus Astros. So we are bringing you this special edition of the Fox 11 News at 3 o'clock. I'm Marla Tejas alongside meteorologist Rick Dickert, and we are looking live at this breaking news. The southbound 5 freeway, that is the site of, as we zoom in, Sky Fox live pictures over this allegedly stolen big rig cab out of Kern County. CHP is the lead agency on this slow, very slow speed pursuit that's now made its way into Newhall, Rick.
And now we're into the jurisdiction of the LA County Sheriff's Department, so they'll get involved. Typically, situations like this are multi-agency situations where they bring in law enforcement from those agencies. If the pursuit moves into their jurisdiction, they're on it. That's LA County. That's the Sheriff's Department in the Santa Clarita area, in towards the San Fernando Valley. That would be the LAPD. But because we are on a highway, an interstate here where this started, the California Highway Patrol, they are owning this from the San Joaquin Valley into the Santa Clarita Valley and point south. A very slow speed chase here. You can see speeds have not eclipsed 20 miles an hour yet. It's been below that. Very slow on the South 5, that grade coming down the hill into the Santa Clarita Valley. When we widened out, we saw a little bit of development, so now it is going to head into that portion of the Santa Clarita Valley, approaching the 126, that east-west thoroughfare that will take you away from, westward, away from Magic Mountain towards Ventura County there. And there will be options unless, as I suspect, that the California Highway Patrol has closed off all those on and off ramps so that this driver does not really have much in the way of options, but just to stay the course southbound side of the 5, and gives the officers, the CHP and other jurisdictions, plenty of time to get a game plan here, to get as much information as they can about the person they're pursuing, about this cab that allegedly was stolen out of the Bakersfield area, out of Kern County, and bring this to a safe ending.
So you mentioned just other options. So this is the southbound 5 approaching the north side of that crossover area, Rick, about to parallel to the north side of Castaic Lake. So that's specifically where we are now. As we now widen out, give you a much bigger picture of what is ahead.
There's
wide
the old
open,
road.
right? Wide open roadway there.
And the northbound side is the side there that does still have some traffic on it coming out of the Santa Clarita Valley up towards the top of the Tejon Pass, of the Grapevine, up towards Gorman, Sandburg, heading towards the top of the hill there, towards Kern County. But look at the southbound side, that backup's building, and a lot of big rig traffic, as I mentioned. All of those trailers, those cabs loaded with products, a lot of which is produce coming out of the breadbasket of our state, of our country. The agribusiness that dominates the San Joaquin Valley and the Sacramento Valley there. Wide open southbound side of the 5. You're going to get into a more urbanized area here of the Santa Clarita Valley coming downhill now. The northbound side is the side that you see all the traffic there. You can see people are hitting the brakes to see, hey, what's going on there? It looks like there's a lot of police activity, a slow-moving cab there, and that cab has moved slowly below 20 miles an hour, Marla, for the last half hour or so since we first picked this pursuit up.
Yeah, and we're mentioning Kern County because that, as Rick has mentioned, that's where this pursuit began, allegedly stolen out of Bakersfield. So when you're looking at the mileage, we're close to 100 miles at this point, 100 miles that this has happened. And as far as we know, it has been a slow speed pursuit that entire time. That is a long way to go, very slowly. As we look at this now, and again, speeds about 10 miles per hour. At one point, another interesting element to this, Rick, because it's been boring, right? I mean, it's one way to describe it. It's interesting, but at the same time, there's not a lot of action down there. But there was this interesting moment where the driver looked to be potentially writing a note and putting it up
on the windshield.
On the windshield.
For us to see it. Some sort of information, trying to give us or somebody that he knows something to communicate. Unclear if he's got a workable cell phone, if it's charged up, if he's trying to call somebody, a friend, a family member. There's those officers I told you about there, Marley. You can see them. They are closing off the on and off ramps. They're preventing that cab, that driver being pursued from getting on or off any type of on or off ramp there, so that we keep it on the 5 freeway here. And why that driver is going so slowly, we can't answer that. We don't know the mindset. Bottom line is that this individual, not in a good state, obviously. Anytime you're running from police, likely not in a good position here.
Rick,
coming up to another spike strip here, and we'll see. Now it looks like he's moving over to the right, to the left.
Two.
Oh, there's a couple there.
There's 3.
Oh, he's going to have to go over at least part of it, and he does.
And he
had no options, no options. But those are heavy-duty tires. Even if the 2 front tires were disabled, we've seen this happen before. If you got a few on the back, you can still keep rolling, so we'll see what happens. But in that situation, all of those officers there, positioned on that off-ramp, that on-ramp there, that interchange, were able to throw, hey, one didn't work.
Right.
We got to throw them across all the lanes there. That's exactly what they did, giving the driver, the individual being pursued, no option but to drive over or stop and be taken into custody or bring this pursuit to an end.
Okay,
Bottom line, he drove over.
And there's that piece of paper again.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just too hard.
It's too hard to see.
Yeah, with the lighting, and that's a white piece of paper. With our camera, you just can't make it out unless you had a big, thick black marker or something that we can make out the note that he's trying to convey to the media or to somebody else.
I've covered a lot of these pursuits. I'm going to ask you a question that may not, well, I'm just going to ask it. When we're dealing with these spike strips, right, are there more durable, more dangerous, thicker? You know, what I'm trying to ask is, given how thick these tires are on the big rig, Do they have upgraded spike strips for moments like this, or are they all the same?
They do. There are different ranges of them. They don't have a lot of options. Most of them are pretty standard, so to speak. As are the front two tires there on that cab. Those tires, yeah, they're bigger than most vehicles there. But those are tires that would be more vulnerable to driving over any type of spike strip. The back wheels there, that would be a little bit more difficult to puncture and to disable. And that's the bottom line. What they're trying to do is to disable these tires so that this driver has to pull over safely, ending this safely.
Does that look like a flat?
Yeah, it looks like the front side there. Yep,
okay,
front,
so it did work.
Front passenger side looks like it could be it could be flat there.
Yep.
At least getting low for sure. But you could see the back tires there, and we call these 18-wheelers. They don't. This obviously doesn't have the trailer beyond it. But if you count every single tire, if a trailer was hitched on to that cab, there would be 18 wheels. That's why we call it an 18-wheeler. This is a Volvo cab here, a very high-end. There it goes. Wow, already off. Successful.
That was quick.
Yeah, and now literally on the rim there. And now we're going to start to see some smoke, some sparks here, at least on the passenger side. Unclear if on the driver's side that occurred as well.
Smoke. Yep.
And you could see that, and this is going to make these cabs are already not easy to drive, as I said. You need to have a special license to commandeer these vehicles. If you want to be a big rig transit driver in this country, you got to pass higher-end DMV test, so to speak, here. So they're already difficult cabs to drive. But once you take away 1, 2 tires, it's going to be even more difficult. But the driver has maintained very slow speeds here. Our extreme nav system has shown it. Speeds below 20 miles an hour. That helps out a bit. Now another piece of white paper up there trying to convey some sort of information here. Once again, unclear if this driver has a cell phone and is communicating. We're unclear how much information the California Highway Patrol, the lead agency on this pursuit that started out of Bakersfield, out of the San Joaquin Valley, out of Kern County, has on this suspect here. All we know is coming down. Here comes the sparks. Here comes the smoke. Southbound side of the 5 into Santa Clarita.
And we don't know the state of the other front tire.
Yeah,
because they both got it. So
that's true.
It's hard to tell from this angle.
But look at that. Off. There's nothing. That's pure rim, at least on the passenger side, front passenger side there. And you can see the tire tread caught underneath the just on the back side of the wheel well of that passenger side.
Okay, so this is an interesting development, given that spike strip, there was 3 spike strips that were thrown out. The driver had really no choice but to drive over one of them, and the result is now running on rims, at least on the front.
There's that smoke.
Right tire, and you see the smoke, and then we're trying to see if there's any damage on the
it doesn't look like
other tire.
We're getting, and you can see Skyfox doing such a great job up there, providing these pictures for us. The crew up there in the Grapevine, coming out of the Grapevine, out of Gorman, Templin Highway into the Santa Clarita Valley. And you can see the rocking motion. You see that, Marla, with the cab a little bit there, rocking back and forth because of the unsteadiness being that front right passenger side. But it looks like the driver's side still looking okay, perhaps slightly flattened. But that passenger side went out like a light, right? I mean, it was done. And there's the back wheels there. Those are the thicker wheels there, and unclear if they were damaged at this time. Bottom line, the driver's still able to manipulate, commandeer that vehicle, that cab, coming southbound on the side of the 5 into the busy stretch of the Golden State Freeway here. CHP holding all that traffic back, big backup building coming out of San Joaquin Valley, out of the Gorman area, out of Pyramid Lake, in towards the Santa Clarita Valley. You can see the lead units, and they're keeping a safe distance there as well.
Right.
Time is on their side. They have those on and off ramps blocked. They have the space. They're keeping everybody at a safe distance. They're trying to figure out, all right, we threw out those spike strips. We covered all lanes. The driver had to drive over them. We've disabled at least one wheel there. What's our next step?
Do they do another round of spike strips just to try to get the other one?
They have those options.
Now it looks like...
That side does look a little compromised too, right? And there's a little bit more smoke coming out of the back.
We should also point out for our viewers that something that you brought to our attention not long ago, but I think it's worth reiterating that our Extreme Nav technology, which updates the location, it hasn't updated in some time.
No.
So it's still southbound 5. We do know that.
Yeah, we know that this is the stretch of the 5 freeway if you're coming downhill from Pyramid Lake towards Castaic out of Gorman. If you came up from the San Joaquin Valley, from Kern County, from Bakersfield, you're making your way south towards LA. First stop would be, look at that tire too, still just caught up under the wheel well, the back end of the wheel well. That's the front passenger side that was disabled by those spike strips that were thrown across all lanes. That driver was trying to manipulate his way around, but couldn't do it there. And you could see the rocking motion there, really unstable there.
There it goes.
And there goes the tire there. But with all those wheels, still able to move southbound on the 5 freeway. That's that split we talk about, the north and southbound sides, with that diverse topography there coming up towards the Tehachapi Mountains, coming out of LA County. Many of you having transversed that stretch of the Golden State Freeway out of Southern California towards points north, towards friends and relatives, up towards Bakersfield, Fresno, Modesto, Visalia, Sacramento. That's a big stretch of a very important Golden State Freeway there that we rely upon. And that driver cannot rely upon that passenger side front wheel anymore because it's down to the rim.
And it seems like only a matter of time until this has to come to an end. You know, it does seem that the driver's front tire is also compromised. We have the other side, the passenger side, riding on a rim. And those big, you call them the 18-wheelers,
yep.
They are okay, so we'll just see how long that this driver can go. We want to re-rack and show you the spike strip attempt that did work.
And this time, the first time we saw, it was just the one strip, right, Marla?
Right,
maybe a lane or two. He was able to make his way around, and now on this one,
three
of them.
Yeah, CHP officers outsmarted the suspect here and knew after those failed attempts earlier on.
And here it comes.
Yep.
Actually, no, oh yeah, there we go. And
yeah, that was the bigger picture.
Yep,
was that one.
No options, but you know what? He was like, hey, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. I'm not ready to give up, so I'm going to have to just roll the dice and roll over one of those strips and hope that some of those tires hold so that I can still manipulate this cab coming southbound on the Golden State Freeway on the southbound side of the 5 into the Santa Clarita Valley.
On the shoulder. I'm curious if there are other...
If he sees something up ahead there.
Right.
And why he's going slowly, perhaps he's trying to save fuel. Maybe he's low. Well, he's coasting down the hill. This is that grade coming down the hill from the top of the Tajon Pass, the Grapevine as we call it, the Ridge Route out of Gorman into the Santa Clarita Valley. And you can slowly coast, conserving gas there, speeds below 20 miles an hour, the entire stretch of the pursuit that we've covered here. And that's what we've seen. You could see all of those black and whites of CHP units there tracking this alleged individual allegedly stealing this cab. Bottom line, he got lit up. He didn't pull over.
Right. And that was a while ago. That was in Kern County in Bakersfield. That's where this pursuit, slow speed pursuit, originated. CHP now has been the lead agency on it. Rick, you mentioned the slow speeds, but I would trust that you couldn't go very fast when you're riding on rims anyway.
No, but even when all tires were in good working order, he was doing the same. So he hasn't really changed his game yet at all, coming southbound on the 5 freeway. And again, this is just giving officers plenty of time to figure out what they're going to do next. They like this. They like that it's not erratic. They like he's not going 80, 90 miles an hour in and out of traffic, as we've seen, endangering people, motorists who have no idea what's coming up from behind them. Giving these officers, especially geographically in this area, we're not on the 10 freeway through mid-city with multiple on and off ramps, with multiple lanes, with heavy-duty traffic. They've held all that traffic back. Everything is on their side. Southbound side of the 5, wide open here.
We're
still not much traffic.
Sorry to interrupt you, Rick. We are just a few miles from Lake Hughes Road.
Okay, so again, this is closer to the top of the hill, and again, our Extreme Nav system is not updated. It keeps saying Templin Highway there, and that was a bit confusing for me as well. But the bottom line is the southbound side of the 5 coming out of the Grapevine into the Santa Clarita Valley. Part of it, though, Marla, is because it's moving at such a slow rate of speed that they're not going over too much geography here, covering too much real estate. Okay, moving over to the right here.
But Rick, are you noticing a little smoke from the driver's side wheel?
Yeah, so maybe
we're getting some intel that wheel is also compromised and it may have come off already, so we could be on rims on both of those front tires.
And it looks like Skyfox is positioning on the driver's side here, so we can get a better look at that. But what we are looking at is those officers from the California Highway Patrol keeping a bit of a safe distance here, giving space, trying to figure out what their next move is. They got this guy. I mean, in terms of, all right, we've disabled at least one wheel, perhaps two tires, the front two. So now this is going to be even more challenging for this driver to maneuver, to manipulate that large cab there through traffic on the southbound side of the 5. They've closed off all the on and off ramps south of this location, being that this pursuit is heading southbound. This pursuit of an alleged stolen cab coming out of Kern County, out of the Bakersfield area.
And our extreme nav technology has updated, so you see that there, southbound 5, Castaic, Lake Hughes Road. So, and you can see the sparks. Look at the fire.
There's fire.
Fire below.
Fire on that tire right there. Now, this is going to cause a bit of an issue as well. And you could see that rim, you know, it's difficult, but you could see that rim on the driver's side not rotating, right?
Nope.
You see that? It's not spinning. And we got fire. And those tanks, you saw that one fuel tank right there.
This is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and more smoke coming out. So this may be the end of this, in that the driver may say, hey, if he's waving now, gesturing out the window, more smoke, more fire. That tire clearly has been compromised. Fire coming up on the rim there, window down.
It's only a matter of time till he has to jump out if he wants to.
Or he's going to jeopardize his life.
Exactly.
There's no question. And if this does have to happen and end this way, not a bad location for it to happen. Castaic,
oh my goodness,
just north of the Santa Clarita Valley, a lot of fire there. And again, that fuel tank, I made mention of it on the passenger side.
He stopped.
He stopped here. So let's see what happens if he decides, hey, this is it.
He's got to get out.
Yeah, otherwise he's going to jeopardize.
He's got to get out.
Yeah, he's going to jeopardize his life here. And that fire's, yep, here he goes, getting more intense. And is he going to go on the run here? Is he going to listen to officers?
No,
it looks like he's got his hands up.
He's got his hands up.
Get away from that vehicle. Get away from that cab. That fuel tank, that diesel fuel tank could go. A male suspect being pursued out of the Bakersfield area, out of Kern County, southbound side of the 5, Castaic Lake, right before you hit the real busy area of the Golden State Freeway heading into the Santa Clarita Valley towards Magic Mountain.
Rick, I would assume that these officers are telling him to get as far away from the vehicle as possible because it could blow.
The bottom line, at least what he's doing, he is abiding by what the officers are telling him to do. Hands up here, but this is a unique situation. Typically, you don't see a big rig cab burning as these suspects give themselves up. So they're likely telling him, get away, because that thing could boom.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. Get away from there. The officers, they're on their horns, telling him back up, back up, back up. Get into a safe area. And there it goes. That fuel tank there on the right side. Yep. As expected, that diesel fuel tank there. And now this is going to be a mess. This is going to be a big mess for motorists, because this will, even though the suspect is taken into custody, we hope and we think that it was just the driver inside that cabin. There was nobody else inside that other area. Suspect taken into custody, being put into a patrol car here. CHP bringing it to an end because, and they still have to go there with guns drawn. They still got to throw up those 4 fingers, code 4, to say all clear, even though it's not all clear.
And even though it's so dangerous.
Wow.
So now we need other emergency authorities out there. We need the fire department. We need, obviously, to your point, Rick, this isn't an easy thing to clean up.
It's going to be a signaler.
So this is going to be shut down, and certainly southbound. So this is happening southbound 5. This is right at basically Lake Hughes Road, as our extreme nav technology shows us. This cab catching on fire after a spike strip worked and took out first the passenger tire, then the driver tire, and then that tire stopped rotating, and then those sparks started, and then here we are.
And there are some LA County Fire. LA County Fire is the agency that handles this part of northern LA County here coming out of the Santa Clarita Valley. There are some stations nearby, so hopefully they can come up in the opposite direction since the 5 is closed and get on scene there as quick as possible to extinguish this fire, this cab fire, this cab that was stolen allegedly out of the Bakersfield area, out of Kern County, and made its way up through the Grapevine, the Ridge Route, southbound side of the 5, from Sandburg to Gorman, downhill from Fraser Park into this area, coming to an end. That thick black smoke, meaning that diesel fuel is just burning there.
Do we have to worry about sparks flying to the nearby hillsides?
No question. It's cool. We had some precipitation. We don't have any red flag warnings in effect. That doesn't matter. We've seen some devastating fires, even though conditions have been like this. And that thing is just going up. That fuel tank erupted. That diesel fuel is burning thick and black there. And firefighters from the Los Angeles County Fire Department have been called out, and they're going to try to extinguish this. But the bottom line, southbound side of the 5 has been cut off, coming out of Kern County, out of the top of the Tajon Pass, out of Gorman, in towards Santa Clarita and Los Angeles County. And these lanes will likely be blocked for some time. Yes,
certainly for several hours. Obviously, drivers will be turned around and for alternate routes, because there was a long backup prior to this ending, this most dramatic ending of this slow speed pursuit.
Look at that.
Look at this. For those who may have just turned on your television and what is this? Well, this is the end of a slow speed big rig cab. That was a big rig cab, completely 100% engulfed in flames.
That's the diesel fuel, Marla.
Oh my gosh.
And the officers knew that. They wanted to get everybody out of, they told that driver. The driver did the right thing. The suspect did the right thing and got out of the vehicle, said, I don't want any part of that unless he was going to endanger or end his life. And thankfully, as far as we know, nobody else was inside that cab. That suspect was taken into custody, put in a patrol car, taken away. The other officers from the California Highway Patrol, the lead agency on this pursuit, pushed back. And now we're going to leave it into the hands of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, nearby stations, to arrive on scene here, put this out. But until then, all southbound lanes of the 5 freeway, that major north-south thoroughfare here through Southern California, connecting Southern California, the greater Los Angeles area with the San Joaquin Valley, the Great Central Valley, completely cut off on this Thursday afternoon.
And that suspect was taken into custody moments after exiting that cab, walked back there quickly and just, you know, without, didn't resist at that point and just was taken into custody. Looked like a young suspect, a young man.
Yeah.
I don't have any information on the suspect just yet, but our desk is working. There were reports that this suspect had several felony warrants out, known as a dangerous robbery suspect. Those facts, those details, I should say, have not been confirmed yet. We're working to get that confirmed, but this is the aftermath of that slow speed pursuit, southbound 5 right there at Lake Hughes Road. The response from CHP, you can see 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 CHP units right there. And then, of course, now we're waiting for LA County Fire to get on site to address the burning big rig.
And it's the thick black smoke. That's the diesel fuel that's burning there. And you brought up a very good point, Marla, about, are we worried about sparks? Are we worried about that fire? So many wildfires, vegetation fires, grass fires here in Southern California start because of this, because of car fires off the 91 through the Santa Ana River Canyon. I've covered so many of them. When we have red flag conditions, when we have explosive fire growth potential, when the Santa Ana winds are howling, the temperatures are hot, the humidity values are down into the single digits. If you get that spark, that ignition, it takes off rapidly. What you see there is the way that the smoke plume nearly horizontal there, not vertically, because of still strong, mostly northerly winds, meaning the wind is coming from the north, from the left side of your screen, towards the south, towards the right side of your screen. That smoke is blowing towards the Santa Clarita Valley there. Intense black smoke there. You could see that cab fully involved. That's diesel fuel that's burning there. Southbound side of the 5 coming into the Santa Clarita Valley. Full-on SIG alert. All lanes shut down until further notice. Still no sign of any firefighters from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. It'd be interesting to see, and we don't see this a lot, if they use a helicopter, one of their rotor crafts there, to make a water drop on this. I mean, they could, in that they know that nobody else is in there. At least they assume that everybody is out of harm's way. That'll be a quick hit. Put it out. firefighters on the ground as well, putting water on the vegetation on the side there, because you could see with winds howling like that, any type of ember can drop. And we've seen it with Santa Ana winds, the ember intrusion, where a hot little pocket of something gets caught up under an eave of a home and catches that structure on fire. Well, this is grass. That's tinder dry grass. Even though it has been cool, it's been a cooler and wetter than average autumn here in Southern California. It's still tinder dry out there, and that could still happen.
All right, so we're looking live at this burning big rig cab that allegedly stolen out of Kern County, some 100 miles away from where this all came to an end on the southbound 5 right near Lake Hughes Road. We have seen this. This was that slow speed pursuit covered, like I said, about 100 miles. The suspect here, we're working to learn some more information about him, but was taken into custody. He did not resist once he had to jump out of that cab, once that spike strip did what it was supposed to do and disabled those tires, and now here we are. So we're going to wrap up our coverage here. We're going to send you off to break. On the other side, you can expect the Fox 11 pregame sports show ahead of Game 5 of the World Series. I'm Marla Tejas, along with Rick Dickert. Thanks so much for being with us.
You were just listening in there to our Fox 11 coverage as they were following this slow pursuit in Southern California with that big rig, and it came to a non-violent conclusion there as they arrested the suspect after the spike strip work. We follow that here live on Unfiltered, as we do from all of our Fox affiliates from around the country as we're monitoring various different scenes. I want to shift gears now, but stay in the state of California. We are learning new details as Paul Pelosi, the spouse of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, has been released from the hospital after that attack in their Bay Area home. Here is a statement from from Speaker Nancy Pelosi confirming her husband Paul has been released from the hospital. She says in this statement, the Pelosi family is thankful for the beautiful outpouring of love, support, and prayers from around the world. Paul is grateful to the 911 operator, emergency responders, trauma care team, ICU staff, and the entire medical staff at the Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital for their excellent and compassionate life-saving treatment he received after the violent assault in our home. Paul remains under doctor's care as he continues to progress on a long recovery process and covalence as he is now home surrounded by his family who request privacy. So that is certainly some good news from Paul Pelosi as a scary incident from over the weekend that we watched here. And of course, they have the suspect apprehended. He was arraigned earlier this week. The two officers who raced to the home last Friday after Paul Pelosi called 911 witnessed him being struck in the head by a hammer at least once, according to court documents. Officials said the assault was captured on the officers' body cameras. The Canadian man accused of breaking into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco home and attacking her husband with a hammer should have been flagged by immigration officials and blocked from getting back into the United States. David DePape, 42, illegally entered the United States in 2000, later left the country and returned a few times. Of course, they are continuing to follow this. DePape faces state charges of attempted murder, burglary, and elder abuse. He also faces federal charges, including attempted kidnapping of a U.S. official. His state case will continue tomorrow on Friday, though the defendant will not appear in the courtroom. The arraignment on federal charges has not been scheduled. Of course, we saw this earlier this week at the arraignment. No cameras were allowed in, but certainly some good news there in terms of Paul Pelosi being released from the hospital. Again, this is one more time, this is the statement there, under doctor's care as he continues to progress on a long recovery process. You're watching Live Now from Fox, where we cover all the biggest stories from around the country. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We're still seeing this from overhead, though, as the slow big rig chase comes to a conclusion there. You can see the engines on the ground now in this Southern California highway. You can see fire officials getting out of the scene now as we're going to continue to watch this here on Live Now from Fox. We saw the person in this big rig, some 100 miles, going less than about 20 miles an hour here in this area. So we're going to continue to watch. This is live here on Live Now from Fox. Police, we're on the scene now. Fire officials on the scene to avoid any grass fires catching flame. As you can see, the black smoke from the diesel engine in this Volvo semi-truck without the trailer. It was going about 15 or 20 miles an hour for this whole stretch of the pursuit that we were following. It was a reported stolen semi-big rig truck there out of there, and the driver may have had potential warrants out for their arrest, as we were potential several felony warrants and a potential dangerous robbery suspect. So they're putting out the fire here on this highway in Southern California as the flames are slowly disappearing and dispersing. As you can see, the smoke turning from black to white a little bit. We're just going to keep on this shot here on Live Now from Fox at the conclusion of this pursuit in Southern California. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is the conclusion of that slow big rig pursuit in Southern California. They have apprehended this suspect as a potential several felony warrants out for his arrest potentially, and also reports of a dangerous robbery suspect. So we saw it go up in flames as they used the spike strips. So a safe and peaceful conclusion. But you saw the backup there just a little bit as they're putting out the fire engines on the scene in Southern California on this highway as they continue to put out that fire of that big rig. That diesel engine there was engulfed in flames. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox and cover some of the big stories from around the country, and there's no bigger story than the midterm elections coming up within the next 5 days. We're going around the country in Florida. Marco Rubio there campaigning in Florida. We go out to Pennsylvania. John Fetterman up for Senate there. We also heard from President Joe Biden in New Mexico, stumping on the campaign trail for their governor. We're also hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris, who's alongside Kathy Hochul, the governor in New York, as well as Hillary Clinton. Let's listen in here live on Live Now to some of these remarks from the Vice President.
Not only affect the people of our nation, but potentially people around the world. All of this is at stake. And on the issue then of democracies, I do believe that the nature of democracy is that there's a duality. On the one hand, when a democracy is intact, I believe it is incredibly strong in that it gives strength to its people. It is a protector and a defender of individual rights and freedoms and justice. When it is intact, there's an incredible strength in its ability to lift people up. On the other hand, it's very fragile. It is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And so fight we will. And so fight we will. And so we will do everything in these next 5 days, standing for the country we love, standing for the principles we hold dear. We will stand for the voices that we know have everything on the line, and we will fight for the principles that we know we hold dear, the ideals we hold dear. You know, I do believe there are two definitions of what it means to be a patriot. One is the definition that suggests you'll defend your country whatever it does, but then there is the other definition, which I believe describes all of us patriots, which is the willingness, born out of love of country, to fight for the ideals and the attainment of the ideals of our nation. That is what is at stake. And so we will fight. And when we fight, we win. Thank you.
You can see Harris, Hochul, and Hillary there on the stage at this campaign rally in New York. Certainly three very powerful women. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, on the left. In the middle, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, and on the right, Hillary Clinton. So we're just listening in there to Kamala Harris. Hillary Clinton and Kathy Hochul spoke before them, and we will certainly take you out to those in full a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. So you can see all of those remarks on the campaign trail some 5 days ahead of the midterm elections. We're also watching that scene out of Los Angeles as we're continuing to follow this big major story. As you can see, just the backup, the magnitude of the disruption on the highway that slow big rig chase had. Wow. Winding its way through the topography there in Southern California as they're still trying to clear that big rig and the flames and the skeleton of that big rig off the highway. But certainly a wild scene there that we're watching here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on and cover some of the biggest stories from around the country. As I was just talking about, we have various different scenes from around the country. Here's Herschel Walker in Georgia, campaigning, stumping there as a Senate candidate in Georgia. We're also hearing in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, as they're campaigning with the Powder Blues as the Phillies playing in the World Series tonight, wearing their Powder Blues. So Pennsylvania keeping their eyes on all these midterm races with the World Series happening, with Thursday night football happening. So a lot of busy people there in the Pennsylvania area, and also in Florida with Marco Rubio speaking at a campaign rally. I want to listen in here just a little bit on Live Now from Fox to some of these remarks from the senator out of Florida as we continue to cover all of these major races around the country.
But I've never seen John Kerry and Charlie Crist in the same room at the same time. I've never seen them together. But I can't prove anything. The point is that the good news is that Kerry is apparently going to be flying to the global conference commercial as opposed to private, I know. And apparently the electric plane, he won't even get on one of those. So it's very nice of him to do that extraordinary sacrifice of But going back to the point and the Iran deal, and now you see like people in Iran are like revolting against their government, and in the end, and we're not. I mean, I wish we were behind it, but we're not behind it. I mean, that's just people that just don't want to live under, I don't know, a bunch of radical clerics. They just want to have a normal country. But we think about that, and by the way, these are people who also want a nuclear weapon to like destroy Israel and the world, and we should take them seriously, especially since the people who run that government are clerics who believe it's their duty to usher in the end of the age. So I don't know, if someone that is actively hoping for the end of the world has nuclear ambitions, I think that's a pretty big deal. And I think that's something we should take very seriously, because the threat is extraordinary both to Israel and ultimately to the United States. And you think about Iran for a moment. I'm sorry because I got off my closing. I just wanted to mention this as well. These guys, they've already indicted people. Okay, they are trying to assassinate former American leaders. Mike Pompeo is one. It's been reported in the media who some of the others are. And they're trying to, they have like hit squads trying to hire people to like assassinate. So I don't understand this. You're trying to assassinate former government leaders in America, in our country, but we're also going to, but we have a meeting at 9 a.m. next week, not tomorrow, to discuss some deal I'm going to do with you. How are you negotiating with guys who are trying to assassinate former leaders? That tells you everything you need to know about these people. And we've reached a point in this administration where, honestly, a lot of people are starting to decide, and I believe it's one of the reasons why Saudi Arabia has gotten the way they have with Biden, that it's better to be our enemy than our friend, because we treat our friends and our allies bad under Biden, and our enemies, we're always trying to cut deals and make concessions to. And so, people respond to incentives. But we go back to what I was saying about this is the greatest country in the history of the world. It truly is. If you look at human history, I referenced it earlier, we have 5,600 years of written human history. And for 53 or 5,400 of those years, there was no such thing as a nation founded on the idea that you had God-given rights. The overwhelming majority of humans that have ever lived in a place where your rights were whatever who was in charge allowed you to have. And so one day you woke up and some guy had conquered your village or your country or your area, and suddenly he was in charge of your life. But there were no natural inherent rights. They were whatever those who had power allowed you to have. But this country was founded, and it happened to be in a place that's been blessed.
That was live, raw, and unfiltered as our feed just went out from this rally in Florida. Of course, that's kind of what we do. We're following all of these different races, and we've heard from Marco Rubio already today. And now the feed just popped right back up. So let's tune right back in.
If you think about America and its history, there's two things that characterize it. The first is that every generation has left the country better. In essence, every generation has moved America closer to fulfilling fully the founding principles. And the second thing that's so astounding is that all of our great causes, all of them, abolition of slavery, women's suffrage, the end of segregation, every single one of them were not a demand that we overthrow the Constitution, that we throw it away, that we walk away from our founding. Every single one of those were movements that demanded that we live up to the principles of our founding. Every single one of them. Dr. King actually specifically said, live up to the majestic words in that document. And that's what's carried us and propelled us forward. A third amazing thing is to produce this country where American is not a race. American is not a religion. American is not an ethnicity. American is whatever. It doesn't matter what your DNA is. America is people that live here, who live alongside one another as free people, and the miracles that they can do. Do you recognize that you go anywhere on this planet, and probably some of the most successful people ever born in that country are in America? That's where they found their success. We take extraordinary pride in that. It's who we are. It's defined us, and I want it to continue to define us. It's an unparalleled thing. And then you add to that the fact that we're blessed, as I've said, with natural resources, not just oil and gas. We have farms that can feed our entire country and much of the world. We have a creative and energetic people. Our country is not an economy. A country is not a government. A country is a society, a people, and what they do in their individual lives on a daily basis to carry it forward. And our job is not just to sustain that. Our job is to do what our parents and grandparents did, to leave to the next generation in America even closer to fulfilling all of those principles, even better than the one that was left to us. And that challenge is more acute and more important than ever, because the fact of the matter is that if America is no longer the world's most powerful country, then the most powerful country in the world will be a godless Marxist regime in China. And a world in which China is the most powerful country in the world is not a world that we want to leave for our children. And it's a world that the world itself will large regret. But it starts with us. When people ask me, what are we going to do about China? The most important thing we can do about China and the threat they pose is to keep America strong and make it stronger. We have to fix our issues. And if we're strong, China can't compete. They don't have the energy, they don't have the drive, they don't have all the things we have. But that has to be preserved. And it's in danger. And every generation has faced challenges to it. But this one is particularly difficult, because ingrained in this one is an effort not simply to change policy, but change the direction of the country, its very identity. And make decisions in some cases become irreversible. And that we can't allow. And so elections matter. I don't want to tell you, I think sometimes I fear we've turned politics into a god and made it the center of our lives. Politics is important, but I remind everybody the most important house in America is your house, not the White House. It's what kids learn and what we do in our communities and our neighborhoods. It's what we do working alongside people that we may not even vote the same as, but we have a common interest in something and we bind together and work on it. And that matters, and we should never lose that. But politics does matter, and who's in charge does matter, because government has power. And it can use that power to strengthen those institutions that make us a strong nation and made that American miracle possible, or it can use that power to destroy them. It can use that power to embolden and to support the family and the community, or it can use that power to try to replace it and take its place. And that's what we can't tolerate. And sadly, one of our two major political parties, not its voters, not its members, but its leaders, are either members of or captive to either laptop liberals that I've discussed or Marxist misfits who will destroy America if we allow them to remain in power, and that we cannot leave. We cannot leave them in power. And so that's what this election is about, and that's why we have to vote. It's not just about winning, and it's also about sending a message, but it's ensuring that we do what needs to be done when we get there. And I know that we will. Byron's going to be an incredible leader in the House. He's going to keep rising. You're going to keep hearing about him more and more. That's the blood. That's the energy that we need. That's the new blood that we need in the Congress, and I'm so grateful that he's there. But we have to go out and do what we need to do. And if you haven't voted, you have to vote. Okay? It's not California. You can't vote twice, but you can vote once, and that's more than enough. And if you do that, and we do what needs to be done, and if you do what you need to do, and then we do what needs to be done, then I honestly believe that America is going to be better than it's ever been. As difficult as it seems right now, I actually think that our children are going to be the freest and most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. So let's go out and win this election so we can leave for our children what they deserve to inherit, the greatest nation in the history of the world. Thank you. God bless you.
You were just listening in there to Florida Senator Marco Rubio as we're closing in on Election Day, on the midterm election day here, as we'll watch all of these races from around the country, from coast to coast. Certainly a lot of races there in Florida with a lot of people's attention nationally and also locally. Also in New York, we heard from Vice President Kamala Harris. We're also going to hear from Lee Zeldin at this rally in Iowa. Former President Donald Trump also speaking later on tonight. So plenty of news out there in the Midwest. Also Pennsylvania, a swing state. Coming up, John Fetterman. There is a rally right there that we will also take live here on Live Now from Fox coming up a little bit later. But we want to shift our attention from Pennsylvania to Wisconsin, and a judge is ordering the city of Green Bay, Wisconsin, to give Republican election observers more access. We're now joined by Mills Hayes out there in Wisconsin. What can you tell us about this latest lawsuit, Mills?
Well, Andy, this was a lawsuit that was filed by the Republican National Committee yesterday, and they were able to get an injunction on it less than 24 hours after they filed it. But the suit, really what it was saying was that it accused some of the city clerks of Green Bay that they were not allowing some poll observers to watch the entire absentee voting process.
Well, what are they trying to hide? What are they trying to cover up?
The judge sided with Republicans who said the clerk wasn't letting them stand in a hallway where voters were filling out and depositing ballots.
And it was just unfortunate. I don't know why Green Bay was balking at letting our observers observe. I mean, It doesn't make any sense, does it?
The latest Fox News poll shows Wisconsin's Republican incumbent Senator Ron Johnson 2 percentage points ahead of his opponent, Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, among people who say they're certain to vote or already have.
All we're trying to do is restore confidence in our election system. We're not trying to gain any partisan advantage, and the way you restore confidence in the system is you make sure that we have observers.
I asked Barnes what he thought about the lawsuit.
We're talking about a group of folks who've always tried to rig the rules, and these are the people who supported the potential overturning of a free and fair election. These aren't the people to trust with democracy.
And some of his supporters feel the same.
They need to go home. The polls are as safe as they can be. We don't need angry people in there disrupting the works.
And the city of Green Bay did put out a statement saying that they welcome poll observers and that it promotes transparency and confidence in elections. But keep in mind that this is the 75th lawsuit filed by the RNC during the 2022 midterm election cycle. Andy?
And there's a lot of swing states in the country, but the last two presidential elections in Wisconsin decided by less than 1% of the vote. Kind of give us a feeling on what both sides are feeling heading into this midterm elections with so much on the line.
Well, I think that each side, actually, I know, talking to each side, they know that this is going to be a very tight race. Their biggest push is trying to get people out to vote, and that's going on both sides. When I speak to candidate Barnes and then candidate Johnson and also some of his supporters, they know that what it rests on is getting out there and voting. Now, I will say that Barnes does have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to younger voters. That's according to some Fox News power rankings that we just saw yesterday. And I asked Johnson about this today, and he told me that he's not that concerned about it. He says that it's a result of the education system being woke and being taken over by the liberals, is what he says. So he's really going to be counting on those older voters coming out.
And I was going to ask you also, because we've seen Pennsylvania where they have to wait to count their votes until election day. Is it the same way in Wisconsin, or is it different? Can they start counting those early votes early?
That is a great question. I couldn't get you that answer, not right now though, Andy, but I can definitely look into that for you guys. I know that they've already started taking early voting numbers, and I think the last time I checked it was around over 300,000 people had already casted their votes, but I'll get that answer for you, Andy.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there. There is a lot of swing states and a lot of different rules and regulations, and everyone is just trying to keep up. But one thing we do know for certain is that they want to make sure every vote counts. So thank you so much, Mills Hayes from Green Bay, Wisconsin, here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to continue on to cover some of the biggest races from around the country. Of course, Wisconsin there, a very big swing state. Mandela Barnes, Ron Johnson there up for the senator. As you can see, it was a very close race. It's going to come down to the final few days, final 5 days. Of course, we're also following around the country. Here's Fetterman rally in Pennsylvania, of course. John Fetterman stepping to the podium right now. So let's just stick with this and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Wow, unbelievable. This is genuinely remarkable. It really is. When I found out that our team was going to be putting on an event the same night that we're going to be competing with the Phillies and the Eagles, it'd be like 5 or 10 people to show up. Look at all these people. Yeah. That's really, but that's the magic of Monco. The energy that turned a formerly red county into a deep blue engine that helps make sure we win statewide as Democrats here in Pennsylvania. And I want to just give a big shout out to this beautiful facility. IBEW members. Unbelievable. And of course, your Congresswoman, Madeline Dean. And my most amazing Commissioner Ken. I have ever been all across our beautiful state, but I have never had a commissioner actually one day greet me with cookies one time. And today, it all came back in there when I was in there. And Ken sent some stuff in. I'm like, oh, is it more cookies or something? And it had been like, you know, jackpot. But. It is. And. Yeah. You know, talk about bipartisanship right there. After the Eagles beat the brakes off my beloved Steelers, I can still come up and show this. Yeah, you know? And you know what? I heard that Dr. Oz, doesn't he live in Monco right now? Does that make him a local? I think he thinks King of Prussia is a European royalty. Yeah, and you know what? One of the things we said in our innovation is that we will get you home to the games tonight. I promise you here. But I just want to say thank you for coming out tonight. I am just beyond honored. I can't believe it. And again, of course, all of you know that I had a stroke. How you feeling? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure I know many of you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And this is what recovery looks like right here. Sometimes I miss words, sometimes I might mush two words together. And I got knocked down, but I still get up. And Dr. Oz, they traffic on how many words did I miss? And ridiculing that, I just hope to any of you that had your own health challenges did not have a doctor in your life making fun of it or telling you that you are not fit to serve. Yeah. But thank you. Thank you. But the good news is by January, I'm going to get even feeling better and better. But he will still be a fraud. This is a guy that's made millions with scam off it. That's another one. Somebody can film that. Artist. Stroke thing. He sold miracles that I just couldn't even pronounce even before I had a stroke. In fact, I call it the Oz rule, that if he's on TV, you know he's lying. And he has spent his career on TV talking about magic pills. And during his campaign, he was lying about my record on crime. But I'm actually a Democrat that I'm actually running on my record on crime. As mayor of a community out in western Pennsylvania, had a significant gun violence issue. That's the reason why I ran, to be in. Two of my students were gunned down, and I said I wanted to do whatever I could to fight against gun violence. Funding and partnering with the police, and and with the community. And we did that so successful that we actually went 5.5 years without the loss of life through violence in our community. I promise you that Dr. Oz has never done one single thing to ever fight against crime from his mansion in New Jersey. And I tell you what, if you want less guns on the street, that's what our campaign is about. More gun streets on gun, that's his campaign. Refuses one simple kinds of gun reform kinds of laws to put fewer guns out on our streets. I can't imagine making anyone more safe than fewer guns on the street. You know, he's kind of a joke, but it's really not funny because we also know now that abortion is now on the ballot here. He absolutely celebrated the Roe v. Wade going down. And he belongs, that the decision all belongs to local political leaders. Just like Doug Mastriano. I have always stood with abortion rights, and I always will stand for that. That choice belongs only between a woman and their doctor, always has, should been, and always should will. Another big issue, inflation. Everyone notices that. We all see it. And of course, it's really a tax on working people. And you can't really fight inflation if you really don't understand or actually have it to you personally. And I genuinely doubt that a guy with 10 gigantic mansions really ever feels what inflation really feels like. He clearly doesn't know how to shop. And even New Jersey, they don't even let you pump your own gas. But it's hard out for folks, and I understand. But we need to push back against corporate greed, and the price gouging. How does it happen when inflation all hurts working families, but it creates record profits for all the corporations? And another thing we have to address, we have to start insisting on making more things right here in Pennsylvania and in America. And union hands. For all the merchandise that Oz ever tried to sell with the Oz labor on it, all of it made in China. What kind of candidate in this race would stand up against China or partner with China to serve more jobs across seas? So here, to all of you in Monco, to make sure we get you out to get to the games. That's my bargain and my promise to each and every one of you. If you send me to Washington, D.C., I will be the 51st vote in D.C. And to want to get all the good things that we want to accomplish, we got to eliminate the filibuster. We need to raise the minimum wage. Who can live off $7.25 an hour? It's a disgrace, and our opponent would not, on multiple occasions, refuse to even acknowledge what that race should be. But you know what our race should be? It should be where dignity and security happens. $15 an hour, what is that? That's $31,000 a year, $31,000. What about a single mother with one or two kids? Living large with $31,000 a year? You know, but again, all work has dignity, and all paycheck must have dignity, true. Another thing at the corner, one of the core values of my campaign is the union way of life. Unions, they built our community. They built our city. They built our commonwealth. Built the middle class. Even go ahead and invented the weekend. Pass that PRO Act. And to always, always stand with every union member. The other side also wants to cut Medicare and Social Security. Not this vote, not this vote. I believe that health care is a basic fundamental human right. You know, I really found health care kind of useful. In fact, it saved my life, obviously. A local shout out to Penn Medicine, the local shout out who saved it. Expanded. If healthcare was there to save my life, it should all be with all of you to save your life. And I'd fight for that. Defend democracy. Trump and Oz supports pardoning all the insurrectionists where police officers died. Trying to undermine democracy. He said out of Philadelphia, bad things happen. No, that's not true. Voting in Pennsylvania is secure, safe, and true. And you cannot try to pretend yourself a moderate, or a resident actually, but stand and roll with Doug Mastriano and stand with him on a stage. And also protect marriage equality. That is freedom, and that is American. You love who you love. I cannot believe that anyone would even want to push back against that. In fact, just last night, he had an event at a place where they refused to even host the same-sex marriage there. Can you imagine that? Their money isn't good because of who you love. And also, again, as I've said, codify Roe v. Wade. It's one of the biggest races in the country, and it is going to be close. It is a jump ball. It's right there, right down the middle. And you want to know why? There's 100 million reasons why. That's how much they've spent. $100 million trying to destroy my record. In fact, Oz has actually spent more than $27 million of his own money, too. And still we're standing, and right now down, it's going to come down to the last vote, and all the help that you were willing to do to make sure, one, that of course our next governor is Josh Shapiro. But I fundamentally also believe that Pennsylvania is not for sale. And we have 5 days left. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out on a beautiful evening. When you could be home just getting your crudités ready before the game starts, to actually out here and rally and support this big battle that we have ahead of us, I would just want to leave once again, and I thank you for this hospitality. I also believe that the commissioner has made me one of the honorary residents. So thank you, and I have one parting favor of every one of you. Please, let's just send him back to New Jersey. And send me to Washington, D.C. so I can stand and fight for everyone here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Monco.
All right, so that was Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman making remarks at a Get Out the Vote rally in Pennsylvania. And a little later tonight, we will hear remarks from his opponent, Mehmet Oz, also in Pennsylvania. That's a Live Now look at that rally taking place there. Of course, when Dr. Oz makes his remarks, we will bring you them live here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, many campaign rallies taking place today, just 5 days ahead of Election Day. We will bring you a number of them here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break for now. We'll have more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. Well, a number of campaign rallies taking place today, including in the state of New York. One of them with New York Governor Kathy Hochul, also Vice President Kamala Harris, and Hillary Clinton. We want to go ahead and bring you remarks from Hillary Clinton.
I am so excited to be here with all of you. I want to thank all the Columbia Democrats for it is so good to be back at Barnard and to be with so many representatives of our government at the local, state, and national level who care about your future and are doing everything they can to make a difference. And I personally am thrilled that we're going to have Vice President Harris with us today. I want to thank all of my wonderful former colleagues and friends who you will be seeing, including Attorney General Tish James, New York Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, New York City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, my former colleague in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and of course, Governor Kathy Hochul. Now, you're going to hear from the governor and the vice president. I just want to put what we're doing here today in some context, because this election on Tuesday is one that will have such far-ranging repercussions. And I think you know that. That's why you're here. But I am going to ask you to get out after today's rally and literally get everybody you know to turn out and vote early, vote on Tuesday, because every issue that I can think of that I imagine you could care about is literally on the ballot. You know, I've known Kathy Hochul for a long time. She and I have worked together. I really appreciate the way she's bringing new leadership and stability and new hope for our future to New York. And I think it's about time, since this was the state where the women's suffrage movement was born, that we would have a woman governor. Now, when I think about Kathy, I think about someone who actually legitimately cares about the people of this state and has proven it over her long life in public service. And as lieutenant governor, she crisscrossed New York, literally going to every single county and a lot of the towns and villages and hamlets within them, bringing all kinds of good ideas, bringing people together. But this election, like every election, is a choice. And it's not just a choice between two candidates. It is a choice between two very different ideas about who we are as a state and a country, how we should work together or not, what kind of future we want for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. I think it's fair to say that if you've paid attention to this campaign, the Republicans make no secret about what they want to do. They actually say the quiet part out loud. And Lee Zeldin, Kathy's opponent, along with... Good response. Along with Donald Trump and their allies, are literally fighting tooth and nail to turn back the clock. Think about it. Yes, of course, they want to turn back the clock on abortion. They spent 50 years trying to make that happen. But they want to turn back the clock on women's rights in general, on civil rights, on voting rights, on gay rights. They are determined to exercise control over who we are, how we feel and believe and act in ways that I thought we had long left behind. But they have gone even further. They want to put more guns on our streets, more pollution in our air and our water, more power for the super rich and less for everybody else. That is their vision. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's actually paid attention. And so we have to hold them accountable for that. And one of the ways of doing it is by making sure that Kathy Hochul remains our governor. Now, she's already made a difference. She's already helped to create good-paying jobs. I don't know if any of you are from the Hudson Valley or from the Syracuse area, but working in partnership with the Biden administration, within the last 3 weeks, we've had these huge announcements. $100 billion by Micron outside of Syracuse. $100 billion. $20 billion by IBM in the Hudson Valley. Why? Because the Biden administration and the Democratic Congress passed a law that finally said, we're going to get serious about advanced manufacturing, chips, and everything else that makes the modern economy run. And so Kathy Hochul got on the phone and started calling companies that she knew were on the brink of making big decisions about where to put these advanced manufacturing plants. And she made the case for New York. And it was a case that, you know, she made with passion. She's from New York. She's from the Buffalo area. She gets the fact that upstate New York really began the Industrial Revolution in America, fell on some hard times, and we have a chance to bring it back if we have Kathy Hochul as the governor working to do just that. So, you know, when I think about what the Republicans intend to do, and I pay attention, because I can remember not so long ago I was telling people they're going to stack the Supreme Court and they're going to overturn Roe v. Wade, and I have faint memories of people saying, oh, that's so exaggerated. So let me tell you, they're going to cut Social Security and Medicare in order to give more tax cuts to the wealthy. That is the plan. And if you don't think it will happen, just listen to them. And if you are still on Twitter, I am, if you still are, there is some great video of the Republican senator from Utah, Mike Lee, saying out loud that he wants to pull Social Security and Medicare up by the roots and get rid of them. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't imagine that that's a popular opinion if people actually hear it. So make sure everybody you know hears it for the next couple of days. And, you know, we have to look at all of the important matters that are at stake. And I have to also just reflect that I've seen, I'm sure you have, well, maybe you don't watch television, but if you did, you would see what I see, which are ads about crime every 30 seconds, right? No solutions, but just a lot of really fearful, scary pictures and scary music. And of course, I want everybody to be safe. Honestly, who's against that? But then a terrible crime happens in San Francisco. An intruder hits an 82-year-old man in the head with a hammer who happens to be married to the Speaker of the House, and the Republicans joke about it. The woman running for governor in Arizona jokes about it. Now, why would any sensible person want to give power to somebody who thinks it's funny that a person gets assaulted in his own home? So, you know, they don't care about keeping you safe. They want to keep you scared so that you can't think straight and you end up voting against your interests. Just look at Lee Zeldin's record. He voted against equal pay for women, against renewing the Violence Against Women Act, against access to abortion and even birth control, against raising the minimum wage, and funding Medicare. So I don't know why any sensible person who cares about the economy, who cares about the cost of living, who cares about, you know, how to get ahead, would vote for someone who votes against them and their families. But we have to make sure that every voter knows what's at stake. And the only way we can get the kind of future we want is to elect Democrats who care about democracy, who care about protecting our rights and our values, who respect our institutions and the rule of law. And one of those is our current governor, who I believe should be our next governor. So please join me in welcoming Governor Kathy Hochul.
All right, remarks there from Hillary Clinton. We also have remarks from Kathy Hochul. Obviously, that was a rally to get out the vote in support of Democratic candidates in the state of New York. Here are Kathy Hochul's remarks.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I am so on fire. I have been waiting for this opportunity to come here and to count down the days until we make history once again. And I'm so proud to have been introduced by someone who made history in her lifetime herself. Our secretary, our former First Lady, our senator, our friend, Hillary Clinton. What a woman. She has been a source of inspiration for me for decades, because I've learned from her when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And there's nobody tougher than our very own Hillary Clinton. I thank her for being here to remind us of the power of the vote. I also want to thank the speakers who came before. Thanks to this college for welcoming us, Barnard College, and to all the students, everybody. You heard from our extraordinary Attorney General. She is a fighter. You do not want to get in the way of Letitia James. She is a fighter. You heard from our Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, who's been delivering for us, bringing back the money from Washington right here in New York State so we can spend it to lift up all of our citizens. Let's give a round of applause. You also heard from my friends in Congress. You heard from Nydia Velázquez, a true leader who's a real fighter. I've worked with her for many, many years. And someone, you may not know this, but Carolyn Maloney, when I was running for Congress a decade ago, when no one thought I could possibly win in the most Republican district in the state of New York, they said, no way, no how, won't happen, and a lot of people walked away from me. Carolyn Maloney used to call me every single day and leave a voicemail. If I didn't answer, she'd say, Kathy, you're a winner. And then she'd hang up. Kathy, you're a winner. Then she'd
All right, it looks like we are having some issues with that video there. We're going to take a short break. We'll have more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a Live Now look at where the Astros and the Phillies will be playing tonight's Game 5 of the World Series. And that series is tied 2-2. Well, for more on this, we're joined by Fox 26's Coco Dominguez. Hey, Coco, tell us, how are things going out there? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fan excitement.
Always picking on the little brot.
That kind
of brother they love, yeah.
I will say this, though. Out in the city, everyone has been showing us so much love. Once you step on here, not so much. But we are still loving the Philly fans like this kid. What's your name?
Sean.
Sean, how are you enjoying this World Series experience?
Really good. I didn't even know this place was a thing.
Really?
Like this section. This is sick.
So, do you go to baseball games often?
I was just at the NLCS.
Okay, so
it was crazy.
I appreciate you talking with us here. I do want to show you a little bit. Let's walk over here so you can kind of see the scene here. And this has really been the Astros area where we have been able to come out and hold our own in this area afterwards. But of course, you can see it's mostly red, white, and blue. I'm okay with that. You know, we're only here. You guys want to talk about it? I'm with the Astros. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I go Phillies all the way. That's all I got to say.
All right, tell me something good about Houston. What do you know good about Houston?
I mean, they got good pitching, good batters. I mean, they're a good team, but, you know, go Phillies.
All right, at the end of the day, is there brotherly love in Philly?
A little bit, but not for the Astros.
Not for the Astros, but thank you so much. What's your name?
Yasser. Nice.
All right, I appreciate it. And that's kind of how the deal is. For every fan that goes over the top, there's someone that goes, we're not all like that. All right, let's talk to some more fans. How are you guys? No, you guys got to cheer for the Astros. I'm just playing. I love all. You guys having a good World Series time?
We are. We're having the best time. This is the first time to the World Series.
Wow, how do you feel?
Amazing.
Are you nervous about being here? Are you nervous about your team?
Kinda.
Kind of, okay. Well, I'm with the Astros, and everyone should be nervous about. Look at my pants. What do you think I was with? That's not Halloween anymore. All right, and if we go into this area, this is where we have a really big Astro section over here. Let me see if I can take you down, kind of take you on a little look here before things get started. So this has kind of been the area where most of the Astro fans have been hanging out. Yes, home, baby. Come on. Yes. So who are you with?
The Phillies.
Always. No hablo Phillies. Are you enjoying this World Series experience?
It's so much fun. It's such a memory. I can't wait to just, remember it forever.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you. And I'm down here because at the end of the day, I'm looking for Astros fans. Hey, we're going to get some boos. We're going to get some cheers. Where's the brotherly love? We're on Live Now. Are we guys excited? Last night in Philly?
Absolutely. We're taking it home to Houston.
We're coming home, baby.
Coming home for Game 6.
Has anything made you nervous about being out here as far as the game, the players we may not win?
Oh, we trust these guys. We have complete faith in them.
We plan October around these guys.
Absolutely. Since 2004, season ticket holders right here.
Wow. So we are excited to take things on back. A sea of red, but we are mighty here with the Astros organization. We even have some people over here, and it just kind of goes on and on, guys. But really, at the end of the day, everyone is cheering for their team. And to even get to this part, how amazing is that? Are you jumping in my shot? Brotherly, sisterly love. Don't fall. All right, guys, I'm going to go back in here. It's going to get a little loud.
Coco, it seems like everyone there, all the fans, the Astros fans, the Phillies fans, everyone is having a great time. We appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, and of course, we will continue to bring you updates on tonight's game here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break. We'll have more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, Pennsylvania Senate candidate Mehmet Moz on stage right now making remarks at a campaign rally. And moments ago, we heard from his opponent, John Fetterman. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We're tolerating it because people like John Fetterman say they want to legalize all drugs. Well, that experiment, we're not doing that in Pennsylvania. They did it in Oregon, 50% increase in homicide rates. Not happening here on our watch. Not going to happen. Now, as you all know, I'm not a politician. I'm a heart surgeon. And heart surgeons fix big problems like a broken heart. And we do it by working in teams. We unify because we're stronger together than divided, like we are as a people. Like we are as a people. And I want to bring balance back into this equation. I want to make sure that the extreme ideas of John Fetterman aren't there. And to do that, we've got to do two things. Just two little things. Well, it's going to come to vote, but it's not that simple. You have to get others to vote. I know you're all voting, you're here. Now, I played football in college. And the last words I would hear, the last words the Phillies are going to hear this evening before they run out in the field and win, the last words we heard here as we sang the national anthem are that we are home of the brave. Think about that. We are home of the brave because you can't be free if you're not brave. To be brave in America, you've got to say what you see. So here's what I'm asking you to do. Ask your friends if they're happy with where America's headed. Now, if they say yes, take their car keys away. They should not be driving. But you know what? 70% of your friends are going to say, no, I'm worried about my country. I love my country dearly. I don't see it the way it needs to be right now. And then you're going to tell them, I'm the candidate for change. So is Jim Bognet, you just heard from. I have lived the American dream, an embodiment of it, because my parents were allowed to come to this country. I believe we're the land of opportunity. I believe we're the land of plenty. I believe we can balance our budget and not recklessly spend our children's money. You with me on that? I believe we can have an all-of-the-above energy policy to save our environment and save our economy and save our allies overseas. Right? I believe we can have safe communities, safe city streets, so parents don't have to buy video games to keep their kids inside. Is that too much? That's good, right? I believe we can have a secure border, shut down fentanyl pouring into our country, save our children while allowing legal immigration from people who want to come here and work hard. I believe that parents should have the choice of where their kids go to school and the values taught at those schools. Any parents here? Non-negotiable. And I believe we can have affordable health care. But most importantly, I believe in you. And I'm asking you to come with me and bring 10 of your friends, because if we're all in, we win. We can do this together. All in, we win. All in, we win. All in, we win. God bless you.
Knocking on the door that holds the throne. Heaven for the map that leads me home.
All right, so that was Dr. Oz making remarks at a Get Out the Campaign, Get Out the Vote rally in Pennsylvania. Meantime, let's take you to New York, where Congressman Lee Zeldin also making remarks at a rally there. He is running for office.
And listen, this is a statewide ticket. We have Paul Rodriguez running for state comptroller. I encourage you to support him. And we also have here with us tonight, you heard from Michael Henry running for New York State Attorney General. This is one statewide ticket, so I'm asking for you to support all of us. And you heard from her just before you heard from me. And I'm confident that she is going to be serving in the majority in January. And what I can't wait to see, by the way, is that she's also going to be next to Congresswoman Liz Joy. Okay. We have to make sure that all of us have the opportunity at the beginning of January to turn our TVs onto C-SPAN when we all get to watch the gavel permanently coming out of the hands of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And taking the gavels out of Adam Schiff's hands and Maxine Waters and Jerry Nadler, and we will have a balance of power being led by one of the most influential members of the House of Representatives come January. She's already shooting up the ranks. She is a superstar in our conference. She is smart. She is dedicated. She's a hard worker. She is a fighter. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. Like I said, though, we can't send her by herself. No. We need to send her with a new wing woman from the Capital Region. And come Tuesday night, I hope we all get to call her Congresswoman-elect Liz Joy. All right, listen, I got one team, one ticket. Let's bring all of our candidates up. If you're running for state senate and state assembly, come here and join us. See my friend Jake Ashby, soon-to-be state senator Jake Ashby. Now there are times, anyone who's running, let's get.
All right, so it appears that the audio just turned off there, but again, Congressman Lee Zeldin making remarks at a campaign rally in New York. He is running to be the governor of the state of New York. Again, many campaign rallies taking place today. Here's a LiveNOW look in Iowa. Former President Donald Trump expected to make remarks there. I believe this is in Sioux City. And in Sioux City, Iowa, of course, when he steps up to the stage, we will bring you his remarks here on LiveNOW from Fox. Well, we're going to take a short break here. We'll have more top stories after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here's a Live Now look at the White House. Well, with less than a week away from the midterm elections, President Biden is heading out west, but he's making stops in states typically seen as blue strongholds. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more.
In a primetime speech Wednesday, President Biden laid out the stakes of this year's midterm elections.
I hope you'll make the future of our democracy an important part of your decision to vote and how you vote.
His address comes as Democrats try to find a closing message in the final stretch before Election Day. Democrats are facing political headwinds even in typically blue New Mexico, where the state's Democratic governor is in a competitive re-election bid against her Republican opponent. The president is in New Mexico and California Thursday.
We're playing in seats where you're watching Democrats now funneling money to seats that Biden won by 20 points. That is unheard of that they're worried. They're worried about coastal seats in California.
Notably absent from the president's trip out west are stops in Arizona and Nevada, where Senate races could determine control of the upper chamber.
The president has a lower approval rating than all of the Democrats that are running for Senate. And so that's not helpful necessarily.
But he's not the only big name heading to deep blue strongholds. Vice President Kamala Harris and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton are also campaigning alongside New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who's trying to fend off a challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin.
It is an uphill battle in a midterm election to convince people to get out and vote, whereas the other side is motivated because they want change at any cost.
Democrats are hoping to keep as many governor's mansions in their control as they will be crucial in helping to enact the president's agenda. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, so as you heard there, President Biden campaigned earlier today in New Mexico for the governor of the state. We want to go ahead and bring you some of his remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, hello, New Mexico. Christy, thanks for that introduction. And, you know, my wife's a full-time community college professor still, a teacher. And, matter of fact, she's teaching today. And, you know, the average age of her students at Northern Virginia Community College, before that she taught at the Delaware Community College system, is 29 years of age. An awful lot of people going back, just knowing what they have to do and having a shot. And I want to thank you, Madam President, for hosting us here at your college. It's very...
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you all have chairs to sit in? You've been standing all this time? As my mother would say, God love you. Well, look, folks, Cecilia, thank you for that introduction. I really appreciate it. I really do. And by the way, Rosalind, who spoke about her battle with cancer, I just want you to know that every one of you, raise your hand if you have any family members suffer from cancer. Every single audience I speak to. I not long ago lost my son to cancer. He was an attorney general of the state of Delaware. He should be the one standing talking to you, not me. And he volunteered to go to Iraq for a year. Thanks for waving, big guy. And he unfortunately his hooch was right next to one of those burn pits. And he came home with stage 4 glioblastoma, and he passed away. And here's what I decided to do. I decided to make sure we defeat cancer. No, I'm not joking. Now, here's the deal. What we did was, we have a thing I didn't plan, I was just going to keep you a little longer, I apologize. But what happened was that there's a thing in the Defense Department that has a special agency that does nothing but deal with those things that are needed to keep us safe. Like, for example, everything they invented, they're the ones that came up with the internet. They're the ones that came up with a whole range of things that make us much safer. And I decided to set up the same thing at the Department of Health and Human Services that focuses on one thing, defeating cancer. Defeating cancer. And we provided an additional $5 billion grant to do that. And so we're going to defeat cancer. We really are. There's nothing beyond our capacity. One of the things that bothers me the most about sort of what's happened under the other guy's control is that we've sort of lost confidence in ourselves. There's nothing we cannot do when we set our mind to it, and we do it together. I mean, nothing. Nothing. And so, folks, we are going to beat cancer. And I promise you that. Look, the other thing is that, I tell you what, that governor, she's something else, isn't she? She talks about being the shortest governor. She's the tallest governor I know. She's the tallest governor I know. She's the real deal. I mean, she's really the real deal. Again, God love her, as my mom would say. Look, 12 generations at a minimum here in New Mexico. Well, that's only outdone by my Secretary of Interior. But, folks, no one's going to fight harder for this state. It's in her DNA, and it's great to be with some members of Congress. Ben Ray Lujan, the senator, he's a good friend of mine. Done great work. I don't know where Ben is. He's out there somewhere. And, that woman, what's her name? Stansberry? Yeah. She's pretty darn good, isn't she? She can really get it done. And now we have a great shot at electing Gabe Vasquez, your congressman in the 2nd District. And, between the two of them, I badly need their votes in Congress. I also want to recognize the Cabinet Secretary, Deb Haaland. She's the best. She's the best. She's doing an incredible job leading the Department of Interior. A family of 35 generations in New Mexico. First Native American to be serving the United States Cabinet. First one. And I want to thank all the tribal leaders here today. I look forward to them coming to the White House. The Tribal Nations Summit we're having in a few weeks. Look, folks, in New Mexico, we need to re-elect your governor, to state the obvious. We need to elect the ballot up and down. That's why we're here. We're here for simply 5 days. 5 days to go, and until the most important elections in our lifetime. And that's not hyperbole. It's going to shape what the next two generations look like. Not a joke, because so much is changing, so much. It's clear this is not a referendum. This is a choice between two vastly different visions of America. I've said from the beginning that my objective when I ran was to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. The economy that rewards work, not just wealth. An economy that works for everybody. So the poor have a ladder up, the middle class do well, and when that happens, the wealthy still do very well, man. They don't need our help. And look, it's a fundamental shift. It's working compared to the MAGA Republican trickle-down economics that Republicans offer. Let's take a look at the facts. When I took office, this economy was in ruins. My predecessor was the first president Herbert Hoover, who actually lost more jobs he had fewer jobs when he left than when he came in. Unemployment was at 6.4%. People were really hurting. Hundreds of thousands of small businesses in your state and all across America, they had closed. Today we're in a much better place, although people are still hurting. We got more to do, but 10 million jobs created since I take office. That's more than any time with the help of your administration. Unemployment rate is 3.5%, the lowest it's been in 50 years. 5.4 million Americans applied to start new businesses last year, the highest ever in American history. Thanks to Michelle, there were small businesses in New Mexico. There were more than now than before the pandemic. Look, guys, New Mexico added 32,000 jobs this past year alone in this state. And by the way, And by the way, you know, Putin's invasion of Ukraine sent gas prices soaring around the world. But because of the actions we've taken, gas prices are coming down. Here in America at home, they're down $1.25 since the summer peak of $5. And look, back in June, they were $5 average price across America. It's a difficult time across America. The country stepped up and did the right thing, but not everyone. I know we have a lot of leases out here in New Mexico for oil companies, and we haven't slowed them down at all. They should be drilling more than they're doing now. If they're drilling more, we'd have more relief at the pump. But the oil industry hasn't met their commitment to invest in America and support the American people. One by one, major oil companies reported their record profits this last quarter. Shell Oil, they deserve a hard return on their profit. Shell Oil made $9.5 billion in 90 days the last quarter. Well, guess what? And then that's twice what they made the third quarter of last year. Exxon's third quarter profits this quarter, $18.7 billion. That's more than they made in their 152-year history. Now look, I want them to make money. That's fine by me. But the last 6 months, the 6 largest oil companies made more than $100 billion in profit in 200 days. Well, here's the deal. These companies are taking advantage of average profits they're making. If they did it, the average profits they've made for the last 20 years, guess what? Your gasoline prices would be down 50 cents a gallon. No, I'm serious. If we're investing in profits that are at a historic rate, prices would come down even further. But instead, they're buying back their own stock, primarily the way executives get paid, and giving their profits to shareholders. But these outrageous profits are the windfalls of war. Look, earlier this week I made clear that the industry has a choice. Either invest in America or pay higher taxes for your excess profits and face restrictions. You know, it's amazing. Even though my Republican friends in Congress seem to be hoping for a recession, last week's GDP report shows the economy is in fact still growing. My guess is the report the end of this week is going to show that as well. The fact is the economy grew at 2.6% last quarter, although in many may not feel that way, but business income is up. And guess what? We have created in the United States, just since I've become president, 700,000 manufacturing jobs. Brand new, 700,000. So the economy is up, price inflation is down, real incomes are up, gas prices are down and need to come down further. Exports are also up, which means a simple thing. We're making a lot of money in America because of that. Guess what? We're exporting products we made rather than jobs. No, I'm serious. That's why it's up. We're building it in America and exporting it overseas, not sending the jobs overseas to pay less and bringing it back home. So, folks, here's one thing. My predecessor promised, remember he promised Infrastructure Week. We're going to rebuild the country. Well, Infrastructure Week lasted for 4 years, never came. It became a punchline. On my watch, with the help of the folks in this room, we turned infrastructure into a decade, a headline. We passed the largest infrastructure bill since Eisenhower's interstate highway system. Look, we invested in our roads, highways, bridges, railroads, ports, airports, water systems, clean water, high-speed internet. Look, folks, and by the way, that includes, for example, I landed your airport, $7 million at the Albuquerque airport, already going underground. Look, you know, your governor is going to make sure that the money, and it'll be billions of dollars, not a joke, billions of dollars are coming for infrastructure here in this state. And she's going to make sure it's getting out the door right away. The projects all across this state. And folks, look, the American people are beginning to see the benefit of the economy that works for them. Families have more net worth than before the pandemic. Fewer families are behind on their mortgages, their credit card bills than before the pandemic. A lot of families are still in trouble. More important, Americans have health insurance more than they had before the pandemic. You know, we pay the highest prescription drug cost of anywhere in the world. the same exact manufacturer of the same exact drug. If you sell it here in Albuquerque or in Washington, D.C., it costs more than if you sell it in Paris or London or anywhere else. Not a joke. Not a joke. And it's wrong. Without a single Republican vote in Congress, congressional Democrats, we finally beat Big Pharma. And here's the result. Beginning January 1st, seniors on Medicare, their out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs can, no matter what it costs, no matter how much it costs, it cannot be higher than $2,000 a year, even if it's a $10,000 cancer drug or $12,000. Look, and one more thing, if Big Pharma continues to raise drug prices faster than inflation beginning next year because of the bill we passed, they're going to have to write a check to Medicare for the difference between what they charge and... I've been trying this for 22 years. Finally beat them. And by the way, last year they raised the price of 1,200 drugs they manufacture faster than the rate of inflation. But guess what? It's stopping now, man. One more significant change. We're capping the cost of insulin. For those of you who know somebody who has diabetes, you have to take insulin. Well, guess what? It only costs them $10 to make it. They're not going to be able to charge more than $35 for it instead of $400. That's the law. That's not a joke. I'm going to make sure that $35 limit is for everybody who needs it, not just seniors. And folks, on top of these actions, earlier this month, we lowered the cost of hearing aids. You know where we're saving people? You go into Walgreens or Walmart's, this is what it's going to save. It's going to save $3,000 per pair. No, I'm not joking. $3,000 because you go straight and you get it at the counter. And look, and on top of that, I'm doing away with unfair hidden fees known as junk fees, like surprise banking overdraft. All of a sudden you find you got, I just did it. You bounce a check, you have to pay $35 or $50. You have an excess credit card fee of $50 if you're late on your payment. Ending those. They're gone. And by the way, those of you who are going to be, making trips to see your relatives back east or out west, further out west, you buy a plane ticket. And you find out after the fact your cost of your baggage, the cost of having your kids sit next to you, the cost of having to reschedule is out of this world. No more. No more. No hidden fees. They got to state what it is. Department of Transportation working rules that require airlines and travel sites to disclose all the fees up front. A little truth in spending, And look, Republicans want to pass a tax break for the wealthy. They're very upset, Guess what I did? I actually signed a law that said those 55 corporations that in 2020 and beyond made $40 billion and paid zero in taxes, my God, they now have to pay 15%. That's less than you make. You pay more than that. And they're whining. They're whining. We're passing tax credits, helps family, buy energy-efficient appliances, put solar panels on their home, do a whole range of things to weatherize, saving on average, experts say at least $500 for family. But guess what? These things we promised, well, it was to ease the burden on people. And one of the burden, how many of you have any student debt? Say goodbye. Say goodbye. I promise that we'd lower $10,000 minimum if you had a loan. And by the way, 90% of people who earn less than 75 grand will get this. That's where it's going. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. Thanks to her in New Mexico, this is the first state in the nation to make it so every citizen of the state can go to college or trade school for tuition free. I took action on the federal level. We're giving up $20,000 in relief for people with student debt, $10,000 for most folks, another $10,000 if you had a Pell Grant. Look, what have the Republicans done? They moaned about it. They challenged it in court. Republican governors are trying to stop it, and they're going to put a lot of people in a position, buy a home, start a business, and so much more when that debt's relieved. Folks, Take a look at who's complaining. This I find fascinating. This I find fascinating. The people who are complaining, the MAGA Republicans who sit in Congress, had hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars in pandemic relief forgiven. But they're now attacking middle-class Americans and student relief programs. Who the hell do they think they are? Look, and by the way, you know, you have one member from South Florida. He had $1.2 million forgiven, $2.1 million forgiven. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she had $178,000 forgiven. Look, I've been able to do all this by reducing the federal deficit, the very deficit the Republicans voted against. Every single one of them when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Last year alone, under our leadership, the Democrats in Congress now, without any Republican vote, reduced the deficit by $1.4 trillion. 1 year. More than any time in American history. We cut the federal debt in half. A fact. All of this last year follows a historic drop the year before when I was first year president. $350 billion reduced. And we're going to further reduce the deficit over the next decade by another $250 billion. And a big part of this because of corporations are finally having to pay a tax. And one more thing, for the first time in a decade, seniors on Social Security checks, they're going to go up and Medicare is going to go down. And I'll protect your Social Security. We'll protect Medicare. Protect you. Headline New York Times, right, flying out here. Headline, GOP signals plan to shrink Social Security. They're saying it out loud. Congressional Republicans, eyeing midterm election victory that could hand them control of the House and Senate, have embraced plans to reduce federal spending on Social Security and Medicare, including cutting benefits for retirees and raising retirement age. They're just saying, they're not even hiding it. They're not even hiding it. And by the way, they passed under that fellow Trump, they passed a $2 trillion tax cut, not a penny of which was paid for and affected only the top 1% of the American public. Come on. Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy, God bless his soul, and his fellow MAGA Republicans say.
All right, Biden there earlier today speaking in Albuquerque, New Mexico, campaigning for the governor of the state. He has been making rounds for Democratic candidates. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. After this, we'll have news on the economy. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, the Federal Reserve has announced another interest rate hike. Here's more from our sister station, Fox 13 in Tampa.
Welcome back. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado. Interest rates just shot up again. The Federal Reserve raised rates another 0.75%. This is the 6th hike this year, driving the sharpest spike since the 1980s. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what this means and how it could affect inflation and jobs. Craig.
Well, it could weigh down inflation, which of course is good, but it could also weigh down the job market, which we do not want. The idea in doing this, though, is to depress demand, to make it harder and more expensive to borrow money. And doing that, you depress demand to buy stuff, especially major purchases. And the idea is to do that in order to curb inflation.
We're taking forceful steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply.
The Federal Reserve misjudged inflation last year when they could have nudged up interest rates and possibly nipped it in the bud. And now they're zapping us with interest rate hikes to try to tame it after it took root and took off.
We will stay the course until the job is done.
They could finally be fixing this for us. Or as some economists warn, they could now be misjudging in the other direction, overdoing the interest rate hikes, which would put us at risk of fixing inflation by breaking the job market. Here's where it gets tricky. The rising cost of homes are a big part of inflation. And that's where interest rate hikes are already having an impact.
The Fed's interest rate hiking cycle is taking very clear effect. You can see this in Florida, by the way, but you can see it across the country in the housing market, okay?
The rise in mortgage rates relates to the Fed's actions. At the start of this year, 30-year mortgage rates were around 3.2%. And then as the Fed raised interest rates, the mortgage rates more than doubled to more than 7%, the highest level in 20 years. And that's depressing home sales and with it the prices of homes. In Florida, average home prices peaked 6 months ago at nearly $411,000 and has since nudged down month by month more than $18,000.
That's slowing down, cooling off a housing market that was pretty overheated. And we're seeing that quite clearly in home prices. The thing is that the way these indexes are constructed, it takes, I'd say, 3 to 9 months for that to show up in the inflation reports.
That's a very important point to remember. There's a lag in showing how previous rate hikes are affecting inflation. And that could be the big problem with the Fed continuing to raise interest rates. Some economists fear the Fed is now overcorrecting, and that raising interest rates too much can depress home loans and business loans and drive layoffs, and that we could wind up paying for what they just did 3 to 9 months down the road. And for context on this rate hike today, 0.75 points. Until this year, we had not had a hike that steep since 1994, one of them. Now we're dealing with 4 of them at that level in the course of 1 year, and this year is not yet finished, at the same time that other central banks across the world and their nations are doing much the same thing, which increases the risk not just of a potential recession in the United States, but throughout much of the world. And on top of those 4.75% hikes, we've also had 2 others, again, bringing it to a total of 6 in the course of less than a year.
So, Craig, do we have any idea when the Fed may stop raising rates?
Well, they haven't said. They said they'll keep going as long as it's necessary. They'll watch the data. They have suggested or indicated we could be looking at another increase of 0.5% in December. Could keep going with another rate hike in February as well. But all bets are off at this point. It depends on which way the data turns, of course, in the course of the next couple of months and even the next 2 or 3 weeks.
All right. Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, and speaking of the economy, financial experts say you might have to save more money for your nest egg. Here's more on that. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Well, there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding the state of the economy right now. And according to a new study, you might have to save more money to retire. That new study by Northwestern Mutual finds that Americans will have to save $1.25 million to retire comfortably. For more on this, we're joined by Christian Mitchell, Chief Customer Officer for Northwestern Mutual. Hey, Christian, thanks so much for joining us.
Of course, my pleasure.
let's get right into this. You know, $1.25 million, that's such a daunting number, and it's 20% higher than it was last year. Tell us, what are some of the factors driving this?
Yeah, there are quantitative and emotional factors behind that number. From a quantitative perspective, consumers are certainly watching what's going on with inflation, the cost of gas, the cost of food, and that's contributing to their increasing expectations around how much money they're going to need to save. But I think more importantly, I think the real driver of that big year-over-year increase is people are just feeling a heightened sense of anxiety about the world and their finances in particular. It's what we read on the news, the Fed announcements, chatter in their neighborhoods, around the water cooler at work. All of that is making people more concerned. And so this estimate of how much money they need in retirement, it keeps going up and up.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, especially for me. I don't have anything saved near that, at least I should say. All right, so let's really break this down here for our viewers on Live Now from Fox. When we say $1.25 million, what's the retirement age and how much per year are we speaking about here?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And I think if you look at it from a math perspective, those are the natural questions to ask. But I think the simple truth is people don't know. Finances can be daunting. They don't, it can seem formulaic. And so people really shy away from it. So I often, when consumers are throwing that number out there, it isn't necessarily informed by quantitative analysis or a spreadsheet or an expectation around when they need to retire. It's just a guess. And so it really underscores something that I feel really passionately about, is that the best path to financial security, the best path to retiring effectively, is to work with a financial advisor, someone that can make sense of all of that and can help a consumer think through those questions that you were just asking, which are really the most important inputs as folks think about retirement.
All right, so let's say you're my financial advisor, and let's say I'm 35 years old, and let's say I don't have any money saved up for retirement yet because, hey, I graduated college about 10 years ago, right? And that has been my priority, is to pay off those student loans. What would your advice be to me for someone in my scenario?
First off, I would reassure you that you're not alone, that there are millions of people that are in a similar situation. But the incredible thing that you have on your side is time. You're 35 years old. You have tons of working time in front of you. The decisions that you make today to save a little bit more, to trim, to live in a budget, you have the time for all of those things to compound through time. So though it may seem a little bit scary, $1.25 million relative to not having a lot today, by working together, we can figure out that plan that will really put you on the path to financial security. So that would be my first message of hope and reassurance. Secondly, it's the conversation then goes into, well, tell me about the life you want to live. Do you want to send your kids to college? Are you even married? What kind of retirement do you want to live? Really sketching out that future, having a shared understanding of that vision, and then working backwards from that to create a plan. That's how, if I were your financial advisor, I would really want to start our relationship.
Okay, Christian, let's switch up the scenario here. Let's say someone is older, 45, maybe 50 years old, and they don't have much saved. What would be your advice then?
Yeah, often those folks later in life, they feel a little bit backed into a corner. And while it's true that some of the choices, some of the options may not be as open for them as younger consumers, there's still often lots of things they can do. Contribute more to their 401k, be thoughtful about Social Security, think about lifestyle in retirement. So even for those that are a little bit further along in their career who may feel like they don't have as many options, working with a financial advisor to uncover some of those options, to think about different adjustments that they may make, can still put them on a much better path.
Okay, so again, $1.25 million, that is a lot of money to save for retirement. And the typical person, likely will not be able to save that much. According to data, how much does the average person save for retirement?
It's one of those instances where the averages lie a little bit. We've got a huge population. People are in wildly different circumstances. And as I mentioned earlier, that 1.25, it's a little bit of just like a shot in the dark. It's a guess. For some people, they may actually need significantly more than that. For others that live a little bit more frugally, or perhaps have a pension or other, sources of income, they may actually need less than that. And so it really speaks to this point of each of our individual situations are different. The resources that we have are different. Our aspirations for retirement are different. And so people need to look at that, like the holistic picture of where they are and their aspirations, and then that will help them back into how much to save.
Right. And speaking of resources, many jobs now don't offer a pension plan, and Social Security, obviously, that's something that people can fall back on. And although there has been a recent increase, it still typically isn't enough to cover, people's expenses. So speaking generally, what's the advice that you would give to people out there looking to save for retirement and to get closer to that $1.25 million?
Yeah, so you have to start kind of going through the hierarchy of someone's needs. So, often when our financial advisors are working with clients, they first are looking at the debt situation. Does someone have high interest rate debt? Best to start taking care of that. Next, what is even if you don't have a ton of savings today, what's your greatest asset? It's your future earnings potential. And so let's put in the appropriate protections for that, whether that's life insurance or disability insurance or other ways of making sure that your earning power, your future earning power is protected if, heaven forbid, something happens to you. Then you start getting into looking at 401k, other qualified retirement, and then from there, even additional savings. So you start going through that hierarchy. And that hierarchy applies to people at any age bracket, whether that's someone who's young and just starting their career or someone who's more advanced. And again, it speaks to the depth and complexity that consumers need to grapple with in order to be truly financially secure.
All right, Christian. Well, is there anything else you would like to add regarding this discussion?
There was one other interesting finding in the study that I would highlight. And I would say one of the things I'm really interested in is what is going to be the lasting financial and psychological impact of COVID? How is it going to impact the way we manage our money and spend in the years to come? And I think there was a tidbit in the study that points to something that'll be interesting to follow in the years to come. Specifically, the study showed that consumers are increasingly prioritizing career fulfillment over income. And so I think, the months that we all spent in our basements working on Zoom, it led to a lot of introspection. And so I think what that points to is there's a segment of the population that are thinking about their lives, their personal fulfillment, their hopes and goals differently than just pure, financial optimization. So I think that'll be really interesting to track going forward. And the last thing I would say about that is sometimes consumers think, well, my personal fulfillment or financial security, I need to make a trade-off there. Working with a financial advisor, again, I think you can harmonize those things. You can have that fulfillment, but also have a plan and a set of actions to make sure that you're financially secure at retirement.
That certainly is important as well, having fulfillment in life. Well, Christian, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Take care.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. We want to bring you an update on Speaker Pelosi's husband. He has been released from the hospital after that attack at their San Francisco home. Here's what we know so far. Again, Paul Pelosi has been released from a San Francisco hospital after recovering from surgery to repair a skull fracture and injuries to his hand and arm. We also have a statement from Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. That's the statement you see there. The statement reads, the Pelosi family is thankful for the beautiful outpouring of love, support, and prayers from around the world. Paul remains under doctor's care as he continues to progress on a long recovery process. He is now home surrounded by his family who request privacy. Meantime, we have more news out of Washington, D.C. Officials there, including the mayor, gathered for an update on security and safety for the upcoming holiday season. Here is more on that.
We also know that D.C. residents are arranging to have their packages delivered on days when they know that someone is home, having items sent directly to their Amazon lockers or UPS stores or post office boxes or other pickup sites. It also helps, we know, when neighbors are talking to each other and can work together to bring packages inside once they are delivered. We also want people to use our private security camera rebate program, which helps residents, businesses, nonprofits, and religious institutions purchase and install security camera systems on their property. As of today, we have helped to install 26,000 security cameras throughout D.C. And we know that these security cameras have also been helpful in a wide range of MPD investigations. So if you're interested, please visit ovsjg.dc.gov under the Services tab. We also want to highlight safe exchange zones. These are located within MPD stations, like the one we're at right here at the 5th District. And what people do is if you buy something online and agree to meet someone to exchange money or goods, please do it at its safe exchange zones. We ask you not to meet up with strangers at their home or at your home or a private location. So we want this to be a safe and fun holiday season, and we know working together to make it safe is all of our jobs. So with that, I want to turn to Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I'm going to keep my remarks fairly brief today. I do want to thank Mayor Bowser, City Administrator Donahue, Chief Conti, our 5th District Commander, and his entire team for all the work that they've been doing to keep the District of Columbia safe. I want to thank you all for doing this here in wonderful Ward 5. I want to recognize our partners in maintaining safe communities. We've been joined by the chair of ANC 5D, Jackie Manning, and a host of ANC 5D commissioners. I want to thank them for their partnership, and all the civic leadership who have worked with my office and my team on making sure that people are aware of ways to maintain their safety as we approach this holiday season. The mayor's run down a number of ways that residents can keep themselves safe. I would encourage residents to take advantage of the safe exchange zones. I would encourage residents to take advantage of the options of the delivery services, whatever your delivery service is. They provide about when best to have packages delivered to your home when you're there, locations in which they can deliver packages that are safest for you and your family, and just really encouraging people to communicate. If you have questions about some of the ways that you can maintain your safety during the holiday season, keep your packages safe, then reach out to our agencies, reach out to your ANC commissioners, reach out to my office, reach out to the city commission. Really want to be in partnership to see a successful holiday season. I look forward to celebrating over the course of the holidays, and I also look forward to the continued partnership with Mayor Bowser, Chief Conti, the ANC commissioners, all the wonderful civic leadership, and residents across the District of Columbia so that we can have, yet again, another safe holiday season. Thank you, Mayor Bowser.
Thank you. Chief.
Good morning. I'm Robert J. Conti III, Chief of Police here in Washington, D.C., and I want to thank everyone for coming. As the mayor said, we are heading into the holiday season, and just like my family, many families across the district will be doing some online shopping, and that means packages are going to be arriving on doorsteps. These are crimes of opportunity, and we will hold those accountable who engage in criminal behavior in this space. But we need to work together as a community to stop these crimes of opportunity from happening in the first place. You've heard me say it before. Have a plan ahead of time. Plans aren't just for big events or things like Halloween. Have a plan for your packages as well before they get delivered. Track the package and sign up for email or text notifications. Ask a family member or neighbor to pick them up. Use a package locker like the Amazon locker at our 6th District station. If you live in a building, have a conversation with your building's management about making sure packages stay secure. Beyond having a plan, one of the biggest deterrents is having video cameras on the outside of your home or building. I encourage you all to invest in the mayor's private security camera rebate program. Camera footage plays a critical role in helping us solve cases and hold offenders accountable that choose to engage in criminal behavior. If you already have cameras, take a moment to make sure they are fully operational. That potential evidence is key. Here's a few things for you. Double check that they have space to record or are linked to the cloud. You'd be surprised how many times we receive camera or we attempt to retrieve camera footage and you'll hear the residents say, or you'll check and there's no storage left on there. Make sure that they have a clear view and also capture the area leading up to your home, which is also very important because people will oftentimes walk up the driveway or walk up the walkway as they approach your home, as they approach your package, and it's also really good to just make sure that the angling of your cameras are correct. If you do happen to get your packages stolen, make sure to file a police report as soon as possible. As Mayor Bowser mentioned, last year we saw a slight decrease in the number of package thefts that we had, but we want to make sure that those offenses are being reported so we are actually capturing and tracking where these crimes are occurring. You can call 911 and make the report over the phone.
All right, we are going to cut away from that to bring you live remarks from former President Trump, who is making remarks on the campaign trail in Sioux City, Iowa, on behalf of Republican candidates for Senator Chuck Grassley and Governor Kim Reynolds. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Tonight, but what the hell? I'll show it. I'll get it. I'll lift that hat up sometime. But I want to just thank everybody and hello to Sioux City. It's been fantastic. We were here a long time ago and it started things off, and we've had some fun making our country great again. And then unfortunately we had a roadblock with this character, these people that are there now. It's a disgrace what's happened to our country. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. Just 5 days from now, the people of Iowa are going to re-elect your legendary senator. He's a legend, you know. Chuck Grassley. First time I met him, he said, what do you know about politics? I said, man, this guy's tough. No, he's the greatest. I'll tell you, he's become a great friend of mine. He's like no other, Chuck Grassley. So get him in there. I think he's not going to have a problem. But now I know after this tonight, he's not going to have a problem. And also, you're going to re-elect one of the great governors in our country, Kim Reynolds, as your representative governor. She's been incredible. Everything she does, it just works. And you're going to vote for an incredible slate of true America First Republicans up and down the ballot. And we're going to end crazy Nancy Pelosi's political career once and for all. Right? Right, Jeff? Jeff, oh, you're the greatest. What a job you do. Get ready for the White House, Jeff. Under Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, and the radical Democrat Congress, the Iowa way of life is under siege, and it is a great way of life, a beautiful way of life. Biden and the far-left lunatics are waging war on Iowa farmers, crushing American energy, attacking Iowa ethanol, and strangling Iowa families with soaring prices. And there's never been a president better to, really, I think I can say to any of these great people, is that right, Eric? There has never been a president that has been better to the farmers or better to Iowa than Trump. Okay, that I can tell you, right? Inflation is costing the typical Iowa household $700 every single month. Think of it. $700 inflation. You had no inflation with us. You had no problems with anything, frankly. The southern border is wide open. Millions of illegal aliens are pouring in, a level that nobody's ever seen before, and I think that includes any other country. Violent crime is out of control. The far left is indoctrinating our children with twisted race and gender lunacy in our schools. And just moments ago, a radical left lunatic judge in New York City who is totally controlled by my worst enemies in the Democrat Party and by the New York Attorney General, there's another beauty, who was given his position by them at the request of the out-of-control Attorney General who's let violent crime in New York rage in the state, including murders, robberies, rape, and drugs at levels never seen before. Started a process of property confiscation that is akin to Venezuela, Cuba, or the old Soviet Union. It's communism, what's going on in our country. They're weaponizing the Justice Department. They've weaponized things that were not supposed to be weaponized. Companies are already fleeing New York, as you probably read. You don't have to worry about it here, that I can tell you. But now they will be leaving even faster. What they're doing in New York is unbelievably sad. And it's all coming from Washington, D.C. You know that. There's only one choice to end this madness. If you support the decline and fall of America, then vote for the radical left Democrats. It's very simple. And if you want to stop destruction, save our country, and save the American dream, then this Tuesday you must vote Republican in a giant red wave. Giant red wave. There's no more urgent task for our future of our country than to stop the invasion. And that's what it is. This is like a military invasion. Many of these people are coming out of jails from other countries. They're dumping their prisoners into the United States. But we're going to stop it, and we stopped it once. We're the greatest border, the safest border in the history of our country. We're going to have to do it again. You know that, right? We're going to have to do it again. It was just revealed that this September set yet another all-time record high in illegal border crossings, with 250,000 illegal alien migrants trespassing. They came, they just trespassed right across our border in 1 month. We've never had numbers like this, and it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. We set every record during the summer, and that's very hot. They really come in during the fall, during the winter. You're going to see numbers that you've never seen. I believe you're going to have 10 million people at least. 2 years ago, yeah, we did. And we built the wall, and then we added more. And by the way, 2.5 years they stopped with legal, and we won it all, and we got it built. And that's why we had the best numbers in the history of our country. 2 years ago, we had the strongest southern border in American history. Now it's the worst border, I believe, in the world, because I don't believe that any third world country would allow to happen what's happening to us. I don't believe that. And there's Uncle Sam. Stand up, please, Uncle Sam. It's the greatest. He's a great uncle, and he's the real deal. You know, he follows me around, and I like him. And he's central casting. You are a handsome Uncle Sam, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. He's great. Great guy. Great patriot. Biden, Pelosi, and the radical Democrats spend all their time obsessing over the borders of distant foreign nations that many people here have never even heard of. And Americans deserve to have a Congress and a president who will protect our borders of our nation, right? Don't you think? We deserve a government that will defend our sovereignty, secure our land, stand up for our families, and protect the people of our country. It's called, very simply, America First. We want America to come first. This year, more Americans will die of fentanyl and drug overdose than the number of Ukrainians killed in the gruesome and bloody war that, by the way, would have never happened. What a horrible thing is going on over there. Yet Biden and the radical Democrats do nothing at all to stop the death and devastation caused by this invasion into our country. Since the end of the Trump administration, the drug cartels have seen their revenue skyrocket by an astounding 2,500%. Would you say that's a lot? From $500 million a year, and we were bringing it down. We had the best years in 31 years on stopping drugs, stopping human trafficking, and all other things. But they went up 2,500%, and it's now a $13 billion a year industry. Can you believe it? It's like an industry. The choice this election is very simple. Democrats will defund the police. Republicans will defund the cartels, and we were doing that. Under my leadership, we waged war on the cartels. We ended catch and release. We stopped asylum fraud, and we threw illegal alien gang members out of our country by the tens of thousands. And we got their countries to accept them. They wouldn't take them under the previous administration. We got them to accept. I said, how much do we pay those countries? 3 countries. You know the countries. Sir, it's $750 million a year. I said, tell them we're not paying them anymore unless they take them back. And they said, sir, we'd love to take them back. Nobody's ever asked us quite that way. Not quite that way. We built hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite 2.5 years of Democrat lawsuits to stop it, we won all of them, and we got it built. We completely finished our original plan and then added much more wall and almost got that finished too. 3 weeks they could have had it finished. In 3 weeks, think of it, could have been completed, and that's when I realized something's wrong, because they didn't want to do it. I said, what is going on? Thanks to the open borders policies of the radical Democrats, every day American communities suffer the spilling of innocent blood and the killing of innocent life. Earlier this year, an illegal alien criminal was sentenced for brutally stabbing to death a 33-year-old man and leaving his body in a hotel room in Cedar Rapids, beautiful Cedar Rapids. We have great memories of Cedar Rapids, but that's a real bad thing, really bad. In the sanctuary city of Chicago, an illegal alien was recently arrested for savagely shooting an innocent 41-year-old father in the head at point-blank range and didn't think anything of it, like nothing happened. And just weeks ago, an illegal alien was sentenced for stabbing a New York City police officer in the neck and stealing his gun to shoot other police officers, which he did. He went on a rampage. When Republicans retake control of Congress, we must immediately force the restoration of every single Trump border security measure that achieved the strongest border in the history of our country by far. Right? Instead of doubling the number of IRS agents, we should double the number of ICE and Border Patrol agents. Those are great people, Border Patrol, ICE, and they don't get the kind of respect, and neither does law enforcement. We have to give law enforcement back what they do. They do it better than anybody else. Give them the respect that they deserve. These are incredible people. I've met a lot of them backstage, and they're very thankful. I get every one of them. They endorse us. They know exactly what's going on, and we were doing things on crime that nobody thought were possible, but we're going to have to think about doing it again very shortly, aren't we, huh? We should pass legislation to deport every illegal alien that Joe Biden is unlawfully allowed to break into our country. And if we're going to make America great again, we first have to make America safe again. You can't walk down a sidewalk in Chicago, get hit over the head with a baseball bat from behind and say, gee, we live in a wonderful place. And that's what's happening. People, you see, they're being shoved into subway trains, trains coming along 40 miles an hour. Boom. A man shoved right into the train. These people, it's a horrible, horrible thing. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening now. Nobody's ever seen it because they're not respecting law and order. But with our police, when we give them back their tools, and you know what the tools are? It's up here. The tools is nobody can do it better than them. You'll have law and order again. You'll have respect. You have to respect the police. Right now, if a policeman speaks a little bit loudly, he loses his family, he loses his house, he loses his pension. We're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that anymore. Under the radical left Democrats, the streets of our cities are ruled by bloodthirsty gangs and violent criminals. Much of the crime wave is caused by drug dealers who, during the course of their lives, will kill an average of 500 American citizens. So you have a drug dealer, he or she, over the course of their life, they'll kill 500 people with drugs. And I'm calling for the death penalty for drug dealers and human traffickers, which will, upon its passage, reduce drug distribution and crime the first day by 75%. Crime will go down because so much of our crime is caused by these people. You go to places like China and many, I don't want to get into it because we don't want to be too controversial, but you go to China, you go to Singapore, you go to many countries where they have the death penalty, they have no drug problem whatsoever. The drug dealer says, no, let's go to the United States, a much nicer way to live. No, we have to do it. Not that we want to do it. Nobody wants to talk about that. But if we're going to have a country, we're going to have to do it. We have no choice. With a Republican Congress, we must also pass critical funding to hire thousands more police officers nationwide, to put violent criminals behind bars and to keep them behind bars. And I see all those incredible people back there. Are they allowed to move up here in front of the fake news? I mean, there's thousands of people. Can they be allowed? Come on. Look at all of them. They go so far you can't even see. And you know, I think they could let some people up here. In fact, it'll make you a little bit warmer, you know. You'll be a little closer together. If they can, and I see some great police officers back, if they could, let those people come forward. It would be great. This is a family. We're all a big family. Yeah, let them come. Look, they go so far back. And it always angers me when we give the fake news a better position than the people way back. You know, they have these lenses today. They have these telescopic lenses, Kim, that they can be back another 100 yards and people can enjoy it more. Would you let them back in? Come on, let them get up. If you want safety for your family and security for your community, you need to throw every Democrat the hell out of office and vote for Republicans up and down the line. One of the worst and most sinister aspects of the Biden administration is their complete and total corruption of our justice system and the rule of law. Before our very eyes, Biden and his left-wing handlers are turning America into a police state like something straight out of a communist country. The radical Democrats are locking up pro-life activists, persecuting their political opponents. Nobody can believe this is happening, Kim. It's happening at a level that nobody can believe. They even raided Mar-a-Lago. Can you believe it? They raided Mar-a-Lago. Tell you what I'd like to do. Spying on their political rivals, silencing dissent, and using the full force of government, law enforcement, and the media to try and defeat the greatest movement in the history of our country. MAGA, MAGA. Biden's really been going after MAGA lately. He says, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. You know, MAGA is called Make America Great Again, okay? You know, somebody should explain that. Just this week in Pennsylvania, Supreme Court ruled, in effect, that the 2020 presidential election was rigged. You saw this, just happened this week. They stated that the things that took place with the ballots in 2020 were not allowed. They weren't allowed. Oh, good. That means we won, right? No. But they refused to rule against invalidating the election. But they said, but in the future, they say these fraudulent acts, election irregularities and infractions cannot be done anymore. That's wonderful. Isn't that a terrible thing? So they agree that it was rigged now. And by the way, Wisconsin, so many states are now finding this thing was rigged. But think of it. So Pennsylvania, Kim, you wouldn't let this happen. So Pennsylvania rules, and strongly, that, okay, it was wrong. And by the way, far more votes than needed for victory. Very close. I was up almost 1 million votes at 10 o'clock in the evening with 73% of the vote in. Then all of a sudden, boom, it's a disgrace what's going on between the borders and the elections. In other words, I was right, and the court admitted that, but they say it only matters for future elections. The number of votes discussed, as I just said, was far more than needed to win, and this was only in one form of cheating. This was one form of cheating. There's so many. There's so many you can almost not count. This is a very unfair thing to your favorite president, but what the hell? I've been treated so unfairly. What the hell difference does it make at this point? No, your favorite president, excuse me to all those young people, your favorite president got screwed. That's what happened. Thank you very much. It's true. It's true. Thank you very much.
All right, so we just wanted to bring you some of former President Donald Trump's remarks at this campaign rally in Sioux City, Iowa. As you heard there, he made remarks on the 2020 election. He says it wasn't fair and it was rigged, and we know how the election turned out. That is, in fact, false. And also, we will just continue to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. And we also know that the insurrection is being investigated and that the former president has been subpoenaed by the January 6th committee. Well, we're going to take a short break. We'll have more top stories after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, earlier today, President Biden spoke on the student loan forgiveness program. He says it will go into effect this week. Here are some of his remarks from earlier today in New Mexico.
My wife's a full-time community college professor still, a teacher. And matter of fact, she's teaching today. And the average age of her students at Northern Virginia Community College, before that she taught at the Delaware Community College system, is 29 years of age. An awful lot of people going back, just knowing what they have to do and having a shot. And I want to thank you, Madam President, for hosting us here at your college. It's very gracious of you. And by the way, in case you haven't noticed, you probably have, if not the best, one of the best governors in the United States of America. We've worked, as they say, hand in glove, because we agree on so much. And Senator Ben Ray Lujan, so much of the progress we've made has been because of you, man. You're a great champion of the people of this state. And I want to say, Teresa, you're good. I'll tell you what, man, I could listen to you all day. Seriously, you're really, really, really good. And we're in your district, right? Or we just... Okay, well, okay. Well, well, I want to tell you, the district we're in is pretty good too. I can tell you lack enthusiasm, Congresswoman, and it's really it's contagious. You know, New Mexico's lucky to have you, for real. And the thing I really, and well, I shouldn't go on. But there's enthusiasm. It's one thing to be for something, another thing to be a champion of it. And Melanie, you're filling big shoes taking over for Secretary Holland, who rode down from Washington with me. She never lets me come to New Mexico unless she can oversee it. But she's doing an incredible job as our Secretary of the Interior, the first Native American to ever serve in Canada. And Mayor Keller, thanks for the passport into town. Appreciate it very, very much. Look, folks, here in New Mexico, I want to thank the governor for making it possible for students across the state to go to college for free. And it's been, as I said, working hand in glove. I mean, there's a lot of ways that the federal government can be helpful. A lot of ways it can be a pain in the neck. And I try to get the pain in the neck out of the process. But, we've lowered costs for families. It's no surprise New Mexico has seen one of the fastest, I think either one or two fastest growing increase in college enrollment in the state, in their state, and anywhere in the country. And the other one's New Hampshire. And so I want to understand why this is important. It's important because her leadership is an example for states all across the country. A lot of governors look and say, how'd you do that? There's a lot of ways to do it. And, we talked about them. And you did it. We're here today to talk about a key part of what we're doing nationwide. Student debt relief for millions of working and middle-class Americans is still recovering from the economic crisis caused by the pandemic. When I announced I was going to run for the presidency this time, I made it clear that I had three goals. The first and most important goal was to give middle-class families and working-class families a fighting chance. They've been on the short end of the stick for a long time, across the board. And that's why I said, whether it's the tax policy or whether it's education policy, whatever it is, when the middle class we're going to build this economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That way the folks who are in the bottom part of the scale have a shot, the middle class gets to grow, and the wealthy still do very well. There's never been a time when the middle class, working class are doing well, the wealthy haven't done very well. And the way I think about it is the way my dad talked about it, and the way so many of you at home talk about it around the kitchen table. How much are the monthly bills? At the end of the month, do you have enough to pay for those bills? And what's left over, if anything? Is there enough for just a little bit of breathing room, as my dad used to say? Just a little bit of breathing room. Folks in urban and suburban, rural and tribal communities across the country, our student loan program is designed to give just a little more breathing room, You know, my administration is working to provide up to $10,000 in student debt relief and up to $20,000 if the person seeking the relief received a Pell Grant. Because to receive a Pell Grant, your family income had to be very low. And so you have to make under $125,000 now to get that relief. And for borrowers out of school, nearly 90% of that relief is going to go to people who have incomes under $75,000. And you know, it's a plan for people who took out federal loans before July of this year. And a few weeks ago, we launched a simple online application where you can apply for this debt relief. Folks, just go to studentaid.gov. Fill out your name, your social security number, your date of birth, and contact information. No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and Spanish. It's on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes to do it. And if you need additional information, we'll follow up with you. This is a game changer for so many people. We're hearing from people all over the country about how easy it is to apply. Close to 26 million Americans have already applied, already given us the information to consider, so that they consider life-changing for their families and for them. My commitment when I ran for president was, as I said, the government would work to deliver for ordinary people. Simple application process keeps that commitment that way, just as I'm keeping my commitment to relieve student debt. And I want to state again who will benefit most: working people and middle-class folks. If you earn under $125,000 a year, you'll get up to $10,000 knocked off your student debt. If you earn under $125,000, you'll receive a Pell Grant, and you received a Pell Grant, you get another $10,000. That's $20,000 in relief. Over 200,000 people in New Mexico have student loans, and the average borrower in New Mexico owes just over $34,000. And my plan is going to make a real difference in lowering the monthly cost for families as well. Folks, in total, more than 40 million Americans stand to benefit from this relief. And not a dime of it will go to the top 5% incomes, period. Across America, nearly every Pell Grant recipient comes from a family making under 60 grand. 2/3 come from families making under $30,000 a year. In New Mexico, more than 150,000 borrowers receive Pell Grants to go to college. That's 150,000 New Mexicans who will get $20,000 of their loan wiped off immediately, plain, simple, and it matters. Folks, as I pointed out, my wife has been a community college professor for years, and she's still teaching. Matter of fact, she's teaching today before she goes off this evening to campaign for us. She's traveled across the country meeting students from every walk of life. She's worked, some of the students she meets work 2 or 3 jobs while going to school, putting dinner on the table, helping their kids with homework, staying up late to do their own homework. As Jill says, they only ask for one thing in return: the chance to work hard and build a good life for themselves and their families. Many of those students, just like the students here, have had to borrow money to cover the cost of tuition. Roughly 40% of community college students nationwide receive a Pell Grant. I'm here today to tell you this student loan relief plan is for them as they recover from the economic crisis the pandemic inflicted and pay for their education. It's for folks like Christy, who you just heard from earlier. She went back to school to get a better job, take care of her family, so she could compete in today's economy. She relied on a student loan and a Pell Grant, and she did it while starting a family. Under our plan, she'll have nearly all of her loan forgiven, and it really matters. By the end of this week, the Department of Education will have approved applications of 16 million Americans and sent the necessary paperwork to student loan servicers. And the last step before the 16 million Americans can have their loan discharged. That's 16 million people who will be hearing from the Department of Education that they've been approved and who should be seeing relief in the coming days. But it's temporarily on hold. Why? Well, because Republican members of the Congress and Republican governors are doing everything they can, including taking us to court to deny the relief and even to their own constituents. And every lawyer tells me we've knocked 2 of them out of the way. There's only one thing left in the way, and that's going to happen. As soon as I announced my administration's plan for student debt, they started attacking it. even though I ran on it and everybody knew what I was going to do. Their outrage is just simply wrong. And I might add, I don't want to be too political here, but hypocritical. Fighting them in court, we're not letting them get away with it. I'm never going to apologize for helping working middle-class families as they recover from the economic crisis created by a pandemic. And I don't want... There's an awful lot of mainstream Republicans who they didn't vote for, but who I know support it, but they're a little apprehensive about their situation in the party. I don't want to hear from the MAGA Republican officials who sit in Congress and who had hundreds of thousands of dollars, in one case, over $1 million in pandemic relief loans forgiven. You know, all those folks who had businesses hurt by the pandemic? Well, we stepped in and we helped. Well, those loans are being forgiven. One of the congressmen received $2 million in forgiveness for a loan. Another one, who you know, she speaks a lot about this, Marjorie Taylor Greene and her husband, they got $180,000 in business loans forgiven. And she said, quote, "It's completely unfair for us to forgive student loans for working and middle-class Americans." Representative Vern Buchanan of Florida said our plan was reckless. He got forgiven $2,300,000. You can't make this stuff up. Republican governors wrote me a letter saying that the relief only helps the elite few. Y'all know you're elite? It's nice to know that. I knew you're elite. The elite few. Ted Cruz, a senator from Texas, said you're a bunch of slackers. It says it's for slackers who don't deserve relief. Who in God's name do these guys think they are? And folks, despite what Republican officials say, we can afford the student loan program. It's because of our historic deficit reduction. If we can hold for a second here, you know, when I came to office, I received, and I've got an enormous debt passed on to me, a $2 trillion tax cut, not a penny of which was paid for. And over 98% of it went to the top 1-2% of the public. And guess what? They raised the deficit. But guess what? Because of our historic, we had a very different plan, a very different reduction for all Republicans who voted against this. And they opposed the Inflation Reduction Act. Every single one voted against it, even though some I know were for it. Everyone voted for it, against it. And this year, under the leadership of the Democrats in Congress, and a little help from me, the deficit fell $1.4 trillion. The largest one-year drop in the history of the United States of America. And we cut the federal deficit in half this year. We cut it in half. And this follows last year's historic drop in the deficit of $350 billion reduced last year. And we're going to further reduce the debt over the next decade by another $250 billion. And folks, that's not all. We're relieving student debt. We're also resuming student loan payments that are paused during the pandemic. But come January, folks whose debt isn't fully canceled because of the up to $20,000 they can receive are going to start paying their loans again. But guess what? That means billions of dollars a year are going to start coming back in the Treasury. But my administration has a planned, economically responsible course to ensure the smooth transition to repayment and unnecessary defaults. And so we're focused on going after the fraudsters, who call borrowers and pretend they're from the government to help them with their loans. If you get any questionable calls, any of them, please tell us by going to reportfraud.ftc.gov. Look, folks, my message to fraudsters looking to cheat the American people: don't. We're going to get you. We'll hold you responsible. Look, but here's the other thing. My administration is taking additional steps to make education a ticket to the middle class and folks can actually afford. For example, we're fixing what was called, and it wasn't very well administered, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The idea was if you use your education to go to public service, you can over 10 years have it totally forgiven if you do. And if the program forgives students loans to encourage those students to go into public service, go into public school teachers, become police officers, work with local charities, members of the military, the National Guard. Since I've been in office, more than 250,000 teachers, 235,000 to be precise, nurses, police officers have been able to get over $14 billion in loan forgiveness because we're using them to encourage them to go into these works which we need. We're also proposing change what's called income-driven repayment plans to make it simple and fair. No one with an undergraduate loan today or in the future, whether from a community college or a four-year college, will have to pay more than 5% of their discretionary income to repay their loan, no matter how long it takes. That's income after you pay for the necessities like housing, food, and the like. Only after that, 5% of disposable income. You're currently paying 10%. We're cutting that in half to 5%. And if you still got loans left over after making your payments for 20 years, your debt will be completely wiped out. And I know that sounds strange for the students here, but a lot of people who are my generation a little bit later also have debt still. My son, Bo Biden, who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, passed away after a year in Iraq living next to a burn pit of glioblastoma. He went to 2 universities. He went to the University of Pennsylvania, Syracuse Law School. He ended up with a debt because I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress. I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I got a call when I'd be away campaigning for somebody, I'd call my wife in the morning before she took off to school, see how things were. And I called her one morning. I was up in the state of Vermont campaigning for Pat Leahy. And I said, "Hi, honey, how are you?" She said, "Fine." Well, you know, that's a good start. And she said, "Did you read today's paper?" True story. "Did you read today's paper?" Meaning the local Wilmington papers, Wilmington, Delaware. I said, "No, honey, I didn't see it." She said, "Headline, front page, top of the fold, Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true?" Well, I didn't think you were supposed to make money when you were in Congress. But at any rate, I didn't feel poor. No, by the way, I got elected when I was 29. I had no income. I had little. I was just starting my law practice. But I had a good salary as a senator. I thought that was just fine. But at any rate, those who borrow the original balance of less than $12,000, like community college students, you're going to be done paying that in 10 years if you go into the position of making sure you're involved in public service. And these changes are going to save more than $1,000 a year on average. It's a game changer. Let me close with this message to young people about this nation. I've always believed your generation, the 18 to 30-year generation, represents the best educated, most talented, least prejudiced, most generous generation in American history. And I really mean that. It is. That's why I'm so optimistic about the future. And that today we face an inflection point. One of those moments that only come around every few generations, where there's so much change happening technologically, politically, environmentally, that the decades and the decisions we make now are going to affect the future for a decade or more to come. It's going to set the course. I know your generation may feel like it's an added burden on top of what you've already been through. I'm not saying you have to shoulder the burden alone. The task at hand, though, and the task ahead is the work for all of us. What I am saying is you represent the best of us, the very best of us. Your generation is not going to be ignored. You will not be shunned. You will not be silenced. Just look at what happens when you speak out. 2 years ago, perhaps many of you voted for your first election or volunteered in your first election. You understood the choice and the stakes. Because you expressed your right to vote and elected me president and Kamala vice president, the highest ranking woman ever to be elected in history. Since then, with your help and the help of the Democratic members of Congress here in New Mexico, we've delivered enormous progress for the nation. People are still hurting with inflation. But the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years. We're going to, and by the way, I told the Gov, I got assault weapons banned once in Congress. We're going to do it again. We passed the most significant infrastructure law in 70 years. The only thing bigger was Eisenhower's Highway Trust Program. The first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States has been appointed by Congress. I've appointed more appellate federal judges who are women and African American than every other president in history combined. And the most significant commitment to climate change we've ever engaged in. And if anybody ever doubted climate change, come to Mexico the last 2 years, New Mexico the last 2 years. You see what's happening. So I'm keeping my promise that no one should be in jail merely for possessing marijuana, by the way, just for possession. Nobody should be in jail. Those records should be expunged. And let me close with this. I know it's been a rough few years for hardworking Americans. A lot of families, things are still really tough. But they're bright spots where America is reasserting itself. I look around at all of you, and I've never been, as I said, more optimistic. You know, we've created 700,000 manufacturing jobs in America since we came to office. 700,000. We have invested in new technologies. We invented the computer chip. We're investing literally $200 billion, and it's going to grow in making sure we produce these chips. They're smaller than the tip of your finger, but they run everything from automobiles to your home appliances to your wine, across the board. So we're making real progress. And by the way, a lot of it is just going to kick in beginning in January because we passed this profound legislation on whether it's dealing with the environment or for example, it's estimated that what we did on the environment, we passed legislation providing $368 billion and help to deal with global warming. Well, guess what? It's estimated that that's going to save just in what's available to people for their homes to deal with weatherizing their homes, solar panel, a whole range of things. It's estimated it's going to save the average family American at least $500 a year. And it's going to save the environment. Look, I guess the point I want to make to you, and I'll stop. Our best days are really ahead of us. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. And I mean it. We got to remember who we are. I spent more time with Xi Jinping of China than any world leader has. When I was vice president and when I was out of the office for 4 years when I was a professor and then now as president. 68 hours in terms of on the telephone or in person with him. And he asked me when we were on the Tibetan Plateau, I traveled like 17,000, 18,000 miles with him. He said to me, can you define America for me? I said, yes, in one word. And please always remember, one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world believes anything is possible, and it is. So God.
All right, Biden there speaking on the student loan forgiveness program. He says it will go into effect this weekend. Eligible borrowers will have up to $10,000 forgiven in student loans. And some who were Pell Grant recipients will have $20,000 forgiven. We'll have more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, the family of Gabby Petito have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the Moab City Police Department. That lawsuit is for $50 million. Now, her family gathered earlier today and made remarks regarding this lawsuit. Here is more on that.
We'd like to welcome members of the press here today. Thanks for coming. I'm James McConkey. I'm a member of the law firm of Parker and McConkey. And I'd like to make some introductions just to help people know who's here and the attorneys that are representing the Petitos. We're honored to have Gabby's parents here today. Gabby has 4 parents who loved and raised her since she was a little child. Jim and Tara's loss, and I'll introduce them in a moment, is the same, but their names do not appear in the caption of the lawsuit because of the way the law is written in the state of Utah. If you could just raise your hand, maybe Joe, starting down there. This is Joe Petito, and then Tara. And then we have Nicole, Gabby's mother, and then Jim right there. Okay. There are 2 law firms involved, Parker and McConkey. The lawyers who are representing them from that firm are Brad Parker, Brian Stewart, and Steve Jensen, and myself. Also the firm of Zimmerman Boer, which is an appellate firm. Parker and McConkey is a litigation firm. And Fred Voros, if you'd just introduce yourself, is a member of that firm. He was the retired presiding judge of the Utah Court of Appeals. And we also have Dick Baldwin, who's with us. And Dick is well known for his expertise in the complexities of trial strategy and litigation and presenting issues at the appellate level. It's understand the appellate process. We will proceed by making a couple of short statements. I'll make a brief statement, and I'll ask Dick Baldwin to talk to you for a moment about the document that was filed this morning at 8 a.m., the complaint, and briefly just talk about the causes of action. And then Brian Stewart will speak for a moment and make a statement and answer questions about the lawsuit in general. And then we'll take 15 or 20 minutes and have the family respond to questions. However, the family will not answer questions involving the facts of the case. That's off limits. But as you know, there's an ongoing FBI investigation, and our own investigation continues. But they're here to talk about Gabby and their loss and the purpose of bringing this lawsuit. This morning at 8 o'clock, a lawsuit was filed, the primary cause of which is a wrongful death action, alleging that if the Moab police had followed the requirements of the Utah law, the Utah statutes on domestic violence, Gabby would still be alive today. The family would like me to emphasize that the purpose of this lawsuit is to honor Gabby's legacy by demanding accountability and working for change in the system to protect victims of domestic abuse and violence and to prevent such tragedies in the future. And for that purpose, they've established a foundation which has been very successful. And you can ask them about some of the successes that they have had and the things that they have done to make life safer for those who are involved in intimate partner violence. Intimate partner violence and domestic violence is an insidious problem in our society because the signs and the symptoms to a layperson don't seem threatening, and they're often hidden and they go unrecognized. All these signs and symptoms were present when the police interviewed Gabby and Mr. Laundrie in Moab. And although these signs and symptoms are not recognized by members of the general public, they are recognized by police officers who are trained to stop and intervene in these kinds of situations. Many times, they're the last stop on a course of conduct that can lead to serious violence and death. The signs and symptoms were there when the police interviewed Gabby, but they were not acted upon, even though Utah law required it. Domestic violence is a poison, a silent killer that could very well affect our own lives and our own loved ones. I'll ask Dick now to speak briefly on the causes of action.
Thank you, Jim. This case involves a horrible tragedy where the Petito family suffered the ultimate loss of their daughter. And obviously, litigation can't bring Gabby back, but we believe Utah law provides them an avenue for obtaining some form of justice in this case. In the complaint filed this morning, we've asserted a couple of categories of negligence claims. The first category relates to the way that the officers handled the police stop, their encounter with Gabby and Brian, and describes how the officers failed to recognize telltale signs of domestic abuse to be able to see what was really happening here and misidentifying Brian as the victim in this case, when clearly he was not. Additionally, the officers, they manipulated they intentionally sought out loopholes of Utah law to be able to avoid enforcing non-discretionary law in the state of Utah. The second category of negligence claims that we've asserted are directed at the police department level. First, that the police department failed to properly train their officers to be able to handle these situations and properly identify the aggressor in a domestic violence situation. Secondly, that the department failed to properly hire and screen applicants for officers and hired officers who were entirely unfit to be police officers in the city of Moab. And so those are the causes of actions we've asserted. I'll turn it over to Brian to discuss in more detail what's happening with the litigation.
Thank you, Dick, and thank you, Jim. We appreciate you being here today. I'm going to read a brief statement regarding the lawsuit that was filed this morning and some of the information that we've been learning in just recently, and that you've been learning just recently through the lawsuit and through some reports that have already been published. And then I will take any questions that you have and give you the best answers that we can now based on the information that we have. It is an honor to represent Gabby here today, and it has been an honor to represent her parents, Nicole and Jim, Joe and Tara. Their resilience and determination to use their tragedy to effect positive change and save lives has been an inspiration to millions. Gabby's story has already saved many lives by giving victims the courage to report abuse and to leave violent relationships. They did not take this decision to file a lawsuit lightly. Their desire has never been to simply blame police for their loss. They are grateful for the many devoted officers that take an oath to uphold the law, to serve and protect. They relied on these officers to uphold the law, to serve and protect their daughter. However, when it became clear that the officers involved did not fully investigate the threat that Gabby faced and did not follow the law, they knew they owed it to Gabby to demand accountability and change. They will continue to do that difficult work through the Gabby Petito Foundation and through this civil lawsuit. Now, recently, brave witnesses have come forward with other evidence that has come to light that add new dimension and understanding to how the officers performed in their investigation and their treatment of Gabby that day. The witnesses and evidence that have come forward have demonstrated that Officer Pratt himself has been a domestic abuser who has misused authority and threats of violence to control and intimidate sexual partners, making clear why Officer Pratt was fundamentally biased in his approach to the investigation, identifying with Gabby's abuser, ignoring the victim and her injuries, and intentionally looking for loopholes to get around the requirements of Utah law and his duty to protect Gabby. Based on what we have learned from these multiple sources, we believe that the Moab City Police Department knew or should have known that Officer Pratt, who has a history of pervasive professional and sexual misconduct, including sexual harassment and intimate partner violence, was unfit and unsafe to be a police officer. We hope that they will do that investigation now and take appropriate action. The legislature foresaw the risk of injury and death that happened in this case. And they wrote the statute in such a way that they gave the responsibility to intervene to police officers, to law enforcement, to enforce the law as written by the legislature. And Officer Pratt understood that. Gabby's death was foreseeable and preventable. In a chilling description of Gabby's life-threatening situation and a stunning self-indictment of his own decision to find a loophole to avoid enforcing the law, Officer Pratt stated at the scene, "You know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people. The reason they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to be separated. They don't want him to be charged. They don't want him to go to jail. And then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and they end up getting killed." Nevertheless, Pratt intentionally chose not to follow the statute and even stated, "I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law." We believe that Gabby would be alive today if he had done his job to enforce the law as written and protected Gabby that day. I'll now take a few questions and do my best to elucidate any points that are unclear.
The Supreme Court has a high threshold for.
And so this wasn't an act of discretion. It was a knowing violation of the requirement of the law.
So are you saying that all police departments need to be making arrests in situations like this?
I'm saying that
Use the word
all
mandatory.
I'm saying that all police departments need to follow the law as it is written.
Since government immunity shields people from courts in Utah, why does statute matter? And can you explain the constitutional arguments on page 4 of the complaint?
Right, and I'm going to let Dick answer the questions on the governmental immunity. I think he's the best person to answer those.
So without getting too much into the weeds, a unique feature of Utah is that Utah's Constitution, since its founding, has recognized or protected the right of action for wrongful death. And the Utah Constitution provides that that right shall not be abrogated. And so our argument, or we believe that Utah law protects a claim, including against officers or people who've been given immunity for acts, including negligence or anything else, that leads to a wrongful death under the Utah Constitution as it was originally understood under, an originalist framework for the Utah Constitution.
Are there any other questions with respect to the pleadings or the?
I wanted to ask about what Moab City said in their statement to us this morning, and that is that no one could have predicted the tragedy that befell Gabby based on that one encounter. How would you respond to that?
I would respond to that saying that the legislature foresaw this situation, and that's why they wrote the law the way that they did. And Officer Pratt also foresaw that outcome. Not that it would happen every time, but that it was a potential outcome when these circumstances were present. And he said in no uncertain terms that this is why they don't have discretion to not arrest. And nevertheless, he chose to try and find a way to not follow the statute that day. And so we believe, in response to Moab's statement that their officers should have followed the law, and that if they had done that, that Gabby would still be alive. I think we'll probably allow some time to ask.
You're welcome to address your questions to a particular member of the family. They won't answer questions on the facts of this case, the ongoing investigation, but they will respond on how they feel and why they're bringing this lawsuit. So feel free to go ahead.
Are they going to approach the mics, or are they going to be?
Well, I think if you'll ask the question, then I'll have them come up and stand here, recognizing that you need to have their voices loud and clear.
Joseph, can you tell us a little bit about the intentions of this lawsuit? I know James talked a little bit about it, but from the family's perspective, can you talk a little bit about that and why you're pursuing this?
Some things need to change. And I guess there's been some things in the past that I have read and changes haven't happened. And those changes need to come, and unfortunately, this is the way that's the best way to have those changes made. And it's that simple. No one here, the four of us don't want to be here. We'd give it up in a second if she was back. Are there any other questions for me? Thank you, everyone.
Nicole, can we ask you a couple of questions as well, too? Part of the lawsuit was the loss that you and Joseph and your loved ones have suffered. Can you expand a little bit about that? Tell the public what this has done to you and your family.
Well, we're pretty broken because of it. We miss her so much, but we saw it as an opportunity to help other families. Again, I would reiterate that we'd have her back in a heartbeat because she's what's important. But we feel we need to bring justice because she could have been protected that day. There are laws put in place to protect victims, and those laws were not followed. And we don't want this to happen to anybody else. And it keeps happening. They know it keeps happening. So we just want to stop it.
Notice this picture behind your obviously. I'm thinking that maybe perhaps you guys chose this. Can you say why people seeing this picture? What does it mean to you? This is one of your favorite photos.
She's so happy. She's just happy. That's who she was. That smile. She was a light, and she still is a light. She's helping so many people through us. We have stories. People tell us that her story inspired them to get out of a relationship or inspired them to change their life and just be a better person and travel, whatever it is. She's inspiring so many people. We're just proud of her.
I know this is hindsight, but did she ever give any of you any indication that there was trouble on the horizon?
Yeah, we're not really, I've said it before, we didn't know that Brian was who he was. We just didn't know. There was no indication of that.
Talk about your foundation. This is something that you guys are very proud of. And I think the attorney said that many lives have been saved because of this, because of Gabby. She's a light to many people. Talk about that.
We just, like I said, saw it as an opportunity to help people, and through the foundation, we were able to reach millions of people all over the world. And you know, we're helping other organizations. We're partnering with them that help missing persons as well as domestic violence. We just hope that our foundation can bring the changes needed on that level. As parents, we want to make a lot of changes, and we hope our foundation can help with that. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
Yeah, it's Gabby's story really resonated with a lot of people across the world, and I guess they saw her in themselves and recognized their potential for the situation that they were in being bad. And we've received a lot of messages from people that since we had started the foundation and we started partnering with a lot of these other organizations out there and trying to bring more awareness to the world about it, that it helped recognize that they were potentially in bad situations and now they're doing better. Initially, when we had started the foundation, we had partnered with the Domestic Violence Hotline. They were one of the first organizations to reach out to us, among others. And they allowed us to put a link on our website directly to their website, where someone could go to them for help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They could get online assistance with that. They could speak to somebody right there, and they have additional services they can provide. And in the short time from the time in October of last year, when we got that up on our website, linked to their website to get help, to right around the beginning of December, they had told us that in that short time alone, that they were able to track over 350 people that had come to our website looking for help, looking for assistance, and were directed to them. And not only went to their website and just looked at it, but were actively receiving help for their situation that they were in. So for us, that was monumental to hear that, you know, in just a short time that many people were impacted, and that number has grown since that point on. And we've had more organizations that specialize in domestic violence, even missing persons, search and rescue organizations reach out to us, mainly because of the notoriety of Gabby's case, we believe, but because people seem to respond to it and listen to it. And we've been able to start working with them behind the scenes and quietly do what we can to assist other people.
Just want to add something here.
All right, so we were hearing from the family of Gabby Petito concerning that wrongful death lawsuit that they have filed against the Moab Police Department. For more on this, we want to bring you a report from Fox 5 New York news reporter Brianna Arredondo. Hey, Brianna, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Tell us more about this wrongful death lawsuit. What is the family alleging?
Yeah, so Gabby Petito's family tells us that, this lawsuit is basically about justice for their daughter. It's also about accountability. They say that the police really should have not missed any warning signs, missed any steps that could have cost a life.
Pain will never ease.
We're pretty broken because of it.
Gabby Petito's parents hope for change more than a year after her death at the hands of her fiancé, Brian Laundrie. Attorneys for her family filed a $50 million wrongful death lawsuit Thursday, making new claims against Moab City Police in Utah.
But we feel we need to bring justice because she could have been protected that day.
They say officers missed warning signs and found loopholes. Plus, attorneys shared that witnesses came forward claiming one of the responding officers, Eric Pratt, was accused of domestic violence himself in 2017.
We believe that the Moab City Police Department knew or should have known that Officer Pratt, who has a history of pervasive professional and sexual misconduct, including sexual harassment and intimate partner violence, was unfit and unsafe to be a police officer.
Legal analysts say the lawsuit will be tough to prove.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things in this case is the failure to train, the failure to supervise, and the failure of law enforcement to do what they should have done in conducting this investigation.
An internal investigation in 2021 did find missteps and prompted changes.
And now what the family is saying is that because they didn't do these things, because they weren't trained, because they didn't identify the signs of domestic abuse, Gabby Petito would have been killed.
Survivor advocates say these moments show why training is critical, and what Gabby described as hands near her face was a missed opportunity.
Having, his hands near her neck is a little bit predictive of something that could be, go wrong in the future. So none of us have a crystal ball. We don't know for sure, but certainly there are warning flags, red flags.
So suing police makes a point, one Gabby's family hopes will resonate across the country.
There are laws put in place to protect victims, and those laws were not followed. And we don't want this to happen to anybody.
Pain will never ease.
And Moab City Police Department, they say that they're fighting this lawsuit. They say that Gabby Petito's death, of course, was a terrible tragedy, but they say that their officers are not responsible for her murder.
All right, Brianna, thanks so much for bringing us the latest details on this situation. We appreciate it. Well, we're going to take a short break. We'll have more top stories after this.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on your Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're coming up on the top of the hour, almost 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost 10 o'clock there on the East Coast. Live Now look at this shot in Sioux City, Iowa. Former President Trump just wrapped up a rally there. Looks like our shot froze. He just walked off the stage. He was stumping on behalf of some of the Republican candidates there in Iowa, including longtime Republican Senator Chuck Grassley, who also spoke at this rally there today, who's really in the fight of his life for re-election there in the Senate in Iowa. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that race there. Also, Live Now look here in Philadelphia, outside of Citizens Bank Park, where Game 5 of the World Series is happening as we speak. Let's get an update on the score as well. I believe it is, well, the series, rather, is tied 2-2. So the Astros have won 2 and the Phillies have won 2. And right now it is the bottom of the 5th inning and the Astros are up 2-1 against the Phillies right now in Game 5. So if you're an Astros or Phillies fan, no doubt you are watching that. Houston up by 2, though, at the top of the 5th inning. Okay, let's focus on some more of these midterm election-related headlines. We want to hear now from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera about where the races stand, what the candidates are doing, what President Biden is doing 5 days out from the midterm elections.
In a primetime speech Wednesday, President Biden laid out the stakes of this year's midterm elections.
I hope you'll make the future of our democracy an important part of your decision to vote and how you vote.
His address comes as Democrats try to find a closing message in the final stretch before Election Day. Democrats are facing political headwinds even in typically blue New Mexico, where the state's Democratic governor is in a competitive re-election bid against her Republican opponent. The president is in New Mexico and California Thursday.
We're playing in seats where you're watching Democrats now funneling money to seats that Biden won by 20 points. That is unheard of that they're worried. They're worried about coastal seats in California.
Notably absent from the president's trip out west are stops in Arizona and Nevada, where Senate races could determine control of the upper chamber.
The president has a lower approval rating than all of the Democrats that are running for Senate. And so that's not helpful necessarily.
But he's not the only big name heading to deep blue strongholds. Vice President Kamala Harris and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton are also campaigning alongside New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who's trying to fend off a challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin.
It is an uphill battle in a midterm election to convince people to get out and vote, whereas the other side is motivated because they want change at any cost.
Democrats are hoping to keep as many governor's mansions in their control as they will be crucial in helping to enact the president's agenda. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Okay, if you've been with us throughout the course of the day here, we have been showing you so many of these campaign rallies in so many different states. So it's kind of hard to choose right now which one we should go to first to let you see and hear from some of the candidates. What we're going to do, maybe let's go to Georgia right now. We heard from Governor Brian Kemp. We heard from his Democratic challenger, Stacey Abrams. Also, Herschel Walker and Senator Raphael Warnock holding kind of dueling events as well. Let's just play some of those Brian Kemp remarks for you right now.
Rahul, you want to go first question? Governor, I want to ask you about the story that came out from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Axios about the rollout of the $350 checks you did for low-income Georgians, some of the issues that came up with that, and maybe even legal issues. Can you address those legal issues? And then one of the people raised the issue that this may have been rushed because of the election. Can you address the issues and then possibly what was going on with the rollout?
Well, it's a typical AJC story. Just a few days before the election, we're very proud of the rollout. We're very proud to be getting money in the people's hands that need it most with Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation, a disaster at the gas pump. If you look at literally the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been distributed to hardworking Georgians, helping them fight through this, we're very proud of that. I'm not concerned about any legal issues. Now, look, anytime the government's giving large amounts of money away, you're going to have fraud and abuse and theft. But that's a lot different than hacking or other things that have been alleged. So I'm very confident with what we're doing.
We're going to go right here to Hunter.
Yeah. The other day, Stacey Abrams and John Ossoff were here. They said they don't believe the polls that show that she's behind. Do you believe the polls?
I don't care. I mean, they may not believe the polls. I don't care about the polls. The polls are going to be this coming Tuesday, which is why we need all our people to get out and vote. We are not resting on our laurels. We are not thinking we got this. We have got to get every single vote that we can get. And listen, we have a message for every single voter that's out there. I mean, that's why we're going to non-traditional Republican areas. We're doing non-traditional means of media to reach individuals all across this state. And our ground game doing the same thing, and that's why I think we're going to have a good night. But it's not over. We got 4.5 days now to go, and we're going to work hard every one of them.
Riley. Governor, I'm curious how you feel about the statewide slate in general. How optimistic are you for the other races, particularly the U.S. Senate race?
Well, listen, I think the clear momentum's on our side. The Democrats are divided. They've spent just an unprecedented amount of campaign, especially Abrams and Warnock, and it's not moved the needle for any of them. Georgians are hurting out there. And I think that's why we've been focused on fighting inflation, keeping people working in this state, getting their kids back in the classroom, giving economic opportunity in all parts of the state for a very long time now. We've been focused on crime for a very long time now. Their party won't even acknowledge that. They're talking about issues that don't even matter to the people right now. And Joe Biden was a great example of that last night with whatever that speech was about. I wish he'd have been talking about inflation, our domestic energy policy, the disaster at the border, why he raised taxes on hardworking Georgians and hardworking Americans, why they're spending more money when we already have 40-year high inflation, and what is he going to do about it? They're out of touch. They're out of touch with what people are feeling out there. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck right now, and people are happy in Georgia because we have kept them working. Our economy's off the charts, and we're doing things to help them fight through inflation, like refunding their tax money instead of raising it, like Democrats in Washington are doing. And we suspended the gas tax since March to help Georgia families and Georgia businesses, just like the one we're at, fight through that.
Sorry to cut you off. So you're optimistic, in short, about the Republicans?
Yeah, I'm optimistic, but we're also running like we're 5 points behind.
Governor, Georgia's in the unique position that it has a budget surplus. You and Stacey Abrams differ on how that money should be spent. Why is your plan better?
Well, for one, if Stacey Abrams had been governor the last 4 years, we wouldn't have that record excess revenue because she would have had our state locked down. She said it with her own words. But because we have that, when we get back in January, we're going to do another $1 billion tax refund. We're going to put the money back in the pockets of hardworking Georgians. Stacey Abrams wants to spend one-time money on big government programs. And what that means for Georgians, if it were to happen down the road, she's going to come back and do just like the Democrats did in Washington. She's going to raise your taxes. We're going to take another $1 billion of your money, and we're going to give it back to the homeowners in this state in the form of a one-time property tax relief grant to help people fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation and really the policies that Stacey Abrams supports and embraced when he ran for president.
She said this is the worst state to live in, too.
Who do you work for?
Patricia, do you have anything?
Governor, if you end up pulling this race up, let's just say, what message does that send to the rest of Republicans around the country, given your feud with Donald Trump, with the way you have moved forward without eliminating Trump voters? What does that say about the Republican Party?
Well, I'm going to focus on that right after we win this race. But until then, we're going to stay focused on getting the vote out.
Your message to Latino voters?
Well, Latino voters in this state have had a credible opportunity over the last 3.5, almost 4 years, because we have allowed them to have the opportunity to continue to work in their jobs, especially if they're small business people like I am for over 35 years. We have pushed to get their kids in the classroom. A lot of Latino voters, they can't go to work if their kids are not in the classroom. And 2 years ago, when I was fighting to do that, Stacey Abrams was criticizing my decisions. And also, look, we're going to continue that in the future of this state. We're the state that values our workforce, no matter what your background is. And you look at the opportunities that we have. We've got an incredible slate of minority candidates that are running. I appointed our insurance commissioner, John King. He's on the ticket with me. He has served this state with distinction. We're going to make history on Tuesday when we elect him for the first time ever, the first Latino constitutional officer in our state's history. He's a good man, and he'll continue to serve well. But we also have a good friend of mine, Ray Martinez, that's running to be a member of the General Assembly. I think Ray's going to win. He is Latino. We have Sue Hong, that's an Asian, that's running. I was in Cartersville yesterday with the person that I appointed to be the first Indian American district attorney in our state, Samir Patel. He got a bigger ovation than I did up there. Those people love him. So, you know, we are the party representing everybody right now. The Democrats are the party of the elite. You know, look where we're campaigning. The Democrats are running around with Hollywood celebrities, where Stacey Abrams' money came from, and people that are inflation proof, like President Obama and Oprah Winfrey.
We can do one more, guys.
Are we going to see you with Herschel Walker before Election Day?
Might. I mean, we're certainly open to that. I know he's got his own schedule, but look, I'm working hard to get the whole ticket elected. If our paths cross, we'll be glad to have him, glad to rally, glad to get the vote out. You know, the question Georgians are going to have to ask themselves, are they going to vote for somebody that voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time, or are they going to go and vote for somebody that they feel like is going to fight for them in Washington, D.C.? To me, that's a pretty clear choice.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp there taking questions from reporters on this campaign bus tour that he's been on throughout the state of Georgia. Speaking of President Biden, we just got this Live Now look up in San Diego. And President Biden's going to be appearing with Democratic Congressman Mike Levin. Mike Levin represents California's 49th congressional district. He's also in a very, very tough re-election battle with the Republican there in that district. So President Biden was in New Mexico earlier today, now traveling to San Diego, where he'll appear with Mike Levin there, congressman from California's 49th congressional district, at this event. So a little bit after the, 7 o'clock hour here, we want to get into more of these top election-related candidate events. You just heard from Brian Kemp. Let's hear from his Democratic challenger, Stacey Abrams, today.
Okay. Sometimes I forget my name, so it's helpful. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Justin, for such a generous introduction, but more importantly, thank you for your vote. I am honored to be here with my friends, the next Attorney General of the great state of Georgia, Jen Jordan, the next Labor Commissioner of the great state of Georgia, William Bodie. And just in case there's some confusion, my name is Stacey Abrams, and I intend to be the next governor of the great state of Georgia. Now, I grew up in Mississippi, came of age in Georgia. When I lived in Mississippi, my mom was a librarian. My dad was a shipyard worker. My mother was the head librarian who sometimes made less money than the janitor who cleaned the college where she worked. My father was a shipyard worker who didn't have the opportunity to join an extraordinary labor union like the labor unions we have here in Georgia. And so when my father got hurt on the job, it took 7 years to get his workers' comp claim processed because he didn't have a labor commissioner like William Bodie standing behind him. My parents were what people call working poor. My mother didn't like that, so she called us the genteel poor. We didn't have any money, but we read books and we watched PBS. My parents raised us with 3 values: go to church, go to school, and take care of each other. They say go to church because they wanted us to be grounded in a faith that was larger than ourselves. They wanted us to have the faith that Harriet Tubman had. That no matter what the winds of change would do to you, the Lord would see you through. And that's why I'm so proud I spent this morning in fellowship at a prayer breakfast here in Macon. My parents said that my faith was a shield to protect. It was never to be used as a sword to strike people down. My parents said go to school because they knew education could change our lives, and we see an example of it right there. My parents said you go to school every single day. I didn't miss my first day of school I missed was 10th grade. And my mom made me to go to school for 1 day with mumps because she just thought I had a swollen gland. But my parents believed in education because it changed their lives, and they would tell us you can lose your job, You can lose your house, they can take your car, but no one can take what's in your mind. And so they raised me to believe in education. My parents would also tell us that our job was to serve others. Now, there are 6 of us, so part of that was just the free babysitting. But what my parents really wanted us to know was that no matter how little we had, there was someone with less. Your job was to serve that person. My dad's way of putting it was a lot simpler. He said having nothing is not an excuse for doing nothing. And I'm standing here because I plan to do for the state of Georgia. Well, we moved here when I was a junior in high school, and both of my parents got called into the ministry. We were working poor in Mississippi. We got to Georgia, we were just broke. My mom and dad went to Emory University to do their Masters of Divinity, and I went to DeKalb County High Schools. I graduated in 1991 as the valedictorian of my high school. Well, thank you. That was 30 years ago, but I'm still proud. But when you're graduating as valedictorian in Georgia, one of the perks is that you get invited to the governor's mansion. Now, I was mildly interested in meeting the governor. I was very interested in going to a mansion. I watched a lot of General Hospital as a child. And I really wanted to see this mansion. And so that morning, my mother and my father got up with me, and we took my brothers and sisters to church. And when we came home, we went outside and got back on the bus. You see, my parents didn't have a car. We had one in Mississippi. It broke down when we got to Georgia, and my parents could never afford a new one. And so we took MARTA all over the city of Atlanta. We didn't think anything of it. There was public transit, and we used it. And that Sunday, we got on the MARTA bus, and we went from Decatur all the way to Buckhead. We get off the bus, we walk across West Paces Ferry, walk up the driveway, we get to the top where the guard gate is sitting, and the guard comes out, and he looks at me, and he looks at my parents, and he says, "This is a private event, you don't belong here." And my dad says, no, this is my daughter Stacy. She's one of the valedictorians. But the guard doesn't ask my mother for the invitation that's tucked in her purse. He doesn't look at the checklist that's in his hand to see if my name is on it. Instead, I remember with clarity him looking over my shoulder at the MARTA bus that was pulling away, a bus that had workers on it and families on it, that had students on it, people who needed to get around. And the sneer on his face when he looked back at me said that he hadn't changed his mind. And he made sure I knew it, because he said, "Look, I told y'all this is a private event. You don't belong here." Now, my parents moved us to Georgia to become ministers, but they were not pastors yet. And so my mother may have questioned the quality of his upbringing. My father absolutely told him where he was going to spend eternity if he didn't find my name on that list. And after a little bit of engaged discussion, this gentleman finally checked the checklist, and he found my name on it, and he let us inside. But the thing of it is, I don't remember meeting the governor of Georgia. I don't remember meeting my fellow valedictorians from 180 school districts. My only clear memory of that day is standing in front of the most powerful place in Georgia, looking at this man and having him look at me and tell me I don't belong. But in 5 days, I plan to open those gates wide in the state of Georgia. We're going to open those gates wide in the state of Georgia. And Macon, Bibb County, you're going to make it so.
All right, you've been listening in to Stacey Abrams there in Macon County, she said, on the campaign trail. Of course, she's doing it all again. The matchup is the same as it was in 2018. She's going up against Republican Governor Brian Kemp a second time, and we'll see how that race ends up. We know that she has been trailing Kemp by about 5 or 6 points throughout the cycle. So that's one race we'll be watching on election night there in Georgia. All right, the road to the election is just 5 days away. We're going to take a quick commercial break. So many of these candidates were out there on the trail, and many current office holders, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and so many other former office holders, some big heavy hitter, big names from both sides of the aisle were also on the trail. We'll have more on that when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. This is Andrew Kraft here. You're taking a Live Now look there at this rally in San Diego. And, of course, President Biden will be making remarks there. He's campaigning on behalf of Democratic Congressman Mike Levin, who's really in the tough re-election battle of his career there. He represents California's 49th congressional district. And so once President Biden, once the congressman step up to the rally there and the podium, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, let's get a sense of where these races stand, where all these candidates are, where President Biden is, where Vice President Harris is. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has this report.
There are rallies, bus tours, and get out the vote events from coast to coast.
Well, hello, Monroe, Georgia!
With just days to go, President Biden is on a 3-day, 4-state campaign swing, starting in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
5 days to go, and until the most important elections in our lifetime. And that's not hyperbole. It's going to shape what the next two generations look like.
Then he's hopping to California for an event with a Democratic congressional candidate, as his party hopes to hold on to power in Congress.
We are going to keep the Senate in Democratic hands.
But Republicans are sounding more optimistic ahead of Election Day.
I've been campaigning all across the country. The rallies that we're having are way bigger than theirs.
As they see more races within their grasp.
Why would any voter feel motivated to go vote for more of what we have right now?
Another heavy hitter on the campaign trail, former President Trump, kicking off a swing of Iowa, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio to rally for his candidates.
You want to stop destruction, save our country, and save the American dream, then this Tuesday you must vote Republican in a giant red wave. Giant red wave.
On Saturday, more presidential power on the trail for Pennsylvania's Senate race. President Biden and former President Obama will campaign together. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. Okay, like she said there, President Biden expected in San Diego any moment now. Live Now look there at the rally crowd and the stage there. We'll show you some of this when it happens. This is a live picture in San Diego. We just also got this shot up here in Arizona. Take a look at this. That is a Kari Lake campaign event right there. Obviously, she is vying to be the next governor of Arizona on the Republican ticket. So this rally is happening. We'll also kind of dip into that as well. Live Now look, though, in New York City. A major race heating up there, the governor's race between Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul and her Republican challenger, Congressman Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin is creeping up, in the polls at least, to Kathy Hochul. Well, earlier today, Lee Zeldin held a campaign rally. Let's listen in.
Of New York, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you to Elise. We were elected together in 2014, and she's just doing a fantastic job representing her district. Excited to see how much more influence her district is about to have in January, because the Republicans are going to be retaking the House, and I'm sure that Elise is going to be serving in even more important capacities to be able to deliver for her district, this region, and for New York State. We're excited about tonight's turnout. This is now expected to be our 5th rally in 6 days, where over 1,000 people attended. And if you think about it, as far as trying to assess who has the momentum, who has the energy right now, going into the home stretch with 5 days to go, you can pack every single Kathy Hochul rally with every headliner: Kamala Harris, Jill Biden, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. Every single one of them can be packed into tonight's rally. And we've now seen that for several days in a row. So great energy that's out there. People are so ready to fire Kathy Hochul. People are energized to be able to restore balance to Albany. They want to restore balance to Washington. And, this is a coalition of Republicans and Democrats and independents. This really isn't a Republican versus Democrat race when you see so many disenfranchised Democrats and independents saying, you know what? I want safety and security on my street. I want balance. My party's gone too far left. We can reduce energy costs and reverse the state's ban on the safe extraction of natural gas. There are these pipeline applications up in Albany that instead of getting delayed and denied should instead be getting approved. People of all walks of life want to improve the business climate and have state agencies that are supporting business rather than prosecuting businesses. New Yorkers are ready. And we've had periods over the course of decades where that moment in time the state was at a crossroads and everyone stepped up united as New Yorkers to take control of our destiny as a state. And this is one of those moments where everyone's just decided we're going to work together and get this done. We'll have an important message, obviously, Tuesday night to share with New Yorkers. I would say for right now, we need everybody to get out and vote. And we often talk about this, we all talk about this as we travel along. It is a right to vote that we are given. It's our duty. Anyone out there who wants to claim to be a proud American, I would argue it's your obligation, it's your responsibility. We're going into a midterm election, and usually the midterm elections have lower turnouts than presidential elections. And what we're seeing is that there are these places throughout the state where I wouldn't be surprised if you see presidential level turnouts. And there are people who view voting as a game day decision. And for all of our supporters out there, we need every single one of you to show up. We are sure that we win this race on Tuesday as long as all of our supporters do everything in their power wherever they are across New York, taking absolutely nothing for granted. There's a big, as long as. The great news is that that's what we're seeing. And there are a lot of great candidates who are here running for office, statewide office, local office, Congress, state Senate, state assembly, local races for judge and whatnot. This is one team. This is one ticket, top down, bottom up. We're all working together. We have shared goals for this state. And, with all apologies to Prince, as I thought of a few days ago, I think New York is ready to party like it's 1994. Governor Pataki's been out on the trail. He's seeing the flashbacks. And the last few polls before that race all had him down. Every poll. The last 6 public polls that last week, 4 of the 6 had him down by double digits. The Daily News poll at the time was considered the poll that always determined which one was going to be the winner. And he was really hoping that that poll was going to come back and show him up, and it said that he was down by 14 points. The average was 11.5. He won by 3.5. And by all accounts, no one's estimating that this is going to be a double-digit loss. And as the polls get closer, Election Day gets closer, the polls get tighter and tighter. And now we're starting to see some polls that are showing it dead heat or even a little bit up. Kathy Hochul has not gotten any stronger at any point during this route. It's just been us creeping up to what is right now a dead heat. And the goal is that you peak on Election Day. And that's what we plan on doing. And I look forward to working with all New Yorkers to get to work right away. Regardless of whether you are the furthest left member of the state legislature or the furthest right, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. More access for the media, for you to be able to ask what questions that you want to ask of us, more of a seat at the table for all state legislators, regardless of whether you're a majority or minority. And I look forward to working with.
All right, we're going to keep it moving here. You've just been listening into Lee Zeldin there in New York, joined by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. Remember, she's the number 3 most powerful in the Republican conference there in the House. But Lee Zeldin invoking the name of the last Republican governor of New York, George Pataki, back in '94. He wants to do the same. New York, obviously, in Democratic hands since then, at least at the State House in Albany. But In the obviously, in the event of fairness, we want to show you Lee Zeldin's opponent today because many prominent Democratic names came out to support his opponent, Governor Kathy Hochul, including Vice President Kamala Harris, and also former Secretary of State, former First Lady Hillary Clinton was there. Let's listen to some of what Kathy Hochul had to say there on the campaign trail.
So on fire. I have been waiting for this opportunity to come here and to count down the days until we make history once again. And I'm so proud to have been introduced by someone who made history in her lifetime herself. Our secretary, our former First Lady, our senator, our friend, Hillary Clinton. What a woman. She has been a source of inspiration for me for decades because I've learned from her when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And there's nobody tougher than our very own Hillary Clinton. I thank her for being here to remind us of the power of the vote. I also want to thank the speakers who came before. Thanks to this college for welcoming us, Barnard College, and to all the students. You heard from our extraordinary Attorney General. She is a fighter. You do not want to get in the way of Letitia James. She is a fighter. You heard from our Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, who's been delivering for us, bringing back the money from Washington right here in New York State so we can spend it to lift up all of our citizens. Let's give a round of applause. You also heard from my friends in Congress. You heard from Nydia Velázquez, a true leader who's a real fighter. I've worked with her for many years. And someone, you may not know this, but Carolyn Maloney, when I was running for Congress a decade ago, when no one thought I could possibly win in the most Republican district in the state of New York, they said, no way, no how, won't happen. And a lot of people walked away from me. Carolyn Maloney used to call me every single day and leave a voicemail. If I didn't answer, she said, Kathy, you're a winner. And then she'd hang up. Kathy, you're a winner. Then she'd hang up. Kathy, you're a winner. And then when I went to Congress, because no one thought I'd win, I didn't even have a place to stay. I literally shared the bedroom next to her. We shared a bathroom for 6 weeks because she's that close to me. And I want to thank her for her extraordinary leadership in our House of Carolyn Maloney. And my supporters and friends in Albany, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, no longer. And with all love and respect to our Speaker, Carl Heastie, now there's no longer 3 men in a room. There are 2 women and a really good guy in the room. So to all of you, I have a simple message. To all of you, but particularly to the women of New York. Women of New York. This is our moment. This is when we think of the ghosts of the past. The women who gathered in 1848 in a place called Seneca Falls. And I've often wondered how, without the benefit of social media, how they all knew to gather in one place. 300 people found their way to a place that became the intersection of rights. Native American rights, abolitionists, women's rights. It all came together in this small community in upstate New York. And if you've not been there, you need to go there. You need to go there. But I think about it often, and we were there recently, Hillary Clinton and I, talking about the legacy we've inherited. What is on our shoulders as the women of today. Because those women back then were so brave and so audacious. They went against the tides of their time. They were ridiculed and spit upon and jailed because they had the audacity to say, we have rights, and we have a right to fight for them. And if you read the Declaration of Sentiments, it's written on the wall, and you can feel their disdain dripping with every word, saying, we are sick and tired of being the properties of men. We want to have the chance to be free. We want to vote. And that happened nowhere else but right here in the state of New York. Right here in New York. And it was a long journey for that right to vote. Many, many decades. But New York was one of the first, 3 years ahead of the rest of the nation, to say that women would have the right to vote in this state. And again, later, finally, women of all colors could vote as well. It took till 1964. We finally achieved that goal that was so elusive for so long. And when it came to other rights, reproductive freedom, the right to decide whether you can make a decision about your own body, New York, again, was 3 years ahead of the rest of the nation. It took till Roe v. Wade. We were already 3 years ahead. And I've always been proud of the fact that we've led these movements, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, labor rights, environment. It all started in nowhere else but our state. So I put that on all of you, especially the young people. I want you to feel the weight on your shoulders as you march out of here with that determination, the guts and courage that all of those who came before us had and passed down this gift to us. In fact, they've not only passed down a gift, they've passed us the torch. And today we hold that torch in our hands. And it's up to us. And we'll be judged by generations years from now. They'll look back at this time and say, what happened in 2022? For some, it'll be a reminder that the rights that were so long and hard fought for could be stripped away by a Supreme Court, appointed by a president who never should have been there. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens when complacency takes hold and people feel like, I don't need to vote because somebody else will do it, it doesn't matter. That's what happens when complacency sets in. You have rights that you counted on for over 50 years. My mother fought this battle. Reproductive freedom. I enjoyed the benefits of it. It was always there if I needed it. My daughter in her 30s, assuming it would be there for her, and my brand new grandbaby will not have the same rights that her great-grandma had. We've always been on the forward path toward progress. That's what defines us as a state. So, friends, it's up to us. How will we be judged by what we do in 2022? We march to the polls. We say we honor those women of the past, those fighters, and those who shed blood to secure the right to vote. But also we will stand up for future generations and say, we will protect the right to an abortion in this state right here, right now, and forever. But don't take it for granted, because I've heard my opponents say, oh, don't worry. The day after the Dobbs decision, nothing changed in the state of New York, so don't worry. You know why nothing changed in the state of New York? Because I'm the governor. That's why nothing changed. That's why nothing changed. I'm the governor. So you want to protect that right. You want to continue having gun safety laws on the books and don't agree that every teacher should be armed and we should have people with guns on the subways. You believe that we should have common sense laws to protect our citizens from being killed in our streets. If you believe that, if you believe that we should continue investing in our people, investing in education, your education, making sure that you have this shot at the New York dream that we cherish, then you need to make sure that I'm still the governor on Wednesday. You have the power. You have the power. You have the weight on your shoulders. You have it in your DNA to continue that fight, that march forward. And don't you dare let future generations down, because they're looking to you. Just like we stand on the shoulders of people like Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, who both made history being the first. Our first female vice president of the United States. You have witnessed history, my friends, but don't just watch it. Go out forth and make history yourselves. Make history yourselves. And people have pointed the fact, and so many moms and dads come up to me with their little daughters, and they want me to bend down and talk to them. And I've heard so many say this, and it touches my soul. Look, daughter, the first woman governor of the state of New York, you can be anything now. You can be anything. And I won't let them down. I want all those little girls to know that, yes, they can be anything. And yes, a woman has what it takes to govern a rough and tumble place like the state of New York, because I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
All right, you've been listening into New York Governor Kathy Hochul there as she runs for election to her first full term. Remember, she assumed the role there after the resignation in disgrace of then Governor Andrew Cuomo. And she is facing off against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. We wanted to show you both of those remarks. She was joined by Vice President Harris, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, former First Lady, and also the New York Attorney General, Tish James, all at this event today for Kathy Hochul. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We want to take just a quick commercial break. Get us a sense of what live looks we have right now that we're going to show you once they start. This event in Phoenix, Arizona, will be with Carrie Lake and Blake Masters, the main Republicans on the ticket there. And then, of course, we have this live look in San Diego. President Biden set to speak on the stage there with Democratic Congressman Mike Levin as he is in a tough re-election fight there in California's 49th Congressional District. In the meantime, let's go to commercial break. When we come back, we'll be looking at some of these Florida races as well. Just 5 days left till the midterms. See you in 2 minutes.
Our Fox 13 pollster has nailed the big races in Florida for the past 7 years, and he just finished up his final poll before Election Day. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, has the new numbers. hot off the press, so pray tell, you need to tell us what Matt Towery is predicting this time.
We will, and I'll start with a little context. As you mentioned, he's been one of the most accurate pollsters in the nation. In fact, his poll numbers in 2020 came from 0.49% of the actual results. There's the setup. Now, here are the actual numbers, the final poll, starting with the race for United States Senate in Florida. Here, our final Fox 13 poll shows Senator Marco Rubio, the incumbent Republican, with a 6-point lead, 51-45, with 2.5% undecided. Let's now move on to the race for governor. Here, it's a wider margin. Governor Ron DeSantis leads Charlie Crist by 10 points, 53-43, with 3.4% undecided. And the movement that we're seeing in this polling is turning in the Republicans' favor, especially within the past month, at the same time that Republicans took momentum across the nation. And here's Matt's take.
Something happened 3.5 weeks ago. I can almost tell you exactly when these races just completely turned around the country.
Well, 3.5 weeks ago, that would be the consumer price index numbers that showed that inflation appears to be re-accelerating. Do you think that's it?
I think that is it. I think it's a combination of that. People start to concentrate more, as we say, after Labor Day, and they start looking at the various aspects of what's affecting them individually as voters and in their lives. And I think all of that sort of just came together for some reason. But it's interesting because it survived individual scandals. I mean, for example, we're polling for Fox 5 in Atlanta, and Herschel Walker, each time a bad thing comes out about him, his numbers go up.
What's also striking and unique to Florida is that the gender gap in which women historically favor Democrats has all but disappeared, even as the Democratic candidates focus on their support for abortion rights.
I don't think abortion is an issue in the state of Florida this year for the vast majority of voters, because for the first time, and you and I have done a lot of polls in the state. You've seen many, and I've conducted a large number. I've rarely seen a situation where the gender gap on the female side is as little as it is in these races. Normally, a female candidate nominee for a governor, U.S. Senate, will carry about a 15-point margin advantage versus their Republican opponent. And then it flips the other way with men, and that's what gives us our close races in Florida. This time, it's melted down to about a 4-point advantage among women voters for Demings, which is basically nothing.
How do you explain that?
I don't know. I mean, actually, I'm seeing a much bigger gender gap in my polls for Fox affiliates, for example, in Pennsylvania or Arizona, some of the really competitive states like Georgia. But here in Florida, the gender gap has just gone down to nothing. I think in part because we tend to be a state that focuses a little more on economic issues, because we're obviously a big travel, hospitality type state, and that seems to be very important to us. So maybe pocketbook issues have become more important to people in Florida than perhaps in other states where they don't depend as much on a strong economy to keep the main industries that they have moving.
At the very same time that Crist and Demings, Crist in particular, have pressed the issue of abortion front and center. You combine that with the fact that Republicans have a significant advantage in voter registration. That's different from years past in which Democrats used to have that advantage, and Republicans have an advantage in the early vote turnout we're seeing so far, and surprising progress in Miami-Dade in South Florida in particular. All of that suggests that you have Governor DeSantis and Senator Marco Rubio as very, very heavy favorites, although Crist and Demings both can pull upsets. But to do that, it would have to drive Democratic turnout much, much higher than the pollsters think. And Democrats have a history in Florida of doing just the opposite, especially in mid-years.
Wow. This is very interesting. What about the president's approval ratings? Where are they right now in Florida specifically?
Right now, 42% approve, 57% disapprove. So he is underwater and growing increasingly underwater from our September survey, which is an indication that the president's lack of approval or his unpopular, unfavorable rating may in fact be dragging down Crist and Demings in the state of Florida.
All right. Election day coming up fast. Thank you, Craig.
All right, we thank Fox 13 there. We do want to let you hear from some of these Florida candidates, including from Governor Ron DeSantis today on the campaign trail. He was joined by Senator Marco Rubio as well, but here's DeSantis' remarks.
You can take it to the bank. He don't care what brand of things at the White House.
Good afternoon, Sola Vida. Are you happy to live in the free state of Florida? We got to make sure on November 8th you vote so we can keep it that way. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited about November 8th. How many of you have already voted? Okay. How many of you are waiting till Election Day to vote? How many of you are going to vote before Election Day but haven't voted yet? Early? Anybody? We got some. Okay. Well, did anyone not raise their hand? Okay. We need 100% turnout. So please make sure you do. If you've already voted, we'd like you to be involved in making sure other people come out to vote. So talk to your friends, talk to family members, neighbors, people that you work with, employees, you name it. We need all hands on deck to keep Florida free. Now, I'm excited to be here. You know, we recently in Florida had a visitor that came down, southern part of the state. He was wandering around a little aimlessly. I don't know if he knew where he was, but he comes down and you know, to be honest with you, I viewed it as an in-kind contribution to my campaign to see Biden down here, because what it does is it reminds every single person in the state of Florida that the Democrats are with him 100% of the time on his failed agenda. And the fact of the matter is they came into office and they created the worst inflation crisis that we have seen in 4 decades. And they act like it's somehow what they said it wasn't going to happen. Then they said it was a blip. Then they said it would peak in 6 months. Now they don't even know what to say. But things have been very tough because of their policies. And when you're in a situation like that, the last thing you want to be doing is doing things like reducing our ability to produce energy, which he did on the first day of office. We've got massive amounts of oil and gas. And when I was back in the day, Congress, we even opened up ANWR in Alaska. They've got more oil in ANWR than Saudi Arabia has. And yet he came in and he stopped pipelines. He stopped leases. He basically says, well, you need to do renewables. But I'll tell you, we just had a hurricane come through. To get your power back on, I can't do that with windmills. We need to have real energy. And so you're exacerbating the inflation by doing this with the energy, and it's terrible policy. It's hurting a lot of people. These guys are all in lockstep with him on this, and just think about how pathetic it is that he's begging Maduro for oil down in Venezuela. He's got to beg Saudi Arabia for oil, and of course OPEC cut production because Saudi doesn't respect Biden. They don't appreciate what he's doing by playing footsies with the Iranians. So, of course, they're going to cut production. And here's the thing. He's put our country in a vulnerable position with his policies. We should and we could be energy independent. And that's what we need to be doing. So he is doing all of that stuff. And now he's been on this kick where he claims that the people that don't support him are somehow threats to democracy. That's their new thing that they're saying. And, I just think to myself, because I try to think about what him and a lot of his supporters have been trying to do over the last couple of years. It's not me and it's not you that are threatening to pack the U.S. Supreme Court. It's not me and it's not you that's threatening to abolish the Electoral College. It's not me and it's not you who's saying that we should make D.C. a state so that they get 2 radical senators for life. And it's not me and it's not you that wants federal legislation to outlaw voter ID all across the country, which is what they want to do.
Okay, we've been showing you Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there, kind of name-checking the visit by President Biden just yesterday on the campaign trail for DeSantis's main Democratic rival, Charlie Crist. We do want to take the opportunity, in fairness, to play out some of Charlie Crist's remarks today at his own rally. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're coming up on the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, almost 11 p.m. there on the East Coast. Take a look at this. The event there in Phoenix has started. That's a live look there at this campaign rally for Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Also, the Democratic congressman there in California, Mike Levin, up there on the podium speaking. He's about to introduce President Biden, who's going to be campaigning for him there in San Diego. But like I said, let's just listen in to Florida gubernatorial Democratic candidate Charlie Crist as he made remarks earlier today there in Florida.
Okay, we got 5 days to go. Pretty important race. It's a big race in a big place, and it's a special place. It's our Florida, and we got to take back our Florida. Yes. This is a free to choose tour that we're on, because women have the right to choose and make their own decisions about their own body, and we'll make the law of the land that in Florida after this election. So I know that people are suffering too, economically. You know, I always say it, if you're a millionaire or a billionaire in Florida, you're probably doing all right, but most of us aren't. Most of us live paycheck to paycheck, and our costs of living have gone up and up under this governor. Our utility bills continue to go up. You know, it's the governor of the state of Florida that appoints what is called the Public Service Commission. And those commissioners are supposed to be our watchdogs to keep the utilities in check and not raising the rates too high so we can't afford it. They haven't done that since Ron DeSantis has been governor. They grant every single rate increase, more than $5 billion. It's remarkable. He doesn't have our back. We all deserve a governor who's got our back. I always had your back as your governor. What about property insurance? Commissioner mentioned that too. Property insurance is through the roof. The governor had a regular session, then he had a special session, still hasn't addressed the issue, still hasn't gotten the rates down. When I was your governor, I had a special session on property insurance, and we got rates down 10%. That's what a good governor does. Looks out for you, has your back, instead of focusing on his own political career and his future. Well, our future is right now, right here and right now. And we need to make a change in the governorship of the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis has to go, and in 5 days that happens. I could not be more proud of this campaign and your participation, your energy. You give me energy. You know, it's been a year and a half. I announced back on May 4th of 21. May the force be with you. And things are looking good, my friends. I'm excited about this. Everywhere I go, people tell me, I just voted for you, I just voted for you. I've never felt it that strongly before. So I know there's something going on out there. And I can't wait till next Tuesday night. And don't you wait till next Tuesday night.
Okay, just a little bit there of Charlie Crist from earlier today in Florida. It does look like President Biden has stepped up to the stage there in San Diego. What we want to do now, this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to show you some of these remarks live are coming up on the top of the 8 o'clock hour there in San Diego. Let's listen to President Biden.
Hello, Oceanside. Hello, hello, hello. Well, it's great to be with Congressman Levin. And, you know, they told me there were something like 400 or 500 people who couldn't get in. IBW, yeah. They couldn't get in and they had to go home. Now I understand why there wasn't any room. Well, thank you very much. You know, the fact of the matter is that it's great to be with Congressman Mike. You know, this guy delivers. He delivers. He lowers costs for families, caring for our veterans, protecting the environment. These are big deals. Rebuilding our infrastructure, protecting Social Security and Medicare. And he's fighting to protect democracy. Look, We need to re-elect Mike, and we need to re-elect all the Democrats who are mentioned for State House. A Philly girl, huh? She has her sign saying Philly girl. But all kidding aside, you know, all the state legislative races, all the local races, they are critically important. Not a joke. They're going to determine whether our democracy is sustained. The other team is looking to do some things that don't allow for the way in which we count our votes. Things are different these days. And I'm trying to bring her home, and I've been talking to her. By the way, I've been talking with Brittany's wife, and we're in constant contact. We're not giving up. I think Mr. Putin, well, it's a long story, but well, look. By the way, our friends in Los Angeles, we need to elect Karen Bass, by the way, mayor. 5 days. 5 days of one of the most important elections in our lifetime. It's going to shape our country for decades to come, and that's not hyperbole. The fact of the matter, we always say this is the most important election, but the truth of the matter is, this election, this off-year election is going to matter a great deal. It's going to determine not what happens just next year and the next couple of years. It's going to determine the direction of the country for at least a decade or more. Not a joke. So much is changing, from technology to politics, across the board, the environment, everything. It's all at stake. And folks, look, this is a choice between, you know, everybody talks about a referendum. It's not a referendum. It's a choice between two fundamentally different versions of America. I said from the beginning of my campaign, my objective when I ran was to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And a fundamental shift that's working to compare this, you know, compared to the MAGA trickle-down economics. You saw what we got when that happened last under my predecessor. No, I really mean it. It's important to remind ourselves of the detail. The fact of the matter is we're 6.4% unemployment when I came to office. Our country is in a pandemic with no plan to get us out of it. 2 million people have been vaccinated, period. So we moved. And with Mike's help, we signed the American Rescue Plan. We delivered immediate relief for folks who need it to get those vaccinating shots in their arm. We got over 655 million dose shots so far. And folks, firefighters in the force, keep teachers in the classroom, is because of the legislation we passed without one single Republican vote. It was all federal money that came to the states to allow that to happen. And Mike helped make that happen. He also helped when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure. Most significant since the interstate highway system that Eisenhower came up with. And I'll caution for just a minute. Look, folks, we used to be number 1 in the world in infrastructure. We moved all the way to number 28 in the world. No, I'm serious. Think about it. It's the means by which everything works, everything moves. Our economy, our health, our services, across the board. You know, how many states do you know where there's no water to drink states, cities, and places where you have lead pipes? How many kids are drinking out of fountains? 400,000 of them, places. And so look, this is what it did. It did more than just build roads and highways and bridges. You know, I was with the Indian Nations earlier today in the state of New Mexico. They came up to me and said, look, thank you very much. We are going to have broadband for the first time ever. And look, it also is going to fundamentally improve the environment. One of the things Mike has really, really worked on is the environment. And one of the things we did, we came up with $66 billion to deal with rail. Here's the deal. You know, if people can move from one spot to another on rail as fast as they can do in their automobile, they stop using their automobile. It's going to save literally tens of millions of tons of pollution that aren't going to go up in the air because we're going to build. And by the way, I know a thing or two about rail. I travel 258 miles a day. You think I'm crazy. Now, I'm not nuts, but, you know, what happened was I got elected to the United States Senate when I was 29 years old. I was down in Washington. I couldn't be sworn in yet. But I was down in Washington hiring a staff, and I got a phone call saying the tractor trailer broadsided my wife and 3 kids Christmas shopping, killed my wife and killed my daughter. And I didn't want to go to Washington, D.C. I didn't want any part of it. And we had a Democratic governor, and I thought we could find, I asked my brother who ran my campaign with my sister to find somebody who would be a progressive Democrat, because we were a pretty conservative state at the time in Delaware. And what happened was I got talked into, I remember Teddy Kennedy and a few others came to me and said, look, Joe, just come and stay 6 months. We need your help. We had 58 Democrats. They didn't need me for anything. We had a Democratic governor. So I started to take Amtrak back and forth to Washington. And over 1 million miles later, I was still taking Amtrak. So I know a few things. I know a few things about rail and high-speed rail. The second busiest corridor in America after the Northeast rail system is out here from San Diego to L.A. And because of the billions of dollars for rail and the law, and because Mike's leadership, we're going to make sure that the second busiest corridor in America connecting those 2 cities is going to be open and running for the long term. For the long term. The law also includes $60 million that Mike got for the district to replace 100-year-old bridge, invest in water projects, address droughts, improve water supplies in the area. There's so much in this. This is a bill that has $1 billion, yeah, it does. Poor lady's blocking her ears. Am I too loud? But, you know, what we're talking about is we have literally a great deal of money to make us a more modern infrastructure. Tomorrow, Mike and I are going to be talking about how the groundbreaking CHIPS and Science Act is going to help build industries of the future. You know, America invented semiconductors. They're now part of everything from automobiles to quantum computing. That law has already attracted literally several $100 billion here in America already. Tens of thousands of people to build these chips here in America. As I said, we invented them, and then we walked away. We used to have a, you know, we're the ones that did all the advanced studies on it. In fact, Mike worked to get $1 million for training for technical jobs, including at this college for these jobs. I just came down from Syracuse, New York, where I went to graduate school when my first wife, my deceased wife, lived, and Micron is investing $100 billion, the biggest investment of its kind ever in America. Because you're going to create tens of thousands. You know what the average job is going to be in these factories? Average job, $122,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to do it. Just outside of Columbus, Ohio, we went and announced that $20 billion to build a semiconductor factory on 1,000 acres in a field of dreams. The vast majority of these jobs, I said, pay between $120,000 and $130,000. With Mike's help, I signed the Inflation Reduction Act to bring down the cost of everything you talk about around the kitchen table. Without a single solitary Republican vote in the House or the Senate, not one single Republican supported it. In Congress, we took on Big Pharma and we beat them. We beat them. They spent millions of dollars to try to lobby us. I'm not joking. I've been in this fight for over 30 years trying to take them on. Folks, look, the fact of the matter is, we're capping seniors' out-of-pocket costs for prescription drugs beginning January 1st at $2,000 a year, even if it costs them $20,000 a year. They're not going to pay more than $2,000 a year. And some of these cancer drugs are $10,000, $12,000, $14,000. If Big Pharma continues to raise drug prices faster than inflation, guess what? They're going to have to write a check to Medicare for the difference. No, not a joke. They raised the price of 1,200 drugs last year. 1,200 without a single change in the makeup of the drug. Folks, look. We spend more money on prescription drugs, the same prescription drug made by the same company, sold in San Diego, Washington, D.C., Paris, or in Berlin. They pay significantly less in Paris and Berlin for the same exact drug, same company. And folks, look, we're going to put a stop to that. We're also capping. I bet an awful lot of you know people who need insulin for diabetes. Well, guess what? You're paying, depending where you live, somewhere between $400 a month and $1,000 a month. Well, guess what? They're not going to be able to charge you more than $35 a month. And you know why? It costs them $10 to make that drug. 10. They make a significant profit. And by the way, you know, we're in a situation where we're making the biggest investment ever to deal with climate crisis. That's right. You got it, man. And this is one of the leaders. Right where the hell is he? He was right there. Anyway. But all kidding aside, $398 billion. And hey, guess what's going to make a big difference? A gigantic difference. Look, it includes tax credits. Tell families, buy energy-efficient appliances. Put solar panels on your home. Help you buy electric vehicles. Weatherize your home. Things will save, experts say, an average of $500 a year, according to experts. By the way, my dad used to run an automobile agency. He never owned it. I got the dubious distinction. I grew up in a nice neighborhood, and but it was you know, a 3-bedroom house, split-level home, 4 kids, and a grandpop living with us, and very thin walls. God bless my parents. But all kidding aside, my dad ran an automobile agency. He was the general manager for a long time. And you know what? The idea, so I asked all the CEOs of the major American automobile companies come to the White House. And this is the time that, you may remember, the chairman of the board of General Motors, Mary Barra, was suing the state of California for having a standard higher for emissions than the rest of the country, and saying it was not. We had a long talk. And a week later, she called me. She said, we're dropping the suit. And guess what? We're going to go all electric. We're going to give 50 all electric. And by the way, I could go on. There's so many things that Mike helped me get done, help us get done. I'm not just being solicitous. It's a fact. He did. We're doing all this while we're doing, you know, the Republicans talk about big spending Democrats. Well, give me a break. We're spending a lot of money on good things, but guess what? We brought down the deficit this year. $1.4 trillion. We cut it in half. We cut it in half. And by the way, the first year in office, I cut it $350 billion. And these are the guys, you recall, that passed a $2 trillion tax cut. They didn't pay a penny of it for anything. And guess what? It went to 2% of the public. Folks, look, I'm tired. I've had it up to here with hearing them. And we're going to further reduce the deficit by over the next decade, over $250 billion more. A big part of that is because we're making the biggest corporations begin to pay a little bit. You know, I love this. I love it. You know, in the year 2000, there were 55 of the Fortune 500 companies that made $40 billion. You know how much they paid in tax? Zero. So I imposed they had to, I passed a law that said they had to pay 15%. If you're a school teacher, you pay more than 15%. Just 15%. Just 15%. And they're whining. They're squealing like, you know what? Give me a break. Folks, and because of this deficit reduction, we're able to ease the burden on student debt. I promised when I ran I'd help student debt, hard-working folks. Well, guess what? You get $10,000 relief and another $10,000 if you went to college in a Pell Grant. For folks making under 125 grand a year, and on top of all that, I'm going to going away with doing away with unfair hidden fees. All of a sudden, you're finding out we call them junk fees. Okay? Well, guess what? You know, you bounce a check, you get a $35 cost. You're not told that ahead of time. You're late on your credit card payment, $50 penalty. You're going to fly to meet your parents back east or wherever they may live, and you have to get in a plane, and you take along your kid. You're going to find out you got a hell of a charge to have your child sit next to you. Not a joke. Your baggage cost is going to be significant. And by the way, if the plane's late and you have to get a new ticket, you're not going to get paid for it. So these are all hidden fees. No more. No more. And by the way, you know, in the process of all, I can't read what you're saying, kid. I'll look at you later, okay? I have no idea what it says. He's holding up a paper that has small print on it. I'm pretty good, but oh, God love you. Well, let me tell you, you know, one of the things that I found when I was a kid, up until, quite frankly, I was in college, I used to stutter. And stutter is a really debilitating thing because people it's the only, if I told you I grew up and I had a cleft palate and it was fixed, no one would laugh. If I told you that I grew up and I had a club foot and it was fixed, no one would laugh. But when I say, which is true, I used to talk like that when I was a kid. It's awful hard to ask the girl, will you go to the prom with me? It sounds funny, but guess what? It makes you feel like an idiot. And by the way, I say to any stutterer, it cannot define you. It will not define you, period. There's 35 kids that I keep in contact with. Remember the young man who nominated me? What courage it took for me. He's a serious stutterer. You know, did you ever see the movie The King's Speech? Well, the guy who actually managed that, he got a copy of the speech that the king used when he made that famous speech about World War II, about the Germans. And he showed me, and he did exactly what I do. If you look at my speeches, there's hash marks along. You learn, if you notice, people who can sing, some are terrible stutterers because you got to get something down before you can begin to work on it. And so they sent me a copy of the speech after it was all over that. And so, look, folks, I don't want to get off on this, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of people in America, not just stutter, who need some confidence-building measures, need to be able to across the board. And what's that? That's even more important in my view now as a consequence of what happened during the entire COVID crisis. There's more need for, how can I say it, for mental assistance than any time in American history. Well, look, here's the deal. Economic growth is up. Price inflation is down. Real incomes are up. Gas prices are down. We got to get them down further here in California. And exports are also up. The reason why exports are up is, guess what? We made 700,000 manufacturing jobs.
Okay, so we've been listening in to President Biden there in San Diego, California. We want to get to another campaign event that's happening in LiveNow's own backyard, this in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Right now, GOP Senate candidate in Arizona, Blake Masters, has just taken the stage. Let's listen to a little bit of his remarks there in Phoenix.
Former President Obama out of retirement. That Dust him off and bring him to Arizona. Please, sir, come help invigorate our floundering campaigns. But you know, Obama, hey, look, they almost filled up a high school gymnasium. Almost. A lot of energy in that room, right? When President Trump comes to rally with me and Kerry and the team here, man, we do it in an open field, and it's just Arizonans as far as the eye can see. But hey, it's you guys. But you know, Obama's presence there was really a giant distraction. A distraction from who wasn't there. Who doesn't come out to campaign with the candidates? Joe Biden. They shipped, and I understand why. I understand why Mark Kelly's trying to put distance between himself and Joe Biden. It's strange because he spent the last 2 years rubber stamping Biden's agenda in D.C. But again, he's clever enough to know how unpopular Biden is. They ship Biden off to Florida, states where they can't possibly win. Make him think like he's doing something. It's really sad, right? But what Biden and Mark Kelly have done to this country, man, it just boils my blood. Does it feel like the Democrats are doing this to us on purpose? Look at what they did to our border. It would be bad enough if Mark Kelly and Joe Biden were trying hard but failing to secure our border. That would be costly enough. Well, friends, they're not even trying. They surrendered. They surrendered our sovereignty to the Mexican narco-terrorist drug cartels. They did it on purpose. You know what the cartel's profits were in 2018 from human smuggling? Not quite. $500 million. Still too much? Guess what it is now after 2 years of Joe Biden and Mark Kelly's policies? $13 billion. That's a 2,600% increase. Mark Kelly and Joe, I'll tell you what, if the Mexican drug cartel terrorists, if they could vote in this Senate election, 100, hopefully they're not. Assuming they're not, tell you what, if they could vote, 100% of them would vote for Mark Kelly. Because in Senator Kelly, they have a good business partner. He gives them everything they want. Our border has been eviscerated under Joe Biden and Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly could have put a stop to it. He was the 50th vote in the Senate. But he said, nope, open borders, that's totally fine with him. So we have 300,000 illegals crossing our border every single month. Joe Biden and Mark Kelly have helped the Mexican drug cartel traffic more than 4.5 million human beings into our country in the last 20 months. And the fentanyl that's coming in, it's killing our kids. I've suggested, I think Senator Kelly should have to attend some funerals. Maybe that would give him a greater appreciation for the consequences of his open borders policies. When I first said that, some people in the media said, Blake, that's too harsh. Do you think that's too harsh? I don't think it's harsh enough. Let him look a grieving mother in the eye and explain to her why he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger to give us border security. Of course, I wish that were the only crisis the Democrats in charge have caused. They've also destroyed the economy. Again, we don't have time to go through it all, but man, they surrendered our energy independence. Well, when they made energy too expensive, just by declaring war on oil and gas, they made everything too expensive. Every product you need to live takes energy to make and to move. So that causes inflation. Well, you know what else causes inflation? Printing and spending $6 trillion in the last 20 months. It's just crazy what they've done. I feel myself being depressing here. Sorry about that. But I'm also just being honest. Our backs are against the wall. If we don't play our cards right here, we are 5 days away from losing this country forever. But guess what? We're also 5 days away from winning it back. What do you think? I want to thank you all for being the red wave. Thank you for being the grassroots army. Get out there and vote. Who's already voted? Excellent. That's about maybe half. Who's waiting till Election Day? And they say the red wave is dead. No, my friends, it is not. So drag your friends to the polls. Let's get Mark Fincham in there. Let's get Abe Hamadeh in there. Let's get Kelly Cooper in there. Send me to the U.S. Senate. We're going to retire Mark Kelly. I promise you, I will always work hard and fight for you. I will fight for Arizona families. You know who else is going to fight for Arizona families? Your next governor, Kari Lake. Ladies, she's coming. She's not here yet. You messed with my flow. It was going to be so good. The handoff was going to be so good. How much time do we have? Should I tell some stand-up or comment, you know? Hey, let's take a few questions until Kari's ready to come out. Who's got some questions here? Yes, sir. Are you guys getting tired of the federal government sending Ukraine $10 or $12 billion every 6 weeks? I really am. You know, first it's a question of prioritization. Why can Mark Kelly find $50 billion to secure Ukraine's border with Russia, but he can't find $10 billion to secure our own border with Mexico? Also, of course, I worry that Biden is just sleepwalking, stumbling. He's like a zombie, stumbling us closer to nuclear war. Guess what you didn't have to really worry about under President Trump? Nuclear war. My gosh, all that Biden's just trotting this out casually. It's really scary. I think any intervention in Ukraine should be narrowly tailored to get Russia and Ukraine to the negotiating table, right? We should all pray for an end to that war. But if we just pour oxygen on the fire, and remember when Rand Paul just wanted a spreadsheet? He's like, hey, if we're going to send this money, I guess I can't stop you, but can we get a spreadsheet to see where it goes? Can we get an inspector general to make sure we're not fueling corruption or paying off people or somehow getting us further enmeshed in conflict? No, the establishment shut that down. So I have very serious reservations about Biden's policy here, and I'm going to be a voice of sanity on this in the Senate. Yes, ma'am. Yes, and I'll do you one better than that. I've stopped using the word accountable. I think a lot of politicians use it. How many times have you heard it? We're going to hold this person accountable. Well, to me, it almost seems at this point like a tell. It's like the opposite. It's a weasel word. To say we're going to hold you accountable means we're not going to do a damn thing to you. I've said I think Fauci deserves to see the inside of a prison cell. We will investigate him. I want to know what he knew and when. What did he know about the EcoHealth funding, the EcoHealth Alliance, funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology, where they made this lab? I want to know what Fauci knew and when. God bless Senator Rand Paul. I'm honored to have his endorsement. He's a friend. He's got Fauci to perjure himself on the stage already. Right, so we can at least get Fauci for the process crime of lying to Congress. But my guess is, with a real investigation on the origins of COVID and this coronavirus, my guess is we can probably get Fauci on a pretty substantive crime too. Yes. I promise I will. I promise I will. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here. How great is it to see young Republicans, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Good job, Mom and Dad. You're raising her right. Good job. Yes. Thank you. I would love to stay and answer questions, but probably instead of seeing that, you'd much rather hear from Kari Lake. What do you think? Ladies and gentlemen, your next governor, she's so amazing. This time next week, she'll be Governor-elect Kari Lake. Kari, come on out here.
American woman, stay away from me. American woman.
All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Thursday night. We've been showing you so many of these midterm election campaign rallies. Kari Lake there stepping up to the podium in Phoenix as she vies to be the next Republican governor of Arizona. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. We have a few more top headlines left to get to, some that are not election related. We're going to get to some of those when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's get into some more of these other top headlines as well, especially out of San Francisco. So we are learning that Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital 6 days after suffering a fractured skull in a vicious attack. He's 82. He's resting at home, recovering from the injuries to his head, his arm, and his hand. He spent most of his time at the hospital in the ICU. That's according to a person familiar with the matter. Let's put up this statement that Speaker Pelosi put out today upon the release of her husband from the hospital. She says the Pelosi family is thankful for the beautiful outpouring of love, support, and prayers from around the world. She says Paul remains under doctor's care as he continues to progress on a long recovery process and convalescence. He's now home surrounded by his family who request privacy. Paul is grateful to the 911 operator, emergency responders, trauma care team, ICU staff, and the entire Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital medical staff for their excellent and compassionate life-saving treatment he received after the violent assault in our home. So remember that 42-year-old David DePape has now been charged by federal prosecutors with attempting to kidnap Miss Pelosi and assaulting a relative of a federal official after breaking into the couple's home early morning last Friday. And there you can see that was the window that was broken into in that glass door there. DePape has embraced far-right conspiracy theories. He struck Pelosi with a hammer in front of the police. He told investigators that he wished to break Miss Pelosi's kneecaps if she lied, and to see her wheeled into Congress as a lesson to other lawmakers. So we were learning more about DePape's history, his online persona, some of his psychological profiles. He brought zip ties and 2 hammers. He smashed through the glass door at the back of the home and confronted Pelosi, who'd been asleep in his bedroom. The suspect demanded to see Pelosi, who was in Washington at the time. But now Paul Pelosi released from the hospital after undergoing surgery, spent most of the time there in the ICU. Well, some of our associates at Fox 2 KTVU in the Bay Area spoke with one of Speaker Pelosi's colleagues in the House, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. She represents a district in California. Fox 2's Jenna Katsuyama spoke with her tonight about this letter she is putting forth demanding additional funding to protect the family members, the spouses of members of Congress. Listen in.
This letter that you sent, tell me what prompted your deciding to do this and what your goals are in sending it.
Well, I chair the House Administration Committee that has broad oversight, but no control over the Capitol Police. And we have had previous meetings with the police where they made various representations. And I want to know whether those representations were actually followed. The other thing broadly is concern about, obviously, what happened to Paul was unspeakable, and it was intended to really take the speaker out. Well, in addition to being a beloved member of Congress and our speaker, she's second in line to the presidency. It's a continuity of government issue. And you wouldn't expect the vice president not to have his or her residence guarded while he or she were away. So there's really a broad continuity of government issue here. And we did ask some questions to the chief about that, because representations were made to the committee in past years about that. We also wanted to know, apparently, we've heard, but we'll find out from him whether an invitation by the FBI to join their Joint Terrorism Task Force in San Francisco was declined, and if that's accurate, why, and what impact that it could have happened. But I do think it's important not just to focus on the security, although that is obviously very important, but also to pay attention to the threat climate that has been created here. I mean, we have the the former president going on the radio, engaging in bizarre alternate scenarios, the former president's son making a joke about the attack on Paul Pelosi. We've had the minority leader, Mr. McCarthy, expressing sadness, but saying, it's part of a crime problem. I mean, that's like saying that John Wilkes Booth was a product of, crime in Ford Theater. I mean, we need to have a condemnation of the rhetoric and also a retreat from the rhetoric. And we're not seeing that. I'm not talking about Republican voters because they're just normal people like everybody else. But the Republican leadership has helped to create a climate of violence. I'm not suggesting they intended Paul Pelosi to be attacked, obviously not. But the climate they've created has helped create this violence problem that we are suffering today. And they need to correct it, or else voters on Tuesday need to make this not a rewarding strategy for them.
I did see when I was covering this last week, Representative Scalise, who himself had been targeted, saying that violence, had no place. Have there been any efforts across the aisle? Like, have you had conversations across the aisle?
Here's the difference, Jana. What happened to Scalise was terrible. And after it happened, then Speaker Paul Ryan and then Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi held a joint meeting and condemned any kind of rhetoric. But Democrats didn't spend multi-millions of dollars putting a target on Scalise's face and telling people that he was evil and needed to be taken out. There was no rhetoric of violence about Steve Scalise. The Republican Party has spent millions of dollars, not saying they disagree with the policy agenda of Nancy Pelosi, but demonizing her as a person. That is dangerous.
What kind of time frame do you hope to have happen here? You sent this letter today. What would you like to see happen?
Actually, it was sent a while ago. It just got leaked by someone today.
Okay, there we go. So have you received a response then? And what kind of time frame, in your mind would be appropriate for this?
Well, I expect to receive an answer promptly. I didn't expect it by today. We've also made some inquiries of the Inspector General that we will hope also to receive a response to. But, we can't just wait around. The threat level is continuing to increase. Certainly, the man who attacked the Pelosi, he meant to get Nancy, Paul Pelosi, is known now to wackadoodles across the United States. We should assume there could be copycats. We need to up our game in terms of protecting people, and especially those who are in the line of succession to the presidency.
And then finally, I was wondering, as we are moving forward with this, have you had those conversations across the aisle? Do you feel there are allies in the Republican Party that you've been able to work with, that you see any potential for any sort of legislation or joint statement or something like that you mentioned happened in the previous case?
Well, I've had a communication from one Republican member who I know, but he's not in the leadership. This really is a leadership question. And until the Republican leaders condemn their extremes, we're at risk.
This letter that you sent, tell me what prompted your deciding to do this and what your goals are in sending it.
Well, I chair the House Administration Committee that has broad oversight, but no control over the Capitol Police. And we have had previous meetings with the police
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Beautiful Live Now look there in New York. We were just listening in to Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren as she was being interviewed by Fox 2 Bay Area reporter Jenna Katsuyama about this letter she has sent to the U.S. Capitol Police about what went wrong with the Paul Pelosi attack. She wants more answers to her questions, as we all do. Now, we know that the U.S. Capitol Police is undergoing some type of internal review about this process. Remember, there was this report in the Washington Post just this week that the security cameras and surveillance footage was going on. It's going on at the Pelosi home all the time, but it was not being monitored by the correct and right people who usually monitor it, merely because Speaker Pelosi was not at home at the time. She was in Washington. Obviously, her husband, Paul, though, in the House as well. In the meantime, let's focus on some more of these other top headlines as well. We're now 1 week removed since the official takeover by Elon Musk of Twitter, and a lot of changes have been in store. Fox Business correspondent Kelly O'Grady has a look at some of those changes.
A whirlwind of changes at Twitter 1 week into Elon Musk's leadership. The company's board of directors is now gone, with Musk becoming the sole director. Several top executives have either been fired or resigned. And in an effort to drive down costs, Bloomberg News reports Twitter's workforce will be slashed in half, with pink slips coming as early as Friday.
If a lot of people with the institutional knowledge, those who know how to make Twitter run, all leave at once, it's going to have an impact on the platform.
It's a move that's making advertisers nervous as tech experts question who will be responsible for content moderation.
Large swathes of the workforce, keeping the platform from descending into absolute chaos, anarchy, pornography, pedophilia, God knows what. And content moderation on social networks is an enormous, enormous issue.
Musk says he'll be forming a content moderation council to handle those concerns. It will include members from several civil rights community groups, but there's no timeline on when that council will be up and running. The biggest change, one that could be live by next week, blue check Twitter users being asked to pay $8 a month to maintain their status. Musk also opening the once exclusive club to anyone willing to pay the $8. Several users are already pushing back on the idea, including New York Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who mocked Musk for making people pay for, quote, free speech. These changes have come quickly because Musk needs to make money and fast, after some say he overpaid for Twitter when he shelled out $44 billion. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox News.
Kelly, thanks so much. Earlier this morning, we spoke to one of our Fox 5 New York reporters about Twitter, about the changes that are incoming as well. Remember, a lot of people are talking about Elon Musk's proposed idea of paying $8 a month for those verified users to keep their blue check mark. So we're going to listen to some of our Fox 5 New York reporters speaking with Live Now's own Josh Breslow earlier this morning.
Head back here to the U.S. and talk about a social media giant. Just a week after taking control of Twitter, billionaire Elon Musk is reportedly set to cut the staff of the social media giant in half. We're talking about 3,700 jobs. Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji joins us live from Twitter's New York offices to bring us the latest on that. Thank you so much for being here with us. What's going on?
Yeah, Josh, a lot of people are looking at the overhaul of Twitter and wondering where they go if they are a Twitter user. So the idea that Elon Musk, the new CEO and owner of Twitter, is looking to lay off nearly half the staff is all about driving down the cost to run that media platform. In addition, he's also looking at changing a couple of policies. One in particular is the policy at Twitter where you can work from anywhere. He's now going to be asking the employees to survive the layoffs to basically come back to the office and work from the office. Gone are the days of really working from anywhere. And then we come to that subscription fee, the monthly fee. It started off at $20, but then there was some debate and backlash that is continuing on Twitter. And now it's been dropped to $8 a month subscription. But when you look on the feed and people's reactions, is it controversial?
Here's a recent contentious exchange between Twitter owner and CEO Elon Musk and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over the $8 monthly fee to keep the blue check mark on your account. It all started Tuesday when AOC tweeted, LMAO at a billionaire earnestly trying to sell people on the idea that free speech is actually a $8 month subscription plan. Musk fired back with, your feedback is appreciated. Now pay $8. Author Stephen King also got into a heated debate with Musk over charging that monthly fee for verified accounts. King tweeting, $20 a month to keep my blue check? They should pay me. If that gets instituted, I'm gone like Enron. Musk responded, we need to pay the bills somehow. Twitter cannot rely entirely on advertisers. How about $8? And that is why Musk says a monthly fee is needed to eliminate the need for all the advertisements users see clogging their feeds. But the monthly fee backlash continues as a growing number of public figures say they are quitting Twitter, concerned about its new leadership under Musk. Singers Sarah Bareilles and Toni Braxton, actor Tia Leone, producer Shonda Rhimes, to name a few. All this as Elon Musk plans to cut 3,700 jobs at Twitter, half of the workforce at the social media company. Musk also says anyone who's been banned will not be allowed back on the platform until a clear process is in place. This includes former President Trump. Musk believes this will take a few weeks to complete. The decision comes after a number of companies temporarily pulled their ads over concerns Twitter will no longer monitor content.
And according to a Bloomberg report, it could be as soon as tomorrow where Twitter employees find out if they have a job there or not. Josh, back to you.
The big question is, what about super important people like us who do have that blue check mark? What do we expect is going to happen? Because I know there's been debate over whether we're going to get charged for that, and obviously thousands, if not millions of people have that same check mark. What's going to happen with that?
Yeah, Josh, I mean, that's something that us on TV, we have had for, close to a decade, years. We've had that blue check mark to basically say we are who we say we are. The blue check mark, though, some people say it could be like a status symbol, but, in my personal experience, it is a big deal. I recently found out that someone was trying to pose like me, and I'm a journalist, and the last thing I want is somebody posing like me, spewing out unfactual information. So the blue check mark, yes. So for those of us like you, Josh, like me, other journalists, other public figures who already have that verified blue check mark, we'll still have it for a couple of months. We don't have to pay. We'll have a month-long grace period where we do not have to pay that $8 a month subscription fee. But then we're going to get an alert saying that we're going to have to pay up. But next week, Elon Musk is saying that they're going to start to sell those blue check marks to people who don't have a blue check mark. And again, that will be an $8 a month subscription fee. Josh, back to you.
All right, Reagan, thank you so much. I'm not surprised that people want to pretend to be you. Not one person has ever wanted to pretend to be me. So, that's pretty great to hear.
Give it time, Josh. Give it time.
There you go. All right, Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji, thank you so much for joining us here.
All right, good conversation there. So tomorrow on Live Now from Fox, I will be joined by some reporters who cover Twitter, who cover Elon Musk very, very closely. And we're going to be breaking down kind of what Josh and Reagan there were talking about, the major changes that have gone on so far a week later within Twitter itself, and how is this kind of manifesting itself for Twitter users like myself, like you possibly, and so the platform does look a lot different than it did a week ago. All right, we do want to give you just some updates out of the world of professional sports. Of course, we have been following the really horrible saga of WNBA star Brittany Griner. Remember, just last week, we brought you the news that the appeal she made was denied by a Russian judge in a Russian court. Well, we're learning today that U.S. Embassy officials have visited her in prison after that appeal has been denied. So this is what we know. U.S. officials from the U.S. Embassy in Moscow visited Griner today, more than a week after that Russian court rejected her appeal of her 9-year sentence for drug possession. We have a statement in from Ned Price, the State Department spokesman. Let's put that up. He says U.S. Embassy officials have visited Brittany Griner today. They saw firsthand her tenacity and perseverance despite her present circumstances. We continue to press for the immediate release of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan and fair treatment for every detained American. You heard it, that rally there in San Diego. President Biden was reacting to someone in the crowd who shouted, "Free Brittany." He said they're doing everything they can to bring her home. Even today at the White House press briefing, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said Griner, quote, is doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances, and that the administration was working, quote, to resolve the current unacceptable and wrongful detentions of Griner and Whelan. Now remember, Griner was convicted back in August after police said they found vape canisters containing cannabis oil in her luggage when she was going through security at one of Moscow's airports. Now remember, she admitted at her trial, she pleaded guilty to having the canisters in her luggage, but testified that she had packed them inadvertently in her haste to make her flight, but had no criminal intent. And her lawyers have called the punishment excessive. So she's serving a 9-year prison sentence in a penal colony in Russia. Okay, we want to update you in the NBA now, a major story that we have been following for the past couple of days regarding the star of the Brooklyn Nets, Kyrie Irving. There he is right there. Well, he's in really hot water over making some anti-Semitic posts, not disavowing anti-Semitism when asked by reporters. And the result of that has been now a suspension from the Brooklyn Nets. I want to put up the statement that the Brooklyn Nets organization released just today. I know it's a little difficult to read. I'm going to read it in part. They say, over the last several days, we have made repeated attempts to work with Kyrie Irving to help him understand the harm and danger of his words and actions, which began with him publicizing a film containing deeply disturbing anti-Semitic hate. We believe that taking the path of education in this challenging situation would be the right one, and thought that we had made progress with our joint commitment to eradicating hate and intolerance. Now remember, the Brooklyn Nets just yesterday announced that they had committed $500,000 to the Anti-Defamation League, that group that fights against anti-Semitism. Both the sports team itself and Kyrie Irving had said they would pledge $500,000 each. We're learning tonight that the Anti-Defamation League will not accept and has rejected Kyrie Irving's donation of $500,000. I'm going to read more of the statement from the Nets announcing this suspension. They say, we were dismayed today when given an opportunity in a media session that Kyrie refused unequivocally to say he has no anti-Semitic beliefs, nor acknowledge specific hateful material in the film. This was not the first time he had the opportunity, but failed to clarify. Such failure to disavow anti-Semitism when given a clear opportunity to do so is deeply disturbing and is against the values of our organization and constitutes conduct detrimental to the team. Accordingly, we are of the view that he is currently unfit to be associated with the Brooklyn Nets. We have decided that Kyrie will serve a suspension without pay until he satisfies a series of objective remedial measures that address the harmful impact of his conduct, and the suspension period served is no less than 5 games. So, Kyrie Irving suspended for 5 games from the Nets, this a day after the Nets fired their head coach, Steve Nash. So we're going to be talking with Dan Lust, one of our sports legal experts, tomorrow on the program about all of this controversy surrounding Kyrie Irving. And of course, unfortunately, anti-Semitism is front and center in the conversation. Unfortunately, the rapper Kanye West tweeted on his account a photo of Kyrie Irving, and you could kind of just divine from that that he's standing in solidarity with Irving, no doubt. Kanye West in hot water after so many of his anti-Semitic comments in recent interviews as well. In the meantime, we want to just update you kind of in this storyline of anti-Semitism. Take a look at this tweet. This is a story we've been following all day as well. This is from the Twitter account of the FBI field office in Newark, New Jersey. They say the FBI has received credible information of a broad threat to synagogues in New Jersey. We ask at this time that you take all security precautions to protect your community and facility. We will share more information as soon as we can. Stay alert. In case of emergency, call police. So, just wanted to make sure we got those headlines in. We're coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We have a few more top headlines, some international headlines we want to get to when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there outside of Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. I was just told that the score right now is 3-2. The Astros up in the game right now. Of course, the series is tied 2-2. So we'll make sure we update you. We're coming up on the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Almost midnight there on the East Coast in Philadelphia. In the meantime, we do want to take the opportunity to get in some of these international headlines as well. Let's go to Israel right now. Take a look at this. Okay, there he is, Benjamin Netanyahu, who is set to become Israel's next prime minister. He appeared set to return to power as head of Israel's most right-wing government ever after winning this week's national election, with the current caretaker prime minister conceding defeat. That was Netanyahu just yesterday, casting his ballot. Final results showed his Likud party and its ultra-nationalist and religious partners capturing a solid majority in Israel's Knesset. There he is with his wife, Sarah. The strong showing promised to end the political gridlock that has paralyzed Israel for the past 3.5 years. But the planned agenda of the new government expected to take office, including an overhaul of the country's legal system and a tough line against the Palestinians, promises to further polarize a deeply divided nation and risks antagonizing Israel's closest allies abroad. Israel held its 5th election since 2019 on Tuesday, and so the previous races ended in deadlock. Netanyahu managed a disciplined campaign that gave him the edge over a divided and disorganized opposition. So right now we have a statement in from Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who said in a phone call today that he thanked the caretaker prime minister, the outgoing prime minister, Yair Lapid, for his partnership. So we'll just have to wait and see. according to the unofficial final results, Netanyahu and his allies captured 64 seats in Israel's 120-seat Knesset. So, Netanyahu back in power, a stunning rise. Remember, he was ousted earlier this year, but back again. Okay, in the meantime, let's go and get more updates on the war in Ukraine as well from some of our Fox News foreign affairs correspondents in Ukraine. Let's listen.
Emergency power outages went into effect across Ukraine on Thursday. Energy officials say the restrictions will balance Ukraine's power system as Russia ramps up its strikes. Attacks on infrastructure left millions without electricity and water this week alone. In the Kharkiv region, hourly power outage schedules are in place. Constant shelling has nearly destroyed some villages in the area.
You can hear explosions almost every minute, and we have hits on residential buildings every day.
As Russia increases its air assault, Kyiv has asked the West for more military aid. The topic is expected to dominate the two-day G7 meeting in Germany. Foreign ministers plan to discuss how best to coordinate that additional aid.
The territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations. If we let that be challenged with impunity, then the foundations of the international order will start to erode.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials say several ships carrying food exports left their ports on Thursday. This comes just one day after Russia rejoined the Black Sea grain deal. The agreement is scheduled to expire later this month. Russian officials say they could choose not to extend if Moscow feels Ukrainian security guarantees are not met.
Before making a decision to continue, we will need to give an overall assessment of the effectiveness of the deal.
According to the UN, the deal brought down global food prices by 15% since March. In Kyiv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
All right, Greg, thanks so much. We're going to stay away from Europe. We're going to go now to Asia because North Korea added to its barrage of recent weapons tests today, firing at least 3 missiles, including an ICBM that forced the Japanese government to issue evacuation alerts and to temporarily halt train schedules there. Fox's Alex Hogan has a look at what's going on the Korean Peninsula.
Fishermen in northern Japan dropping their gear and running for shelter after air raid sirens went off on Thursday morning. North Korea launching an intercontinental ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan just a day after firing more than 20 missiles toward the south. Today's launch prompting swift condemnation from officials in Seoul.
North Korea's continuous ballistic missile launches are acts of serious provocation that threaten the security and stability of not only the Korean Peninsula, but also the world.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meeting with his South Korean counterpart at the Pentagon today to coordinate a response to these recent provocations, while the White House is pushing to further isolate the North, including the possibility of tighter sanctions.
It's incumbent on all responsible countries to fully enforce the sanctions that the Security Council itself has unanimously put forward. We'll continue to look at ways to hold the DPRK accountable.
This is North Korea's first ICBM test since 2017, the same year they conducted their last nuclear test, prompting fears that Pyongyang could be preparing to set off another nuclear weapon, with some observers suggesting it might be Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un's way of sending a political message.
If North Korea considers this ICBM test a success, they will decide the timing of a nuclear test based on the U.S. midterm elections.
The U.S. and South Korea also announced an extension of ongoing military drills, which the North says is a dress rehearsal for an invasion. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thanks so much. Like Alex was saying in her report, this came a day after Pyongyang fired more than 20 missiles, the most it has fired in a single day ever. So what we want to do right now is let you listen in to this joint press briefing by Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and his South Korean counterpart as they got a number of questions about these recent missile tests and what it means for South Korea and what it means for Japanese security and security here at home. Let's just listen to this very briefly.
Well,
thank you everyone for being here today. It is my pleasure to introduce Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III and Republic of Korea Minister of National Defense Lee Jong-suk. The Secretary and the Minister will deliver opening remarks, and then we'll have time to take a few questions. I will moderate and call on the journalists. And with that, Secretary Austin, over to you, sir.
Thanks, Pat. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me again warmly welcome Minister Lee and his team to the Pentagon for the 54th Security Consultative Meeting. Mr. Lee, it's great to have you here. And before I begin, I'd like to express my deepest condolences for the terrible tragedy that occurred in Seoul this past weekend. Our hearts go out to the families of all the victims from across South Korea and around the world, including 2 young Americans. And we stand together with the people of South Korea during this time of national mourning. Now, it's highly unfortunate that the DPRK has chosen to interrupt this solemn period with the illegal and destabilizing launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile last night, as well as additional missile launches today. I've consulted with Minister Lee, and we've decided to extend Vigilant Storm, which is our long scheduled combined training exercise, to further bolster our readiness and interoperability. And we'll continue to work closely together to develop options to protect the United States and our allies in the region. Now, let me turn to the work of the Security Consultative Meeting. As you know, it's the annual capstone event for the U.S.-ROK Alliance. And it brings our defense leaders together to discuss shared challenges and opportunities and to deepen our cooperation and friendship. Next year will mark the 70th anniversary of the signing of the U.S.-ROK Mutual Defense Treaty and the establishment of our alliance. For nearly 7 decades, this alliance has been an anchor of peace and security on the Korean Peninsula and across the broader Indo-Pacific. And today, the ROK is a tremendously capable ally and a provider of security in the region and a defender of the rules-based international order that keeps us all secure. Now, Minister Lee and I had an outstanding discussion today. We talked about the DPRK's continued provocations and destabilizing actions. And at this time of heightened tension, our alliance is ironclad. The United States remains fully committed to the defense of the ROK, and our extended deterrence commitment is firm. And it includes a full range of our nuclear, and conventional, and missile defense capabilities. Minister Lee and I also talked about the tremendous progress that we've made in recent months to deepen our cooperation and bolster our shared security. Just within the past year, we have conducted a very successful summit between our presidents that charted a shared vision for our alliance's future. In July, we deployed 5th-generation fighters to the Republic of Korea. And in late September, the USS Ronald Reagan conducted its first port call to the ROK in 5 years. On the peninsula, we're returning to large-scale exercises to strengthen our combined readiness and our ability to fight tonight if necessary. We're committed to building on these efforts to strengthen integrated deterrence and to ensure that this alliance continues to bolster security and stability on the Korean Peninsula and throughout the Indo-Pacific. You know, for decades, U.S. and ROK service members have fought side by side to defend the ideals of freedom. This alliance is founded on that shared sacrifice. So we will confront the challenges of the future the same way that we have for nearly 70 years, by standing shoulder to shoulder as proud allies. I'm enormously proud of what we've accomplished together, and I'm very grateful for the Republic of Korea's partnership. So thank you, and let me turn it over to Minister Lee for his comments.
Hello, I'm Rock Minister of Defense. First of all, thank you very much for your sincere condolences to the tragedy happened in Korea. Also, thank you for your effort for the peace and security in the Korean Peninsula and development of ROK-US alliance and your support. Thank you very much for that. Today, through the 54th Security Consultative Meeting hosted for the first time since the inauguration of the Yoon administration, we once again affirmed the robustness of the ROK-US military alliance and the steadfastness of the combined defense posture. Furthermore, reaffirmed that ROK-US alliance is developing into a global comprehensive strategic alliance based on shared values such as liberal democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Secretary Austin and I held 2 ministerial meetings this year to work on the details of the agreements on defense areas as agreed upon during the May ROK-US Presidential Summit. Today was my 3rd time to meet Secretary Austin, and we made a lot of achievements during this 54th SCM. First, Secretary Austin and I assessed the daily advances of DPRK nuclear and missile threats as a grave security challenge to the peace and stability not only on the Korean Peninsula and in the Northeast Asia, but for the international community. And in order to practically deter and respond to such threats, we agreed to further strengthen the alliance capabilities and posture. Secretary Austin committed to the provision of extended deterrence to the Republic of Korea, leveraging the full range of military capabilities, including not only nuclear and conventional forces, but missile defense capabilities, but also advanced non-nuclear capabilities, such as space, cyber, and electromagnetic capabilities. Secretary Austin and I affirmed that any nuclear attack by the DPRK, including the use of tactical nuclear weapons, is unacceptable and result in the end of Kim Jong-un regime by the overwhelming and decisive response of the alliance. This is a strong warning against the DPRK. Also, Secretary Austin and I pledged to further strengthen alliance's capability and posture in respective areas, including information sharing, consultation process, joint planning, and execution to effectively deter and respond to the DPRK's advancing nuclear and missile threats. In particular, Secretary and I will work on response options towards all possible nuclear use scenarios by the DPRK. To this end, Secretary and I noted that progress in revising the Tailored Deterrence Strategy, or TDS, and pledged to put efforts to complete the revision of the TDS by the 2023 SCM and prepare response options by annually conducting Deterrence Strategy Committee tabletop exercise, or DSC-TTX, under the scenario of DPRK nuclear use. In addition, Secretary Austin pledged to effectively
Okay, we've been listening into the South Korean Minister of Defense there, joined alongside by our Secretary of Defense in Washington today for this meeting, talking about the bilateral joint military exercises that are going to keep going between the U.S. and South Korea. They're not going to let up in the face of this North Korean aggression with these North Korean missile launches. Almost 30 of them in the past 48 hours. And you heard there from Secretary Austin when it comes to, South Korea, who is still in mourning from this horrible tragedy that took place over the weekend, that stampede in downtown Seoul that killed more than 150 people. And Secretary Austin is saying that essentially South Koreans shouldn't be worrying about these missile launches over their airspace into their territorial waters when they're a nation in mourning right now. So we wanted to make sure we got that in there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to go into some of our overnight content. We're going to let you watch and listen to so many of the candidates who've been on the campaign trail all day from both parties in so many different states. More on that when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. Live Now look there outside of Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Game 5 has just wrapped up, and the Astros took Game 5 3-2 against the Phillies. So the series matchup stands Astros 3, Phillies 2. So, of course, we'll have to wait and see how Game 6 turns out, but the Astros are up in the series right now. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. Remember, now we're just about 4 more days until the midterm elections. You can join us here on Live Now from Fox all day next Tuesday on the road to the election. The final day, as so many voters have cast their ballots already, so many will be doing so on Election Day itself. We'll be speaking to some of our reporters from Fox affiliates all around the country, from the Fox News Channel as well, and experts, policy experts, analysts, strategists, and reporters breaking down these key races on election night itself. You can join everyone here at Live Now from Fox, and we have you covered here, live, raw, and unfiltered on election night. We hope you join us. In the meantime, let's get into some more of this content we've already shown you throughout the day, including President Biden. Before he went on the campaign trail today, he was speaking about his plan for student loan debt relief. Remember, it's kind of caught up in the courts right now on pause, but so many millions of Americans have already filled out their application to get their student loans forgiven, at least upwards of $20,000 worth. President Biden speaking about that earlier today.
Thank you. Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you. Well, hello, New Mexico. Hello. Christy, thanks for the introduction. And, my wife's a full-time community college professor still, a teacher. And, matter of fact, she's teaching today. And, the average age of her students at Northern Virginia Community College, before that she taught at the Delaware Community College system, is 29 years of age. An awful lot of people going back, just knowing what they have to do and having a shot. And I want to thank you, Madam President, for hosting us here at your college. It's very gracious of you. And by the way, in case you haven't noticed, you probably have, if not the best, one of the best governors in the United States of America. we've worked, as they say, hand in glove, because we agree on so much. And Senator Ben Ray Lujan, so much of the progress we've made has been because of you, man. You're a great champion of the people of this state. And I want to say, Teresa, you're good. I'll tell you what, man, I could listen to you all day. Seriously, you're really, really, really good. And we're in your district, right? Or we just... Okay, well, okay. Well, well, I want to tell you, the district we're in is pretty good too. I can tell you lack enthusiasm, Congresswoman, and it's really it's contagious. You know, New Mexico's lucky to have you, for real. And the thing I really, and well, I shouldn't go on. But you know, there's enthusiasm. It's one thing to be for something, another thing to be a champion of it. And you know, Melanie, you're filling big shoes, taking over for Secretary Holland, who rode down from Washington with me. She never lets me come to New Mexico unless she can oversee it. But she's doing an incredible job as our Secretary of the Interior, the first Native American to ever serve that title. And Mayor Keller, thanks for the passport into town. Appreciate it very, very much. Look, folks, here in New Mexico, I want to thank the governor for making it possible for students across the state to go to college for free. And it's been, as I said, working hand in glove. I mean, there's a lot of ways that the federal government can be helpful. A lot of ways it can be a pain in the neck. And I try to get the pain in the neck out of the process. But, you know, we've lowered costs for families. It's no surprise New Mexico has seen one of the fastest, I think either one or two fastest growing increase in college enrollment in the state, in their state, and anywhere in the country. The other one's New Hampshire. And so I want to understand why this is important. It's important because her leadership is an example for states all across the country. A lot of governors look and say, how'd you do that? You know, there's a lot of ways to do it. And, you know, we talked about them, and you did it. We're here today to talk about a key part of what we're doing nationwide. Student debt relief for millions of working and middle-class Americans who are still recovering from the economic crisis caused by the pandemic. When I announced I was going to run for the presidency this time, I made it clear that I had three goals. The first and most important goal was to give middle-class families and working-class families a fighting chance. They've been on the short end of the stick for a long time, across the board. And that's why I said, whether it's the tax policy or whether it's education policy, whatever it is, when the middle class we're going to build this economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That way the folks who are in the bottom part of the scale have a shot, the middle class gets to grow, and the wealthy still do very well. There's never been a time when the middle class, working class are doing well, the wealthy haven't done very well. And the way I think about it is the way my dad talked about it, and the way so many of you at home talk about it around the kitchen table. How much are the monthly bills? At the end of the month, do you have enough to pay for those bills? And what's left over, if anything? Is there enough for just a little bit of breathing room, as my dad used to say? Just a little bit of breathing room. Folks in urban and suburban, rural and tribal communities across the country, our student loan program is designed to give just a little more breathing room, You know, my administration is working to provide up to $10,000 in student debt relief and up to $20,000 if the person seeking the relief received a Pell Grant. Because to receive a Pell Grant, your family income had to be very low. And so you have to make under $125,000 now to get that relief. And for borrowers out of school, nearly 90% of that relief is going to go to people who have incomes under $75,000. And you know, it's a plan for people who took out federal loans before July of this year. And a few weeks ago, we launched a simple online application where you can apply for this debt relief. Folks, just go to studentaid.gov. Fill out your name, your social security number, your date of birth, and contact information. No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and Spanish. It's on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes to do it. And if you need additional information, we'll follow up with you. This is a game changer for so many people. We're hearing from people all over the country about how easy it is to apply. Close to 26 million Americans have already applied, already given us the information to consider, so that they consider life-changing for their families and for them. My commitment when I ran for president was, as I said, the government work to deliver for ordinary people. Simple application process keeps that commitment that way, just as I'm keeping my commitment to relieve student debt. And I want to state again who will benefit most: working people and middle-class folks. If you earn under $125,000 a year, you'll get up to $10,000 knocked off your student debt. If you earn under $125,000, you'll receive a Pell Grant, you get another $10,000. That's $20,000 in relief. Over 200,000 people in New Mexico have student loans, and the average borrower in New Mexico owes just over $34,000. And my plan is going to make a real difference in lowering the monthly cost for families as well. Folks, in total, more than 40 million Americans stand to benefit from this relief. And not a dime of it will go to the top 5% incomes, period. Across America, nearly every Pell Grant recipient comes from a family making under 60 grand. 2/3 come from families making under $30,000 a year. In New Mexico, more than 150,000 borrowers receive Pell Grants to go to college. That's 150,000 New Mexicans who will get $20,000 of their loan wiped off immediately, plain, simple, and it matters. Folks, as I pointed out, my wife has been a community college professor for years, and she's still teaching. Matter of fact, she's teaching today before she goes off this evening to campaign for us. She's traveled across the country meeting students from every walk of life. She's worked, some of the students she meets work 2 or 3 jobs while going to school, putting dinner on the table, helping their kids with homework, staying up late to do their own homework. As Jill says, they only ask for one thing in return: the chance to work hard and build a good life for themselves and their families. Many of those students, just like the students here, have had to borrow money to cover the cost of tuition. Roughly 40% of community college students nationwide receive a Pell Grant. I'm here today to tell you this student loan relief plan is for them as they recover from the economic crisis the pandemic inflicted and pay for their education. It's for folks like Christy, who you just heard from earlier. She went back to school to get a better job, take care of her family, so she could compete in today's economy. She relied on the student loans and a Pell Grant, and she did it while starting a family. Under our plan, she'll have nearly all of her loan forgiven, and it really matters. By the end of this week, the Department of Education will have approved applications of 16 million Americans and sent the necessary paperwork to student loan servicers. And the last step before the 16 million Americans can have their loan discharged. That's 16 million people who will be hearing from the Department of Education that they've been approved and who should be seeing relief in the coming days. But it's temporarily on hold. Why? Well, because Republican members of the Congress and Republican governors are doing everything they can, including taking us to court to deny the relief and even to their own constituents. And every lawyer tells me we've knocked 2 of them out of the way. There's only one thing left in the way, and that's going to happen. As soon as I announced my administration's plan for student debt, they started attacking it, even though I ran on it and everybody knew what I was going to do. Their outrage is just simply wrong, and I might add, I don't want to be too political here, but hypocritical. Fighting them in court, we're not letting them get away with it. I'm never going to apologize for helping working middle-class families as they recover from the economic crisis created by a pandemic. And I don't want... There's an awful lot of mainstream Republicans who they didn't vote for, but who I know support it, but they're a little apprehensive about their situation in their party. I don't want to hear it from the MAGA Republican officials who sit in Congress and who had hundreds of thousands of dollars. In one case, over $1 million in pandemic relief loans forgiven. You know, all those folks who had businesses hurt by the pandemic? Well, we stepped in and we helped. Well, those loans are being forgiven. One of the congressmen received $2 million in forgiveness for a loan. Another one, who you know, she speaks a lot about this, Marjorie Taylor Greene and her husband, they got $180,000 in business loans forgiven. And she said, quote, "It's completely unfair for us to forgive student loans for working and middle-class Americans." Representative Vern Buchanan of Florida said our plan was reckless. He got forgiven $2,300,000. You can't make this stuff up. Republican governors wrote me a letter saying that the relief only helps the elite few. You all know you're elite? It's nice to know that. I knew you were elite. The elite few. Ted Cruz, a senator from Texas, said, "You're a bunch of slackers." He says, "It's for slackers who don't deserve relief." Who in God's name do these guys think they are? And folks, despite what Republican officials say, we can afford the student loan program. It's because of our historic deficit reduction. If you can hold for a second here, you know, when I came to office, I received, and I've got an enormous debt passed on to me, a $2 trillion tax cut, not a penny of which was paid for. And over 98% of it went to the top 1-2% of the public. And guess what? They raised the deficit. But guess what? Because of our historic, we had a very different plan, a very different reduction for all Republicans who voted against this. And they opposed the Inflation Reduction Act. Every single one voted against it, even though some I know were for it. Everyone voted for it, against it. And this year, under the leadership of the Democrats in Congress, and a little help from me, the deficit fell $1.4 trillion. Trillion. The largest one-year drop in the history of the United States of America. And we cut the federal deficit in half this year. We cut it in half. And this follows last year's historic drop in the deficit of $350 billion reduced last year. And we're going to further reduce the debt over the next decade by another $250 billion. And folks, that's not all. We're relieving student debt. We're also resuming student loan payments that are paused during the pandemic. But come January, folks whose debt isn't fully canceled because of the up to $20,000 they can receive are going to start paying their loans again. But guess what? That means billions of dollars a year are going to start coming back in the Treasury. But my administration has a planned, economically responsible course to ensure the smooth transition to repayment and unnecessary defaults. And so we're focused on going after the fraudsters, who call borrowers and pretend they're from the government to help them with their loans. If you get any questionable calls, any of them, please tell us by going to reportfraud.ftc.gov. Look, folks, my message to fraudsters looking to cheat the American people: don't. We're going to get you. We'll hold you responsible. Look, but here's the other thing. My administration is taking additional steps to make education a ticket to the middle class and folks can actually afford. For example, we're fixing what was called, and it wasn't very well administered, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. The idea was if you use your education to go to public service, you can over 10 years have it totally forgiven if you do. And if the program forgives students loans to encourage those students to go into public service, go into public school teachers, become police officers, work with local charities, members of the military, the National Guard. Since I've been in office, more than 250,000 teachers, 235,000 to be precise, nurses, police officers have been able to get over $14 billion in loan forgiveness because we're using them to encourage them to go into these works which we need. We're also proposing change in what's called income-driven repayment plans to make it simple and fair. No one with an undergraduate loan today or in the future, whether from a community college or a four-year college, will have to pay more than 5% of their discretionary income to repay their loan, no matter how long it takes. That's income after you pay for the necessities like housing, food, and the like. Only after that, 5% of disposable income. You're currently paying 10%. We're cutting that in half to 5%. And if you've still got loans left over after making your payments for 20 years, your debt will be completely wiped out. And I know that sounds strange for the students here, but a lot of people who are my generation and a little bit later also have debt still. My son, Beau Biden, who was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, passed away after a year in Iraq living next to a burn pit of glioblastoma. He went to 2 universities. He went to the University of Pennsylvania and Syracuse Law School. He ended up with a debt because I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress. I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I got a call when I'd be away campaigning for somebody, I'd call my wife in the morning before she took off to school, see how things were. And I called her one morning. I was up in the state of Vermont campaigning for Pat Leahy. And I said, "Hi, honey, how are you?" She said, "Fine." Well, you know, that's a good start. And she said, "Did you read today's paper?" True story. "Did you read today's paper?" Meaning the local Wilmington paper, Wilmington, Delaware. I said, "No, honey, I didn't see it." She said, "Headline, front page, top of the fold, Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true?" Well, I didn't think you were supposed to make money when you were in Congress. But at any rate, and I didn't feel poor. No, by the way, I got elected when I was 29. I had no income. I had little. I was just starting my law practice. And so, but I had a good salary as a senator. I thought that was just fine. But at any rate, those who borrow the original balance of less than $12,000, like community college students, you're going to be done paying that in 10 years if you go into the position of making sure you're involved in public service. And these changes are going to save more than $1,000 a year on average. It's a game changer. Let me close with this message to young people about this nation. I've always believed your generation, the 18 to 30-year generation, represents the best educated, most talented, least prejudiced, most generous generation in American history. And I really mean that. It is. That's why I'm so optimistic about the future. And that today we face an inflection point. One of those moments that only come around every few generations, where there's so much change happening technologically, politically, environmentally, that the decades and the decisions we make now are going to affect the future for a decade or more to come. It's going to set the course. I know your generation may feel like it's an added burden on top of what you've already been through. I'm not saying you have to shoulder the burden alone. The task at hand, though, and the task ahead is the work for all of us. What I am saying is you represent the best of us, the very best of us. And your generation is not going to be ignored. You will not be shunned. You will not be silenced. Just look at what happens when you speak out. 2 years ago, perhaps many of you voted for your first election or volunteered in your first election. You understood the choice and the stakes. Because you expressed your right to vote and elected me president and Kamala vice president, the highest ranking woman ever to be elected in history. Since then, with your help and the help of the Democratic members of Congress here in New Mexico, we've delivered enormous progress for the nation. People are still hurting with inflation. But the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years. We're going to, and by the way, I told the Gov, I got assault weapons banned once in Congress. We're going to do it again. We passed the most significant infrastructure law in 70 years. The only thing bigger was Eisenhower's Highway Trust Program. The first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States has been appointed, I promise. I've appointed more appellate federal judges who are women and African American than every other president in history combined. And the most significant commitment to climate change we've ever engaged in. And if anybody ever doubted climate change, come to Mexico the last 2 years, New Mexico the last 2 years. You see what's happening. So I'm keeping my promise that no one should be in jail merely for possessing marijuana, by the way, just for possession. Nobody should be in jail. Those records should be expunged. And let me close with this. I know it's been a rough few years for hardworking Americans. A lot of families, things are still really tough. But they're bright spots where America is reasserting itself. I look around at all of you, and I've never been, as I said, more optimistic. You know, we've created 700,000 manufacturing jobs in America since we came to office. 700,000. We have invested in new technologies. We invented the computer chip. We're investing literally $200 billion, and it's going to grow in making sure we produce these chips. They're smaller than the tip of your finger, but they run everything from automobiles to your home appliances to your wine, across the board. So we're making real progress. And by the way, a lot of it's just going to kick in beginning in January because we passed this profound legislation on whether it's dealing with the environment or I mean, for example, it's estimated that what we did on the environment, we passed legislation providing $368 billion in help to deal with global warming. Well, guess what? It's estimated that that's going to save just in what's available to people for their homes to deal with weatherizing their homes, solar panel, a whole range of things. It's estimated it's going to save the average family American at least $500 a year. And it's going to save the environment. Look, I guess the point I want to make, Jen, I'll stop. Our best days are really ahead of us. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. And I mean it. We got to remember who we are. I spent more time with Xi Jinping of China than any world leader has. When I was vice president and when I was out of the office for 4 years when I was a professor and then now as president. 68 hours in terms of on the telephone or in person with him. And he asked me when we were on the Tibetan Plateau, I traveled like 17,000, 18,000 miles with him. He said to me, he said, "Can you define America for me?" I said, "Yes, in one word. Please always remember it. One word. Possibilities." We're the only nation in the world believes anything is possible, and it is. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Northeastern Pennsylvania and southwestern Pennsylvania. So folks here understand a lot of the challenges that people in Braddock and towns like it have faced. But I wanted to ask John, because sometimes we talk about why someone gets into public service and runs for public office without sometimes asking about kind of what, not only what motivates them, but what is, John, what is it about Braddock and about your work that got you into public service? from the beginning.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. And let me just get this said, that it is an honor to be on the stage with you. I mean, the legend, you know, of... And, you know, when it's kind of like, I just tell people, like, if you love Bob Casey, that's, you know, it'd be a dream of mine to have you be a mentor in the Senate. So thank you to always join us again and again. So it's amazing to be here. But Braddock is a community that is not unlike some of the same kind of challenges that a lot of the communities in northeastern Pennsylvania has ever felt. You know, Braddock is actually very historic. It was where Andrew Carnegie had his first mill ever, the Edgar Thompson, and that really helped revolutionized the American, you know, the whole nation actually. And it was an incredibly prosperous steel town. And then about 90% of the community left. It was massive abandonment. And then I came back over 20 years ago to just be a GED program teacher, because I just wanted to help young people get their lives back on track. And just that's why I really wanted to spend my career. I never really believed that my life would ever lead up going into politics. But to me, I always felt that, you know, careers are very rooted in your values, and just wanting to be of service, I think, was critical, and that's what brought me to Braddock. But kind of like running into a community that 90% of people abandoned the community. So,
well, John, I especially appreciate the fact that not only are you from Pennsylvania and have worked in Pennsylvania, that should be relevant, right? But and sometimes in campaigns, and I've been in a couple of them, as you might know, candidates go everywhere. I don't think there are very many candidates in recent history that have gone to as many places as John has gone to as a candidate, but he's gone to those places all across our state, whether they vote Republican or Democratic in elections. He's gone to those places as a public official before he was a candidate for the United States Senate. And I think that every vote, every county approach that you've taken is something people really appreciate. And one of the things that a lot of people have seen in this campaign is your not just your grit and your determination to fight on behalf of working families, to make it a campaign about their lives, their struggles, but also they've seen you have to handle a stroke and the recovery from a stroke. So tell us about what your stroke has meant to you as a person, how it's changed your life as a person, but also because you're in the middle of a big campaign, how has it changed your life as a candidate?
Sure, absolutely. In fact, you were one of the very first people that I actually spoke to after having the stroke, actually, you know, like truly. And it was such an honor to you know, like right after, even when I to hear from you, and the stroke was a fact that it really knocked me down, but we got back up on that. You know, my wife Giselle is here. You know, she's. Yeah.
Where's the lights are here? I'm trying to see.
You know, the only reason I'm here is because she was there. You know, really,
Giselle, thank you.
Yeah,
I saw her earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, she recognized that, and it really reminded me just how critical healthcare is. And you know, everybody should have the same kind of healthcare that saved my life to be available to anyone that's going to need to have that same kind of challenge as well. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's really at the essence of our campaign, true, is that to anyone that ever got knocked down that had to get back up, and to anyone that's ever have to, you know, for a community that ever got knocked down, that has to get back up. It's really kind of a metaphor for the whole campaign.
Well, I think a lot of people, John, have been inspired by your fight, not just your fight on their behalf on these big issues that we'll have a chance to talk about today, but just your ability every day to get up and to make the case as a candidate, and I think that's inspired a lot of people. As you said, they understand. Yeah, they understand what it's like to be knocked down.
No, absolutely. And as I've said, like sometimes I might miss some words, and there are times I might mush two words together sometimes. But in Washington D.C., I'm not gonna make any of the mistakes of not supporting of all the kinds of policies and the right kinds of issues. That's the thing. And to me, shorthand is really just saying, Pennsylvania loves Bob Casey. I'm the kind of senator that I would be, is somebody that's always going to lean in and be there, someone you can count on just like you are.
Well, John, I appreciate that. Thank you. I know when people vote, they vote on a whole range of considerations, and some of them are based upon issues and what they're confronting in their own lives. And I don't have to tell anyone in this audience or anyone in the state or beyond our state that one of the biggest issues people are confronting every day are prices and inflation and just trying to make ends meet. That's always difficult, but ever more so when we're at a time of an inflationary economy. And just a little comment. I wanted to ask John about it. This is his campaign, but I just put a little sidebar here for some of our friends in the media. When you consider the issue of inflation, and you've heard both sides talk about it, right? So both parties in Washington and throughout the country have talked about it. Only one party's done something about it, the Democratic Party. Only one party. We've had, just go down a list. I could make a list of 10 or 15 votes or issues, right? But just consider these, where we have been fighting and passing legislation or trying to pass something that will mitigate the impact of inflation on families. The Inflation Reduction Act, we all voted for it, they voted against it. So what are they doing on inflation? Nothing. Nothing. We in 2021, we passed the American Rescue Plan, which helped families with a child tax credit. 56,000 children in Luzerne County alone were benefited by the child tax credit. You know what those families use those dollars for? To pay for food and gasoline. Every Republican voted against every child in Luzerne County and 2.2 million kids in our state. Then we had a chance to say to the big oil companies, the numbers came out just yesterday. The oil companies, the big multinational oil companies have never made more money in the history of those companies. So at a time of inflation, they've been taking too much. We should be taxing their excess profits and sending those back to families so they can pay for gasoline. Republicans are against that. We've tried to hold oil companies accountable. Republicans are against that. Unanimously against it. How about price gouging? The House passed a price gouging bill. Every Republican in Washington's against it. They don't want to hold big companies accountable. So when you go down the list of steps we could take to mitigate the cost of inflation, the impact of inflation, Republicans have been against everything. So you know what? I'll say it this way. Based upon their voting record in the last 2 years, the Republicans in Washington are the party of inflation. They're the ones who have caused this problem. So that's my little commentary for the day. But John, tell me about it. You hear about this on the campaign trail, and tell me about what you're hearing about inflation and what you hope we could do about it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely hearing about it as well true. I mean, this idea and remembering that inflation really is a tax on working families is well true. And you really touched a lot of it in your really impassioned conversation too. This idea that we have to be pushing back the kind of corporate greed that we have out there. It's really true. And a lot of the price gouging as well. It's excessive. And we know that inflation hurts working families here in Pennsylvania, and it leads to record high profits as well. So I think it's really important about holding the kind of corporate greed accountable. I think it's also critical that we begin to insist on making more things right here in Pennsylvania and making things right here in, of course, our nation. and I think it's also critical that we be reminded that Dr. Oz, given a choice to have all of his merchandise as part of his kind of empire from the show, all of it was manufactured right here in China, never right here in Pennsylvania or in America. And I think it's remembering who really is going to be the kind of senator that is going to actually fight for Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania workers, not, standing up to China.
Well said. Another issue, which is always an important issue, and unfortunately it remains an important issue because we haven't done anything about it at the federal level, because once again, Republicans are preventing us from raising the minimum wage, which is also, of course, directly related to inflation. When you have families that are struggling, especially now with inflation, we should have an increase in the minimum wage. It hasn't been increased since I guess it was my first or second year in the United States Senate. That's how long it's been. So we've been blocked over and over again by Senate and House Republicans from raising the minimum wage. And John, I think it was pretty clear when both candidates were asked a question, you said very clearly you support an increase in the minimum wage. I don't know what the other side was saying, but it was a roundabout answer. And I'm afraid he did not want to say that he's against raising the minimum wage, because that's what his corporate benefactors are for. They don't want to raise the minimum wage. But yet those same people, those same Republicans and the corporate funders of the Republican Party voted for a tax bill in 2017 that gave away the store to big corporations. Permanent tax cuts for corporations, but no increase in the minimum wage, and I'm sure you hear about it on the trail.
Yeah, well, the fact that Dr. Oz refuses to ever to commit to raising our minimum wage to a level that's appropriate at all. $7.25 an hour is outrageous. The fact that what can anybody get remotely close to supporting themselves, let alone a family with any children.
Yep.
$7.25 is a sin, and I think it's just a thing that you have dignity in all work. You must have all kinds of dignity in every paycheck as well. And to me, it's something we've always stood for, and everything that we would fight for, and that is for a living wage to make sure that everyone has the kind of at the core of basic kinds of economic security.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, You know, one of the things we're hearing now from Republicans, from the leadership of the Republican Party right now, is that if they have a majority, even if it's just a majority in the House, which we're trying to prevent from happening, we're gonna have a majority in the Senate because of John Fetterman. So, and 50-50 is just fine. I'd like a little higher. I'd like 52, but we'll take 50-50 because that'll keep us our majority. But John, one of the things that Leader McCarthy said recently is that he is going to use the debt ceiling as leverage in order to make cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Now, I knew the Republican Party was the party of voucherizing Medicare, and then more recently talking about cutting Medicare in other ways. They've always been the party of privatizing Social Security. I don't think Washington Republicans believe in either program. I hope they can tell me I'm wrong, but I don't get a sense that they support either Social Security or Medicare in their gut and their heart. They just haven't had the opportunity to destroy both of them yet, but they will with majorities. But here's the question. The question is, if they have power and they're going to use the debt ceiling, probably the most to use the debt ceiling as leverage in a debate about spending or spending cuts is about as grossly irresponsible as anything you could do as a public official. To put the full faith and credit of the United States on the line in those negotiations would be reckless and irresponsible and the worst thing any public official or any party could do. But John, tell us about that. I mean, if we're facing the prospect of Republicans using the debt ceiling as leverage to cut Medicare and Social Security, what are you hearing about that on the campaign trail?
I mean, it's grotesque. The fact that anyone would be considering cutting or weakening, Medicare or Social Security is again, it's un-American. I think. I mean, these are two of the most bedrock of American programs that must make sure we have to protect and make sure that we're there to always be there to serve all of those that depend on that.
Mm-hmm. John, I think if you look at the history of our state in terms of the labor movement and what workers have been up against, you can't find two regions of not just the state, or I would say two regions of the country where there's been more labor history, labor strife and struggle than northeastern and southwestern Pennsylvania. And unfortunately, because of raw corporate and political power that for decades now has been trying every day of the week, Republicans in Washington try every day of the week to undermine and destroy unions. That's just a fact, and everyone knows it. They've tried to do it. They've tried everything, whether using courts or legislation or the National Labor Relations Board, to undermine the rights of working men and women. The one big remedy for that is the PRO Act, and I want to spell it out because sometimes
Absolutely.
Sometimes we use too many acronyms in Washington. The name of the legislation is the Protect the Right to Organize Act. To protect that right and to make sure that if you're a big corporation and you're violating the rights of working men and women, you're going to pay a penalty, a real penalty. And unfortunately now our laws are not strong enough to protect working men and women. So John, tell me about not just your history with unions and the labor movement, but what you'd like to do as a United States Senator to protect their rights and to help workers.
Yeah, absolutely. The PRO Act as well too. The union way of life has to be protected at all costs. And I can't understand how un-American it would be to be anti-union. And nobody could have a stronger advocate in the Senate more than yourself to always stand for the union way of life here. And again, that is just absolutely compatible with our campaigns at the core of our values. And as the next United States Senator to join you from Pennsylvania, it's an absolute support to pass the PRO Act as well, because expanding and strengthening the secure of the union way of life here in Pennsylvania is critical.
And John, I know that when you look at the support you've received from all across the state, when I saw the support you had in the primary election to win every county and to win so overwhelmingly, I know both in the primary election that you won as well as the support you have in the general election, you've had great support from unions. And I think you've seen that it seems like everywhere John is on the road when he's campaigning, there's a union represented there, or often multiple unions or many unions represented wherever he goes. And I don't think the contrast has ever been clearer on these issues. And look, we've seen the power of the appointments that Republicans have made to the federal courts and the Supreme Court. I have no doubt, and I've been around a while, and I've watched the rightward shift of this court. I have no doubt that this Supreme Court would take away the right to organize as a fundamental right in the lives of workers. And so when we talk about the PRO Act, it's got specific relevance to what we're up against with this radical Supreme Court. Another issue, John, that I know people have asked you about and you've talked about, but frankly it's an issue you have a strong record on, and that's the issue of crime. And I know, look, there are Republican politicians blowing a lot of hot air all over the country about crime. Most of them have never done a damn thing about it as voting members of Congress. And actually, a lot of them have made it worse. A lot of people don't remember this. We had an opportunity in March of this year to pass a spending bill. It happens every year. As usual, we were late in the Senate getting to it. But in March, we had a chance to pass a bill that would fund the government for the rest of the year, from March through September. A lot of people didn't pay attention to it because it passes and then people move on. But one of the things that became clear at the end of that vote was all the Democrats were voting to fund the government. All the Democrats were supporting our troops to give them a pay raise. All the Democrats were supporting in that spending bill, guess what? Support for state and local law enforcement. And I went back and looked at it. Just the state and local law enforcement part of this year's spending bill was $3.9 billion. More than 75% of congressional Republicans voted against every penny to fight crime in that way. They voted against every penny of the $3.9 billion. Let's round it off and say it's $4 billion. So they voted against $4 billion to help state and local governments fight crime. They also voted, they're talking about border security. There was $16 billion in that legislation to fund the annual allocations we make for border security. They voted against all of that. There was funding in that bill to protect women through the Violence Against Women Act. Billions of dollars there, billions of dollars here. Everywhere you look in that budget, it was in that spending bill, it was to help families get through this year, to help all kinds of communities, and to fight crime. And more than 3/4 of the Republican Party voted against it. So I'll say it again. Based upon their voting record, they are the party that's making crime worse. And I'm not done yet, because guess what? Every time we have an opportunity to pass a common sense gun measure, to have a full background check bill. Now, I know we did a good thing in this summer and passed a bill that defeated the NRA and had a more limited background check for young people between the ages of 18 and 21. But to get background checks done, to get so many other common sense gun measures passed into law, the Republican Party is against it. And so when you consider their votes against state and local funding for law enforcement, to help our cities and our counties and our communities, and their repeated efforts to block any kind of common sense gun measure, I have to ask, who's responsible for what's happening when it comes to crime? So John, you've not only fought these battles as a mayor and as a public official in our state, but you're going to be a senator who's going to be supporting those programs.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, in this race, we're the only candidate that actually has hands-on experience fighting against crime and gun violence. In fact, that's the real reason why I ever ran for mayor in the very first time. 2 of my students were shot and killed, and I decided I wanted to do more than just helping them get a GED or helping them just get a driving license or anything. And I wanted to be the kind of official to fight against gun violence, and that's exactly what we did. We actually funded our police, and we were able to actually create the kind of partnership between the community. And for 5.5 years, we stopped, all the gun violence and deaths, by any of that. That's never been before or since our time.
It's a strong record.
And again, whereas compared to Dr. Oz, has never done any kinds of hands-on kind of approach in fighting against crime, let alone being successful.
Oh, yeah. So other than talking about it, it seems like Republican politicians and candidates don't want to do anything about it. What are they going to do about it? They haven't been able to answer that question very well, and I think people get it. But John, I know we're probably pretty close to the time. I wanted to I know we're towards the end of a campaign. There's only days left. One of your team was telling me how many hours. I don't have that number memorized, but I know. I hope some people are keeping track. But I know it's late in a campaign, and voters have heard a lot from you and your campaign over these months. But what would you hope to tell voters in the closing days and hours of this campaign? What's your kind of closing message for them?
Yeah. Basically, the closing argument is simply just going to be the kind of person that is here to serve Pennsylvania, and he's there to use Pennsylvania. And it's all, again, about where you've spent your time in your career, I think, are the values, and somebody is the kind of senator that is going to anyone that's ever gotten knocked down, that he needs to get back up, or to fight for any kind of communities all across Pennsylvania that has to get back up again, and just always being there to stand up and support all this kind of core kinds of values, whether it's the minimum wage, whether it's the PRO Act, whether that is protecting abortion rights, as well as having the hands-on kind of experience fighting crime as well. True. So that's really our argument here, because somebody that if you've never had any experience of actually living in Pennsylvania, understanding Pennsylvania, how can you ever effectively fight for Pennsylvania?
Yep, that's right. Well said. Well, we just got a good reminder why we're for John Fetterman to be the next United States Senator from Pennsylvania. And I wanted to say this in conclusion, John. Look, I've seen an awful lot of campaigns in our state over many years. I've seen presidential races, statewide races, all kinds of races. When I consider the spending against you in this race, what is it, $100 million now? $100 million of basically corporate money dumped on his head, and having to fight against that. There has never been a candidate in my lifetime who has withstood $100 million of negative advertising to be standing as strong as John is right now, and doing that in the context of a difficult campaign in any scenario, but especially doing that when he's had to recover from a stroke. The fact that he has stood strong in the eye of that storm gives you a clear indication, I believe, and I've done this job a while, of what he'll do as a United States Senator. The strength of character that he brings to this, to fight every day, not just for his own campaign, but the fight that he's been waging for people out there that struggle every day. He has kept this campaign focused on their lives, their struggles, and what they're up against every day. And you know what? They get it. They get it. And the other side can't match that. So I hope they keep spending corporate money, because he's going to beat all of them. He's going to win this race. Thanks, John. God bless you.
Thank you. Yeah. After $100 million spent, we're still standing, and we're going to be able to keep. We're still standing, and we're actually still up, and we're going to take this and run through the tape of the race. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that chant. I appreciate the Marco. Please don't say the polo part. I hate it. Traumatized as a child. Listen, this is a very impressive group of folks, a great crowd here today because it reflects what we're seeing everywhere we go. We're seeing it in the early voting. We're even seeing it in the mail ballot returns. And I know we're going to see it on Tuesday. And what we're seeing is a surge of Americans, including many Democrats that have joined us, who want to save their country from lunacy. From lunacy. I've been involved in a few elections now and then, both supporting myself, of course supporting myself, but other candidates in the past. This is one of the easiest ones I've ever been involved in for the following reason. The most important question you have to answer in any election is, well, what's the key issue? I get asked that all the time, as you can imagine. And I said, the key issue is this. The key issue is this. The same people are controlling the White House, the Senate, and if they remain in power in Washington for another 2 years, they will destroy this country, and we will not allow anyone to destroy the greatest country in the history of the world. So I had a journalist, you say this to a journalist, the journalist says, well, that's a little harsh. So you think I'm harsh? You should see what they say about us. But that's not harsh, it's the truth. And they say, well, let me prove it to you. I said, first of all, let's talk about just the last 22 months. Well, the last 22 months. If you look at where we are today, remember the famous Reagan story, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Really, the question, well, are you better off today than you were, 22 months ago? The answer is, of course, no. Unless you live in one of these COVID cities, at least you can open your business now because they had shut you down. We didn't have to go through that in Florida because we have a great governor and a great state legislature. But what's happened in 22 months? The first thing is everything costs more. Everything. You read these people. I don't watch a lot of the financial channels, to be honest with you. I don't watch a lot of it because I think they don't. America is not the American economy is not the stock market. We have a stock market. I'm not saying it's unimportant, but the American economy is what small businesses and everyday people are doing all the time. And they talk about inflation like, oh, the latest report came back these are not good numbers, guys. 8% inflation. That's a bad number. But the number that matters to me, the first thing I always ask is, no, tell me what's the inflation on the necessities, like the things you have to have just to survive. So, for example, food. You know what it is in food? 22%. I don't have to tell you that. You go to the grocery store, you buy things that cost a lot more than they used to, if you can even find it. By the way, I don't know if this is still happening. But there was a time where they were putting like the meat inside of almost like a locker. Remember, they were locking it up like razors at CVS? By the way, that's the most annoying thing in the world. You can't buy a razor in America anymore. You got to ring the little bell. Nobody shows up for like 2 hours. It's like, I'm surprised we're not all walking around with these huge beards. But I guess you could join one of those things online, the shave club things. But going back to the meat and everything being locked up, not only is there shortages. By the way, there's still a baby formula shortage. We just get numb to these things because it just keeps happening and happening. We're going to talk about why in a moment. But everything costs more. 22% food inflation. 22%. Now, I know that for one of these laptop liberal vegans that wants to eat algae burgers or whatever they eat, maybe that's not a big deal because I guess algae is cheap. But for a working family that has to put food on the table, that's a 22. People see it every day. You see they're buying less. They're trying to make it work. That's just food. Now, what about the price of gasoline? And that's the one that's interesting to me because they're like, whoa, what can we possibly do about it? Well, I'll tell you what you could do about it. You can produce the 1 million barrels of oil a day more than we used to produce when Trump was president that they're not producing. So Biden goes on these temper tantrums about the oil companies. Listen, I'm not a fan of oil companies. I'm not against them. I'm not for them. They're oil companies. That's what they are. They drill for oil. So he has told the oil companies, he said it when he was president, I'm going to put all you guys out of business. I'm going to put you out of business. He's basically implied oil companies are no better than cocaine cartels. You're evil. You're destroying the planet. So this is their message. You're evil. You're destroying the planet. I'm going to put you out of business in 10 years, but I need you to produce more oil right now or I'm going to... And they're like, well, you're going to put me out of business. It's not just pumping the oil, by the way. You got to refine it. No one puts oil in the car. It's gasoline. They've closed refineries. They're not building new ones. And why are they not building new ones? Because it takes like 10 years to make back the money that it costs to build one. And if they're going to put you out of business in 10 years, you ain't going to make the money back. You know who does have refineries? Take a guess what country in the world leads the world in refining surplus capacity, meaning more refining. They have more refining capacity now that they're not using yet. That's a mix. No, it's not Luxembourg. Somebody said Luxembourg. Not Monaco. China. It's China. It's China. Green New Deal China, right? They're into the batteries. They're going to do windmills. They're going to do all that. That's all we read about because they're communists, so they control everything that the narrative is. And we've got people like John Kerry that want to do a climate deal with them. So you keep reading. The guy never goes away, John Kerry. I think him and Charlie Crist might be the same person. I've never seen them together in the same room. I've never seen them together, so I'm just saying, I'm not starting a rumor. I'm just making an observation. But John Kerry wants to do this deal with China because he did such a great job with the Iran deal that I think let's put him in charge of like the global deal on the environment, right? So China, he loves China. China's going to be this great new deal thing that they're going to do with the green stuff. They are building more coal-fired plants than every country in the world combined, and they're funding them all over the planet. They're funding them all over the planet. And they have this refining capacity. And here's what burns me about it. So we have this strategic reserve in this country because when I was 3 years old and 4 years old we had, and 2 years old, so I don't remember it, but I've seen the pictures. We had these long gas lines and the oil embargo and OPEC, and people had to live through that. So they said, what would be a good idea if we had a bunch of oil and we stored it somewhere as an emergency? And they created it for an emergency like a future oil embargo. They never thought the oil embargo would be us against ourselves, but an oil embargo. And then they said, or if there's a war. Well, Biden has depleted it. He's been using our oil reserves down to the lowest level since the early 1980s because he thinks the oil reserves belong to him and that they exist not just for wars, not just for oil embargoes. He thinks we have oil reserves for midterm elections. And so now we have the oil, but the oil has to be refined. So who do you think is going to have to refine that oil? Who has the excess capacity? So think about how crazy that is. And then, on top of being mad at the oil companies, understand we are sitting on a bunch of oil. We have it in this country. He's demanding that Saudi Arabia produce more oil. Because here's the thing, I never knew this. Apparently, they believe that Saudi Arabia oil is good for the environment. American oil is bad for the economy, but Saudi Arabia oil. So I have a plan. I hate to say it publicly because I'm afraid it's going to get out. I'm going to say it. Here's my plan. We produce American oil, but we put a sticker on it that says made in Saudi Arabia. And Biden will get confused, and he'll say, this is good, look. What do you think? I don't know. I don't know if it'll work or not. It doesn't hurt to try. We're going to try, and we're going to see. But anyway, so the bottom line is we have, by the way, the heating oil costs, we're not going to have to deal with that here. Okay. Maybe, how many of you are originally from the Northeast and places that were like, oh my God, look at that. Well, there you go. But you know that in the Northeast, I mean, the heating costs, you may take it for granted here because we don't really deal with that. Here's an aside. I love using these because I also like campaigns are for two things. One is to win and make sure the right people, and the other is just to air grievances, sometimes unrelated to politics. So here's my second. Florida has some of the worst cold weather fashion on the planet Earth. Some of the worst. Okay? So, and I'm from South Florida, so here's how it typically goes. Bundle up tomorrow. This is the weatherman. Bundle up tomorrow. It's going to be nippy in the low 60s. Right? So you're like, and listen, I've grown up in Miami my whole life, but I travel, I go up north, and not at the DC's like Minnesota or anything like that. Not that Minnesota's cold, guys. But I love Minnesota because I won the primary in Minnesota. These are some of the best people on the planet in Minnesota. And they've all moved to Florida, so that's great. But so 60 degrees is going to be nippy. All right, so you know what's coming. Next thing, you get out in the morning, and people are wearing these jackets, and these jackets didn't even look good in the 70s, but they really look bad now. All right, but they're doing it, and it is what it is, So then it says, no, tomorrow it's going to be really cold. Emergency conditions. It's going to be in the 50s. And then here come the earmuffs and the gloves and people wearing Arctic gear, and guys, face masks and all that. And then it gets into the 40s and low 30s, and it happens from time to time. If it really pushes all the way down, it gets probably, the further north you go, a little colder. And then you have this phenomenon that I hadn't really seen, and I've lived here my whole life. I hadn't seen it until about 3 or 4 years ago. I wake up one morning, it's cold. I mean, even for normal standards, it's cold. And for whatever reason, it feels colder when it gets cold in Florida. But it's, because you got to bring out that space heater you haven't used in 4 years, and you're just hoping it doesn't ignite like an electric car because you can't put it out, Just like an electric car, if it catches fire, you can't put it out. It's an eternal flame. So we bring out and I walk out in the morning, and early I had to go somewhere, so it's 5:30, so it was like the coldest moment of the day. Maybe it was like 39 or 40, rare, but it happens. And there's iguanas and lizards laid out everywhere, and I'm like, honestly, I went on an app and I searched. I said, I've read Revelations a few times, but is this one of the apocalypse signs? I didn't know if it was one of the signs of the apocalypse was like, a mass of dead iguanas. As it turns out, they're cold-blooded animals. If it gets cold, they pass out, they fall off the trees. But I did freak out a little bit freak out. And when I saw it, I hadn't seen that before. And in any event, so that was my pet peeve. But these heating oil costs are going to eviscerate the Northeast. They're down 500% increases again, because we're going to have it. But here's what will affect is diesel. No one thinks about diesel. Diesel fuel is what goes in the trucks that bring all the products. So if it costs more money for that truck to bring the product, the price of that product is going to go up. But all of this is a result of this lunacy. We're not going to drill for American oil. And so they'll argue, oh, you got all these leases. What they don't tell you is these radical groups, these crazies, they're crazies. These are the people that block traffic. They do that. These are the people that are now going to like art museums and throwing spaghetti sauce on these works of art. Look, I'm not anti-art. I don't understand it. This is what I know about art. The weirder it is and the deader the artist is, the more it costs. That's what I know. But they've defaced these things. Some of these people they tried during the NBA playoffs last year to glue themselves onto the court. And I'm going to be honest, I'm going to confess something. I was hopeful they would succeed because I just wanted to see what would happen. Like, do they play around him? Do they sweep him off? How do you get a guy off the floor if he's glued himself? One guy ran out with some smoke bomb a couple weeks ago and got, knocked out by one of the players. People, we should press charges. Like, what are you doing on the field with a smoke bomb? How does he know what that is? These people are crazy. And they set the agenda. They set the agenda, and the agenda says, you can't. We're going to take you to court. We're going to sue you, and we're going to tell banks not to lend you money. That's another thing, debanking. They want all these people to not even have bank accounts. So the result is we're not producing energy, and the cost of everything's going up, and that's fueling inflation. The other thing that's fueling inflation is supply chain. Listen, it was stupid. It was a dumb decision to decide we don't need to make anything in America anymore. Let's make it in China. It's cheaper. It's cheaper. It's cheaper until no one else can make it. Then they can charge you whatever they want, or they can cut you off. And that's what they do today. 88% of the medicines that we rely on come from the active ingredients from China. And the list goes on and on and on. We've got to bring American manufacturing back because we can't ever be a country that depends on other countries. And so the supply is limited because of oil, because of lack of manufacturing. The demand went up because they lost their minds, poured $1.9 trillion into the economy of borrowed money, juiced up demand. Even Obama's economists said, don't do it, it's going to cause inflation. But Joe Biden and those, oh, no, inflation, you're lying, it's transitory. Then they first said there's not going to happen. Then they said it was transitory. Now, who he blames it on? Probably MAGA Republicans, whatever that, that's his latest catchphrase. I think somebody sat him down and says, this is the trick. Go around and convince everyone that there's this evil group of people called MAGA Republicans, and they're responsible for everything. So anyway, they do all this, and the result is inflation, a disaster. That's just part one. Part two is the border. The border is, this is not even immigration. This is mass migration. 6,000 people a day. Now, according to the border czar, Kamala Harris, the border czar says, oh no, the border's secure. The border, not our border, but she claimed 6,000 people a day are coming. Listen, this morning before I came here, I always go to the spot, and the reason why I go there is because you hear everything. It's this Cuban spot in South Florida, and the people behind the counter, and so the people that are buying, and it's just a real world, and you just hear, you pick up so much. And one of the guys comes up to me and says, what we got to do, what's happening now is people are bringing their relatives and they're paying these traffickers $8,000 using Zelle and whatever those things. Think about it. So it's created a whole new industry of human trafficking and drugs pushing into our country. And these people think it's all under control, and they're inviting people to come that way. They're inviting it. Because today, if you cross the border, all you got to do is say these magic words about that trigger amnesty, that trigger asylum, and they give you a paper called a notice to appear or a promise to appear. You promise to appear. So this is true, guys. This is what happens. I want you to understand what happens. You come in, you do the magic words, they give you the promise to appear, and they ask you, what is your mailing address? So understand, these people just came from like 18 countries away. Everything they own is in a backpack, and you're asking them what their address is. So obviously the logical answer is, well, I don't have one in America yet. I just got here illegally, as you know, because I turned myself into you for this paper. And they're like, well, we'll just write, and they make one. They make them up. They literally make up an address. They make up an address. And so we had this huge surge. And so they say, well, don't worry. It's only 1% of them have a criminal record. And I think to myself, well, what criminal record? So 1% based on the criminal record keeping system of Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Mexico, the Venezuelan regime. I don't trust their criminal record keeping. But if it's 1%, then that means over the last 22 months, over 45,000 people with a criminal record have entered the United States unlawfully. You think about it. Over 4.6 million people have entered the United States. That's 4 times the size of my opponent's congressional district. 4.6 million people. That's what's happening every day, and they're allowing it, they're inviting it, they're luring it, they're encouraging it, they're celebrating it. And you know why? Because the people that are for this don't have to deal with the consequences of it. And that to them, let them all come in. Let's all be compassionate. Let everybody come in. Let's invite people to come in illegally. And they're all for it. Because that's an Arizona problem. That's a Florida problem. That's a Texas problem. That's a New Mexico problem. Until 48 people land in Martha's Vineyard. Then 48 people land. So, and look, I'm not claiming that we're going to be able to solve this thing 48 people at a time. But it was very revealing. I learned a lot. Here's what I learned. They land, 48 people land, 48 people. The state of Massachusetts declares a state of emergency. Immediately. And they mobilize 105, 112 National Guardsmen. So now we got a 2-to-1 ratio going of guardsmen. So then the laptop liberals of Martha's Vineyard, they open up some community center and they invite the cameras. Come see how compassionate we are. Because these are the people that have the signs on the yard. In this house, we respect science. You know that? I don't even know what all that sign says. You know the sign I'm talking about? Maybe they don't have too many of them around here, but I've seen them, guys. So they love this. They love to show the do-gooders and how kind and compassionate they are. And the cameras film everything. And look how we're taking care of them. We're giving toys to the kids that are here, all this. Okay. And then the cameras leave. And the next day they deport 48 people to Cape Cod. They deport them. But they slipped. Because when the cameras were there, they talked to a few people and they said, well, why can't they just stay here? And they're like, oh, no. We have a housing crisis in Martha's Vineyard. We have a housing crisis, We can't possibly tolerate it. But the hypocrisy is this. Yeah, it's very easy. If you're a laptop liberal living in one of these affluent communities far, far away, you don't have to deal with it. You probably live in a community that has a wall and a community that has a guard at the gate that asks you for your ID before you enter. They don't want you to have an ID for voting, but to go in their neighborhood, you must show ID. And so, the result of it is that you expose the hypocrisy. This needs to change. No country in the world can tolerate it. No country in the world would allow this. No country in the world does allow it. And we shouldn't either. And yet that's what this administration's done, and it's unabated. And it'll only continue. The third is crime, and we're blessed. Crime exists everywhere. And the crime in this country, there are cities that are unlivable hellscapes. It's not me, I don't have to live there, but I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time from people that used to work there. People are afraid to go into the city in New York, into Manhattan, because you don't know if some freak is going to jump out of an alley somewhere and attack you or push you into a subway or kill you. It happens all the time. And they're like, well, we don't know. This must be happening because, who knows why. I said, I know why. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. Crime has always existed, and that's why we have police departments and prosecutors and laws. But if you tell people the police department is evil, the prosecutors say we're not prosecuting anyone, and you have politicians like the border czar, Kamala Harris, raising money to bail people out when they torch police cars, you're going to have more crime. And that's what's happened, and it's ruined this country in many of these cities. And that's what they want for the country. That's what they want for America. We're never going to tolerate it. We're never going to allow it. We have to ensure that in this election, these people don't remain in power. And those are just 3 topics. We can go on to many others. We have a Democratic Party that's lost its bearings. I mean, they don't, for them, their definition of free speech is you are allowed to say whatever you want as long as we like it. If I don't like what you're saying, if I don't like how you're saying it, if I don't like who is saying it, then it's dangerous. It's disinformation. It's whatever you want to call it, it happens. And it's happening all the time everywhere. So that's why I tell people, look, this is not always popular when I say it because people would prefer, but I don't want to live in a one-party country. I never have. I think America is a stronger and better country when you have 2 common sense parties who have maybe one's to the left, one's to the right, but they both live in the realm of reality. But the not Democratic voters, I'm not going to do what Biden does, which is attack voters and my fellow Americans, because there are plenty of people that are registered Democrat, have always voted for Democrats, and they aren't crazy. And many of them are voting for us now because the other side is crazy. But the Democratic Party today, the Democratic Party in 2022 America is a party where the power and the influence resides in the hands of the laptop liberals, which I've already discussed with you, and the Marxist misfits. That's what they are. They are Marxist misfits. And they'll deny it. No Marxist ever admits they're a Marxist, except, Karl Marx probably did, but everybody, but they don't ever come in telling you that. But Marxism is about power and control. And I live surrounded by people that saw it with their own eyes and recognize it. And what Marxism is about controlling, Marxism tolerates no competition from any sector in the environment, any sector in the economy, and any sector in society. It doesn't tolerate it. It doesn't tolerate parents having more influence than the government. It doesn't tolerate families having more power than the government. It has to control what the schools teach. It has to control what the media reports or what people hear. It even changes the language and comes up with new words that never existed before. I've been exposed to this. Maybe I told the story yesterday. A couple of years ago, some reporter says, how does it feel as a Latinx American? And I'm like, a what? Latinx. I didn't, honestly, and I felt like, oh man, I'm not up to date. I'm like Googling on my phone, from the side. What is this Latinx? Because I thought maybe it was like a band, or some new rock band. Latinx is live this Sunday, but it's not. It's some term I've never used before. They make up their own language to describe all this stuff. And it's silly, but it's dangerous. They control the language. They control the narrative. It's infused itself into the corporate boardroom. We have major corporations in America today that bend over backwards for all this lunacy. Do you know how many millions of dollars they got stolen from them? They paid in protection money to a scam organization called blacklivesmatter.com or whatever they were called. That group was a scam. The organization was a scam, a total scam. And all of these corporations gave them millions and millions of dollars. Millions and millions of dollars. And so it's the corporate class, it's the media, it's everything, every Hollywood actor, every celebrity, everyone just aligned against us. And you wonder, how do we even win elections? And the answer is because they're all crazy. And most people in America aren't crazy. And so they get to vote every 2 years. And that's what this is about at the end of the day. These people are lunatics, and they will destroy the country. If they were able to get it done, America would look like California. It would. I mean, because every policy they want for America, they've already implemented in California, every one of them. And you wind up with absurdities, complete absurdities. As an example, like right now, apparently, Napa Valley or whatever, they're now banning gas stations. They're not allowing any gas stations. So, are there any new gas stations from being built? They passed a law that by 2035, it will be illegal to buy a gas-powered car in California. And a few days later, they had to send out a text message to the whole state, do not charge your electric car. It's going to blow up our electric grid in California. So, you know, this is the lunacy that we have to put up with. They want that for the whole country. They want it for the whole country, and it's not going to happen. We're not going to allow that to happen. And so that's what this election is really about. And it's about two things then. Number one is stopping it. And what I'm most excited about is that, God willing, we're in the majority in the House and Senate. It won't be because we just reelected a bunch of people. It'll be because in the Senate, we're actually going to have new people from Arizona, from Nevada, from Pennsylvania, from Ohio, from Georgia, from New Hampshire. New people who are, many of whom have never held office before, but have the energy and the drive and bring with them the real world energy that we desperately need, so that we can stop bad things from happening. That's a big deal in the Senate. Because that way you don't have to wake up every morning hoping Joe Manchin didn't change his mind last night, and now they're going to pack the Supreme Court, take over our elections, and God knows what else. The second is make good things happen. And they say, well, how are you going to do that? I was asked that today. How are you going to do that? Joe Biden will just veto it. I said, he might. But if it's common sense and we win by enough, maybe enough of these Democrats will say, hey, maybe it's not a bad idea to drill for oil again. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to put criminals in jail. Maybe we should start talking again about things like, I don't know, enforcing our immigration laws. But assuming we can get it passed and put it, then people will know, okay, it didn't pass, but these are the people that wouldn't let it pass. Here's common sense. Here's what you want. We tried to pass it. They blocked it. We have an election in 24. Take it into account, because that's the final straw here, is to take back the White House. That's plan A. Now, plan B, if plan A doesn't work, plan B is we still pass these bills, but we pass them, a lot of them. And so now that we have all these bills sitting on Joe Biden's desk, and he signs them by accident, a couple of them, because he gets confused. Oh, this one, sir, is, you know. And we're going to, you know, that's plan B. And I don't think, you know, we can maybe get 1 out of 10 in that way. Maybe more, depends on the day. But the point is, the pandemic revealed that to us. One guy, Dr. Fauci, had all that power to go on TV every day and tell us, by the way, different things. Like at the beginning, you know, this, you got to do this, you got to do that. And throughout, just one person. But there are thousands of people like that in the government that you've never heard of, who every single day, the Congress passes laws, and then they get to apply the law as they interpret it. They make these decisions every day, and they're unaccountable to anybody. And there has to be oversight hearings. And so what I would do, if I'm not in the House, so we don't have one of these, but what I would recommend to my House members is, you know, close down the January 6th Kangaroo Court Committee. Close that one down. And have a new committee on the riots of 2020, when they caused billions of dollars in damage, and politicians were bailing people out of jails and encouraging this to happen. So let's have hearings on that. Let's have hearings on the over close to now 50 pro-life pregnancy centers in America that have been firebombed. I'm against political violence in America. I had one of my volunteers attacked. By the way, I tweeted out by 4 animals, and the press says, oh no, it wasn't 4 animals, it was only 2. And then it comes out in the police report he was attacked by 2 thugs and they're 2 German shepherds. So I was right the whole time, all right? I was right. They put German shepherds on the guy. They spent a week attacking the guy and not the victims, and not the victim of it, because that's what they do. They meaning the local media. So anyway, they did that. But I'm against political violence. So let's have hearings on why and how language like what Schumer said, when you stand before the Supreme Court and threaten the Supreme Court, and then some guy gets on an airplane, flies to Maryland, and is captured outside the home of Kavanaugh, ready to murder him and maybe a couple other justices. Okay, that's real. Let's have hearings on that, and let's ask the FBI, where are these arrests? And by the way, where's the investigation on the Biden laptop thing? And where, you know, I promise you guys, can you imagine if that laptop had belonged to Don Jr. or somebody, maybe even like a 3rd cousin of Donald Trump, maybe a 4th cousin? It would have been, I mean, we would have had a 5-part CNN special, you know, America under threat, corruption in America, you know, but it's the double standard. But when that double standard gets a hold of the government, and here's the other one, guys. We just learned, you know, because somebody did the investigation on it, Congress should have the power, has the power to do it, and now will if we have a majority, to subpoena these records. And you learn that you have these people at Department of Homeland Security coordinating with the tech companies, having these meetings once a month about who are we going to label a liar, who are we going to have disinformation. Guys, do you know that a year and a half ago, if I stood here and said to you or put out a video saying, I think the virus could have come from a lab in China that would have taken down my post. Today, the consensus is that there's at least as good a chance that it came out of a lab accident as it did from some pangolin, whatever the hell a pangolin is. I've never seen a pangolin. I don't even, but whatever a pangolin is, I think the lab that happens to be the leading lab in the world doing this kind of research is just as likely. And now the experts will tell you that. That would have gotten you knocked off. The Biden thing, the Biden laptop thing, they shut it down. I've never seen the media circle the wagon and say, we won't even report on it. We'll shut it down because of it. All this has to be looked at. All of this has to be investigated. And this is not revenge. People think, oh, this is revenge, this is retribution. No, this is accountability. This is oversight. This is our job. That's what you're sending us there to do. So that's important. Because in the end, our responsibility is to leave our children what was left to us. I am under no illusions about where I live. And you know, I think I've lived here my whole life. I'm an American, born here. I know nothing but America. But I have been blessed with something other than being a U.S. citizen, which is an extraordinary blessing. I've been blessed to be raised by and around people that know what life is like in other places. And when you are raised by people, or when you are someone who knows what life is like in other places, you don't have time for silliness about how systemically evil America is or how terrible America is, because you know what terrible and evil looks like. And you understand is America, you know, like when they talk about our history, well, our history has blemishes. Yeah, nobody's history is perfect. I never said our history is perfect because our history was written by mortal men. Our history is not perfect. Our history is just better than anybody else's. By far, our history is better than anybody else's. You understand how blessed we are to live in a country where being an American, in a lot of other places in the world, being whatever the name of that country is, that it's a race. It's a skin color. It's an ethnicity. It's a common lineage. In America, American is not a skin color. American's not a race. American is not an ethnicity. American is people from everywhere, from all over the world, who live and share this blessed land and have done an extraordinary thing for 240 years. An extraordinary thing that's inspired and changed the world. And continue to do so. You ever watch the Olympics? You watch the Olympics and these athletes go on the podium and you realize right away, you know, and I'm not saying this as my observation is there is an athlete from America representing virtually every other country we're competing against because their grandparents came here, their great-grandparents, their parents, whoever. That's an extraordinary thing. Now, there has to be rules for how you do it. There has to be a process. But that's an extraordinary achievement. But what's really extraordinary is that this country was founded on an idea that mankind had never heard about for 5,300 years of recorded history. No one had ever tried to run a country on the idea that you had rights that came from God, not from government. No one understood that. But this country was founded on that powerful principle. And it has spent 240 years perfecting it. Do you recognize that every single great movement in American history, every one, slavery ended, women got the right to vote, the end of segregation and organized discrimination and legalized discrimination, all the progress was all built on the bedrock of someone demanding that we live up to our founding principles. Even Dr. King, when he gave his speeches, he would talk about live up to the promise of our Declaration of Independence and our founding. Not get rid of the Constitution, not pack the Supreme Court, not, that was the powerful principle upon all progress in this country. And it's extraordinary, and it's special, and it's worth fighting for and protecting. But it's not automatic, because the freedoms that are given to us from our Creator are natural, but they don't come natural to man. Man, because of its fallen nature, is inclined to tyranny. Mankind, because we are fallen creatures, are inclined towards trying to govern over others, the powerful over the weak, and tell people what to do. We saw that firsthand during the pandemic. There are people that were fired. There are people in our military that have lost their positions or are about to. There are people whose businesses were ruined because they wanted to tell people what to do. And we're not anarchists. We have to have rules. But we can't do that at the expense of our liberty that made our God-given rights possible. And so this is the nation that we now fight to preserve. And that's something that should unify all Americans. And it's worth fighting for and protecting, because if America is no longer the greatest nation on earth, and what we lose here, if America is no longer special, because it is possible for America to continue to be a rich country and a powerful one, but not a special one, then we will be the first generation of Americans whose children and grandchildren did not inherit a country better than the one that was left to us. And I want no part of that. You want no part of that. Most of us want no part of that. And that's why we have to fight to ensure that people that don't understand that do not have their hands on the levers of power in this country. And that's what drives me. That's what drives me every single day. So at the end of the day, I say this to you. We love this country with all of our heart. It's a country worth fighting for. If you don't love America and you don't like it, you have the freedom to leave. You can leave. No one ever does. Well, except for like Hollywood actors that get on Twitter after they lose an election and they get all freaked out. I'm leaving America. I'm renouncing my citizenship. Nobody ever follows up on it, by the way. They never do. And the couple that did is because they didn't want to pay taxes, so they became citizens of the Bahamas or one of these tax havens. So, but they never leave. They never leave. I've never heard, have you ever heard of a boatload of American refugees arriving in Cuba? I've never heard of it. Fugitives, maybe fugitives leave. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's a bunch of people that stole money from Medicaid and Medicare that are hiding in Cuba, but not Americans that are seeking a better life, like, oh, we're going to get on a raft and we're going to go somewhere else. It doesn't happen. And there's a reason for it. It's amazing. These people, you listen to them. America has so many problems. It's so evil. It's so bad. But somehow, 5,000 people a day break the law and try to get in here somehow to this horrible place. How ridiculous is that notion? So, but if they don't like it, they don't have to stay. We can't force anyone to be a part of it. I'm not asking them to leave. I'm just saying you're welcome to. And, well, I did ask some people to leave once. So I'll be honest with you. Well, here's what happened was that there was these protests in Cuba demanding liberty, and that scam Black Lives Matter organization put up on Twitter their support for the Castro evil regime. And I said, oh, I am going to offer the assistance of my office to process the visas and immigration paperwork of any member of this group that would like to leave to Cuba. They haven't taken me up on it yet. Because first, the leader would have to sell the mansion she bought with the money from Nike. So anyway, going back to all of this that I'm saying, this is an extraordinary country and it's worth preserving and fighting for. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But we're not going to let anyone destroy it. We're never going to allow anyone to destroy the greatest country in the history of the world. And that's what these elections are about. And we are blessed not just to live in a great country, but in a free one, where our voice is going to be heard. It's being heard now by voting. It'll be heard on Tuesday night. Let's win. Let's win big. Because when you win big, you send a message. And the message is this: we love America. You will not destroy it. We want common sense back in our politics. And we want to leave our children what our parents left for us, the greatest nation in the history of mankind. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Let's go win. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sola Vida. Are you happy to live in the free state of Florida? We got to make sure on November 8th you vote so we can keep it that way. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited about November 8th. How many of you have already voted? Okay. How many of you are waiting till Election Day to vote? How many of you are going to vote before Election Day but haven't voted yet? Early? Anybody? We got some. Okay. Well, did anyone not raise their hand? Okay, we need 100% turnout. So please make sure if you've already voted, we'd like you to be involved in making sure other people come out to vote. So talk to your friends, talk to family members, neighbors, people that you work with, employees, you name it. We need all hands on deck to keep Florida free. Now, I'm excited to be here. We recently in Florida had a visitor that came down, southern part of the state. He was wandering around a little aimlessly. I don't know if he knew where he was, but comes down and, to be honest with you, I viewed it as an in-kind contribution to my campaign to see Biden down here. Because what it does is it reminds every single person in the state of Florida that the Democrats are with him 100% of the time on his failed agenda. And the fact of the matter is they came into office and they created the worst inflation crisis that we have seen in 4 decades. And they act like it's somehow what they said it wasn't going to happen. Then they said it was a blip. Then they said it would peak in 6 months. Now they don't even know what to say. But things have been very tough because of their policies. And when you're in a situation like that, the last thing you want to be doing is doing things like reducing our ability to produce energy, which he did on the first day of office. We've got massive amounts of oil and gas. And when I was back in the day, Congress, we even opened up ANWR in Alaska. They've got more oil in ANWR than Saudi Arabia has. And yet he came in and he stopped pipelines. He stopped leases. He basically says, well, you need to do renewables. But I'll tell you, we just had a hurricane come through. To get your power back on, I can't do that with windmills. We need to have real energy. And so you're exacerbating the inflation by doing this with the energy, and it's terrible policy. It's hurting a lot of people. These guys are all in lockstep with him on this, and just think about how pathetic it is that he's begging Maduro for oil down in Venezuela. He's got to beg Saudi Arabia for oil, and of course OPEC cut production because Saudi doesn't respect Biden. They don't appreciate what he's doing by playing footsies with the Iranians. So, of course, they're going to cut production. And here's the thing. He's put our country in a vulnerable position with his policies. We should and we could be energy independent. And that's what we need to be doing. So he is doing all of that stuff. And now he's been on this kick where he claims that the people that don't support him are somehow threats to democracy. That's their new thing that they're saying. And, I just think to myself, because I try to think about what him and a lot of his supporters have been trying to do over the last couple years. It's not me and it's not you that are threatening to pack the U.S. Supreme Court. It's not me and it's not you that's threatening to abolish the Electoral College. It's not me and it's not you who's saying that we should make D.C. a state so that they get 2 radical senators for life. And it's not me and it's not you that wants federal legislation to outlaw voter ID all across the country, which is what they want to do. So you tell me who's the threat when you're trying to take a sledgehammer to our constitutional system. And the voter ID, not only do they want no voter ID, they want to couple that with forcing every state to allow ballot harvesting. And that would be you get harvested votes and you don't know who these people are. So that's their vision and that's what they want to do. Incidentally, in Florida, because you have me here, we ban ballot harvesting in the state of Florida. Just very simple. Yeah. I believe in one person, one vote, and that's the way it should be. You shouldn't have some political operative paying to get a massive satchel full of votes and then dumping it in some drop box in the middle of town. That is not what a secret ballot is all about. Then that is not one person, one vote. So we did do the ban on ballot harvesting. We've also required now local supervisors of elections, because they run the election on the county basis. The state doesn't. We're now requiring, because they were supposed to be doing this, but a lot of them weren't, required to clean your voter rolls every single year. And that's really important. In California, they will send out mail ballots. You don't even ask for ballots. They'll just send mail ballots out. And there will be people who haven't lived in California for 10 years, and they will get mail ballots sent in like Nebraska or New York or all these other places. And that's because they don't clean their voter rolls. And so we're now doing that, and I think that's very, very important. We also did something that some states have now followed, but I think every state needs to do, and that's ban Zuckerbucks in the state of Florida. We're not going to let them pour hundreds of millions of dollars into taking over the actual election offices and stuffing those offices with partisan political operatives. They were using and manipulating the machinery of the election in key states to advance a partisan agenda. And that's wrong. And in the state of Florida, it is no longer allowed. We also understood, it's important, we also understood that you can talk about no ballot harvesting, and we do have voter ID, of course, but you need to make sure that that is enforced. And so we created this year for the first time an office in state government that is focused on investigating and prosecuting election fraud and irregularities. And we had, so just the other day, I think a week or two ago, they brought a case against a guy in Broward County, 9-time convicted felon and illegal alien, yet registered to vote and voted twice in 2021 in 2 different elections. One of those elections was decided by like 30 votes, and yet this person voted. And so when you have somebody who's not even a citizen voting, that could cancel out your vote and cancel out the things that you've worked hard for. And so it's very important that people be brought to justice. They've also brought cases against people who are convicted of rape and sex abuse. And you're not allowed to vote in Florida if you have those types of convictions. And so I think it's really good. And now what people understand is you do things like ballot harvesting at your peril, because the law will be enforced. And we're going to make sure that every vote counts, every legal vote counts, and that your legal votes aren't canceled out by this type of chicanery anymore. So we're proud to have led on election security and election integrity. And 2020, we ran a very efficient election. It took these other states days and weeks just to count the votes. We do it very quickly. And I guarantee you, November 8th, you are going to have a victor named very quickly, and it will be me in the governor's race. So only if you guys all vote. That's the only way we win is if you all vote. So we're going to do that. And, I think Republicans are going to win the House and the Senate. I think they're going to do both. I'm worried, though, a little bit about some of these states and whether they're going to actually count the votes and report them on election night. What happens is like in California, it takes a month for them to count the votes. They actually had a mayor's election, a primary, and the 2 top candidates, the one guy that was winning the morning after the election, went up by like 6 points, and he's like the non-communist option of the 2 in the Los Angeles mayor's race, and up by 6 points, and people are like, oh, wow, and it was a runoff, so it wasn't like he won, but it was 6 points. Then like 2 weeks later, the other candidate was up by 6 points. And I'm like, how does that happen? And, I was helping the candidate, our governor candidate up in New York, Lee Zeldin, with that race. And look, it's a tough state. Part of the reason is because a lot of the Republicans up there move here to live in our state. Any of you from New York that have moved down? Yeah, of course. It's a tough state, but I think he can do it because, people can be in their little partisan corners on some of this stuff, but when their personal security and their family safety starts to be called into question, people tend to want to do something about that. And what they are doing in New York is they are letting criminals run free, and the inmates are running the asylum. And so people are not safe, and they need to reverse these policies. And of course, Lee Zeldin will do that. So I'm optimistic. At the same time, New York takes like a month to count the votes. And it's like, I really hope that they will do a better job of counting the votes. But we're doing that here in Florida very well. We're going to continue to do it. But, you think about, so I went up there and helped them out because I've known him for a long time. So I helped them out. And I said, so I go up there and I go do an event up there in Long Island. There was like a huge number of people. Everyone was real happy. Yeah. You're Long Island? Nassau or Suffolk County? Okay. We were in Suffolk, but actually not that far away. So, but I tell him, and it's sad that this is the case because, we have 50 states, obviously. They say a federalist system's a laboratory of democracy because one state can do it one way, the other states can do it, and then you can compare the results. And so that's really what we've had. Since I've been governor, we've probably had the most intense laboratory of democracy that we've had in any of our lifetimes, partially because COVID gave these governors pretext. They shouldn't have done it. But they were committing very, very bad policy mistakes, locking kids out of school, mandating, all these different things. And so you saw that happening. You also just see how your general governance is. You saw the education, what they were doing, and the crime. And so what we've seen a massive exodus from states and localities governed by leftist politicians. And they're going to places that are governed well. Places that respect freedom, places that have opportunity. Opportunity and places that are dedicated to law and order. So what does that mean? It means people have fled New York, Chicago, California, all these places, Michigan, locked down Central for a long time. I used to see all these Michigan people come and they were treated so poorly by their governor, and hopefully she'll be sent the door on November 8th. But so you've seen this really significant, I think, people voting with their feet like never before. But, you know, I talk to people, and I'll have people come up to me and just give me a big hug. They're so happy to live in Florida. They're so happy about everything. And, you know, it's great, and we feel great about what we're doing, and we're happy that people are happy and people appreciate what they have in Florida. But it's also kind of sad because, you know, you have these people that are being driven away. They're being treated terribly. Their rights aren't respected. The streets aren't safe. They're being taxed to smithereens. And so they're being driven out. And I just tell you, we had choices to make in Florida if you go back over the last few years. In fact, summer of 2020, this is when COVID was first starting, I got a letter. Every Democrat member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Florida wrote me a letter. And they said that we were being reckless by having businesses open. They said we were wrong to have kids in school in person. And they said that we needed to, because of COVID, shut down the state of Florida. They said we needed to force people to shelter in place in their homes and that we should be imposing mandates. And so I thought about that, and I was like, you know, if we do what they're telling us to do, it is going to destroy the state of Florida. It's going to throw millions of people's lives into turmoil. It's going to cause hundreds of thousands at a minimum Floridians to lose their jobs. It'll cause thousands and thousands of small businesses to go under, and it will lock out of school millions of school children. And so I thought about that, and I was getting hammered by the media, by the left. Even some of the Republicans were attacking me because they were drinking the Fauci Kool-Aid, and that's what they wanted to do. And Fauci was attacking me as well, of course. He did that a lot. And so we're doing that, and, you know, and I'm taking the incoming, but, you know, at the end of the day, a leader's job is not to worry about protecting his own job. It's about worrying about protecting your jobs and your freedom. And if I have to take the arrows, then so be it. If it doesn't work out politically for me, so be it. It's not about saving your own hide. And so I was mindful of that, and I was mindful of not just following conventional wisdom, and I was mindful of making sure we were standing by people. So I took that letter, I crumpled up the letter, and I threw it in the trash can where it belonged. And so we've been fortunate that the state has done well. People have responded. We have the second lowest tax burden in the United States of all 50 states. We have the second lowest debt per capita ratio of all 50 states. We have no state income tax, and we won't as long as I'm around. And our budget in Florida, so I was in New York there, we have millions of more people than they do now. And yet our budget is less than half the size of their budget. But yet the New Yorkers tell me we have better roads, we have better services, and we do have higher performing education. K through 12, we're number 3 and number 4 in the country, respectively, in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math. They're not anywhere close to that, and they're spending a lot more money. So we're doing it well. We're focusing, respecting you as taxpayers, but in the process of having no income tax, second lowest tax burden, and we did record tax relief, we had a $102 billion budget ending last fiscal year with a $22 billion surplus, the biggest in history. Nobody has ever seen a surplus that big in Florida. So you see that, and that would not have happened if I had listened to these Democrats and not allowed the economy to be open and not protected people's jobs. And so we're happy to do that. We're also very happy about what we did for education, because there were a lot of places that denied kids the ability to access education at all, keeping them out of school. A lot of teachers' unions refused to have kids in school in places like Chicago and Los Angeles. And these are mostly lower income, working class families. You know, the people that lock the kids out of school who have power almost always would send their kid in person to school at a private school or private tutoring. So they wanted different sets of rules for themselves than they wanted to apply on the rest of the people. And so we understood that wasn't going to work in Florida. So we were the first big state to say schools will be open. Kids will be going. And we knew that was the right thing based on the data, but we got all kind of flack for that. I even got sued. They sued me to try to close the schools, and we beat them on the lawsuit as well. And so the result of all that is those rankings, and if you control for demographics, we're really number one in fourth grade reading and fourth grade math. When you do that, that would not have happened if these kids were not able to be in school. And so we're proud of what we've been able to do on education. We're also proud of, part of being able to be in school, I think, is that parents' rights are respected. And one of the things that we did on this in terms of the school children, see, you now have the CDC adding to the childhood immunization schedule COVID jabs for young kids. And so, the fear is, and I think it's a well-placed fear, is because CDC has done that, school districts around the country and states are going to use that as a pretext to impose mandates on school children for COVID jabs. And I think that's a very, very real threat to parents and to children. But fortunately for Florida, you have me, and I think ahead. And so we saw what they were trying to do with this a long time ago. So last year, we had the legislature come in, and the legislature prohibited schools from mandating COVID shots on students. And so that's a parent's decision. You guys know what you're supposed to do, and we trust your judgment on that. But the mandates were really bad, and they even wanted to do in Florida was something called vaccine passports, where you wouldn't be able to participate unless you showed your vaccine card or your boosters and all. And you know, this more recent booster, I think they did like 8 mice was the thing. And then, you know, whatever. I mean, you can make your own decisions, but you know, that was not exactly rigorous human trials. And so to force somebody to do that under those circumstances is ridiculous. So we would not allow the passports. We said you have a right to participate in society. So we banned those very early on. And we also said, because Biden was trying to force this, as well as other corporations, that in Florida, nobody should have to choose between a job that they need and a shot they do not want. And they wanted people to lose their jobs over this. They wanted to fire police officers and nurses and firefighters, and we said, not on our watch, that's not going to happen. And so we stood up against all of that, and as a result, we are the freest state in these United States. On education, though, well, first of all, if you look at our higher education in Florida, we're ranked #1 for higher education, public higher education in America now for 5 straight years by U.S. News and World Report. And one of the reasons that is because those rankings look at value. And since I've been governor, we have not allowed any tuition increases at our state universities. And so you can go to University of Florida, UCF, these places, it's like $6,200, a little bit up or down depending on what university. And you're not going to be able to find a lot of that in other parts of the country. Interestingly enough, we now have it so that grandparents can qualify for in-state tuition for their grandkids. And so if you guys have people, grandkids in other parts of the country, and they want to get in-state tuition in Florida, they can use your residency in Florida to be able to do that. We aim to please. But one of our mantras has been that, you know, the purpose of schooling, whether it's young, whether it's higher ed, the purpose of schooling is we want solid classical education. We do not want ideological indoctrination. And that's what we're working for. And part of what that is, so for the universities, what we just did this year is I signed legislation now. All tenured professors have to undergo review, periodic 5-year review, and can be let go if they're not producing. Because some of them get tenure, they don't do anything. Your job is to teach and to do things that matter to the university, not to politic and do other stuff. So we're happy to be able to do that, and we're going to do a lot more in that realm because it's very, very important. And a lot of parents are like, man, you raise your kids right and then you send them to university and they get concerned about what is being done. And the role of the university is to, help people learn how to think and understand things. It's not to try to impose one specific worldview on the student body. And so that's what we're going to be working for in Florida. But it's also true in the K through 12. And we've seen examples of where people are trying to do that. Certainly around the country, it's happening very aggressively. When I was a kid, I was going up to school in Florida. I don't remember these agendas in school. I mean, we just had school. I mean, it just was what it was. Now, people are trying to put agendas in. And so in Florida, we said, that's not going to fly here. So we stood up. We fought back, and because we did, we have banned critical race theory in our K through 12 schools. We are not going to teach our kids in Florida to hate our country or to hate each other. We are going to teach real history. We're going to teach about the founding of our country. We're going to teach about our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. We're going to teach about what it means to be an American citizen. We're going to teach about the sacrifices that people have made to fight for our freedoms over the years. And we are going to do that with honor and integrity. And we also did, not only are we doing that, we signed legislation this year. From now on, November 7th, every year in Florida, is a day for people throughout Florida to reflect on, but for school kids to learn about in school about the victims of communist regimes throughout history. We're going to teach the truth about Marxism, Leninism. And so my wife and I think many of you know our First Lady. She's really fantastic. She's many people have been praying for her over the year and a half, and we really appreciate it. She's doing very, very well, and I think you saw she did a commercial recently for us, and she and we talked about it. We wanted her to do it, so she had a concept in mind, and she's like, I want you to review this because I want to make sure you're good with it, and I'm like I'm not reviewing it. She's like, why not? I said because I trust you. And I want you to just say what's on your mind and speak from your heart. Don't let anyone tell you what you should say. I trust what you're going to do. So she went in, and when they do these camera shoot, like these commercial shoots, there's cameras, there's staff, there's all these people milling about. So she kicked everybody out of the room except for one cameraman. She got rid of the script, and she just spoke to the camera straight from the heart. And that's why it was such a good ad, because people see how genuine she was. She's done an awful lot for this state. Most recently, she took the lead in helping victims from Hurricane Ian by setting up a Florida disaster fund, which people can go to at floridadisasterfund.org and donate. But she did that, solicited contributions. She's raised over $52 million for storm victims. So we have a 5, a 4, and a 2-year-old at home, and they put us through our paces, and there's a lot that goes on, especially with how busy we can be sometimes. And we did get to bring, she brought on Saturday, Casey did she did the coin flip for the Florida State Georgia Tech game at Doak Campbell Stadium. She brought all 3 kids with her to do that. Then I did the coin toss at the Florida Georgia game in Jacksonville. Not great for Florida that happened, but nevertheless. And so she brought our 5 and 4-year-old, and they were able to go on the field in that. So they're involved, and we like it. But we think about, as parents, you know, it's difficult to raise kids nowadays because there's so many different influences that come in. I mean, my kids, 5 and 4, like, they can find the Apple remote, and they start downloading stuff, like, the minute we turn away. And so you think about it. And so our view is, you know, we really want to be there for parents, and we think that parents, you know, have the right to be able to send their kid to school, to be able to watch cartoons, just be kids, without always having somebody's agenda shoved down their kids' throats. Parents have the fundamental role in the education and upbringing of their kids. Our school systems, our charter schools, private, they're all very important, but they do not supersede the rights of parents. And so it's very important that we are standing with parents as they're raising families, because it's very difficult to do. So one of the things we had to do, we signed a bill called Parents' Rights in Education in the most recent legislative session. What does that say? Honestly, the fact that we even had to do it is kind of a sad commentary, but this is going on in other parts of the country. But we said that, you know, parents should be able to send their kid to elementary school without having things like sexuality and gender ideology injected into the curriculum. It is wrong for some school to be probing your child about these matters. It is wrong for a school to tell a 6-year-old that they may have been born in the wrong body or that their gender is a choice. That is wrong. That is happening in other parts of this country with things that are going on. So our view was, you know, we need to provide those protections for parents. We need to make sure that we reoriented the proper role of the school vis-a-vis the parents, and we did that, and parents loved it. Honestly, most voters really loved it. The media got upset about it. The left got upset about it. And what they did because they knew, honestly, it was smart what they did, because they know that if they just try to oppose parents' rights straight on in an election, they're going to lose. I mean, just imagine if they knocked on your door and said, elect me because they want to do, gender ideology for first graders. That's not a very appealing message. Most parents don't want that. You know, I think about my parents that are older. They don't even understand what any of this is. And so it's not a good message to actually win votes. So they understood that. So they said, you know, we're not going to be able to win elections on it. But if we can enlist corporations, woke corporations, to come out against it, apply corporate pressure, well, then you may have somebody like me, you know, potentially would back down from support. And so they got the granddaddy of them all, Disney, to come out against the bill, and they were demagoguing it, all this stuff, which is fine. But, you know, their bet was, because Disney really since the 60s has gotten everything they want in the state of Florida. They just call the shots, and everyone has basically bent the knee. Well, you got a new sheriff in town with me as governor. We're not working like that. We run the state of Florida. We don't subcontract out leadership to corporations based in California. So, of course, we signed the legislation into law. We protected parents, and we made sure to do the right thing. Now, they wanted to continue to fight against it, said that they would get it repealed, sue over it, all that stuff. And, you know, you have the right to take those positions. That is fine. But you do not have the right for us to put you on a pedestal while you are doing that and while you are trying to undermine policy in this state. And so we work with the legislature because Disney has gotten so much subsidies and preferential treatment for like decades. They have their own government in Central Florida. They are exempt from laws that their competitors have to follow, and they get major tax breaks. So we said Those are your values. Those are not Florida's values. You are not going to be on a pedestal. Work with the legislature. And because we did, Disney's no longer going to have its own government. They're going to live under the same laws as everybody else, and they're going to pay their fair share of taxes in the state of Florida. But it raises the issue of what I call the woke mind virus, because it's this way of thinking that has infected so many institutions. It's infected corporate America, as we see all the time with them. You know, they get mad if, like, I show up at a concert, right? But yet you could have these other leftist politicians show up. You know, the difference is I get cheered at the concerts. The leftists would get booed at the concerts. But forget that. So they get mad about stuff like that. And even think about like what we've had to do in Florida. And I was proud to do it, but we signed legislation 2 years ago protecting women athletes from having them have fair competition. How do you compete for 3 years on the men's swim team and then switch to the women's and you win the championship? I'm sorry, that is a total fraud, and everybody knows it. And so it's taking away opportunities for young girls, women athletes. They're working hard, they want to win championships, and then you're basically saying you got to compete against biological males. So that's wrong, and in the state of Florida, we are protecting the integrity of women's sports, and we're going to make sure they have opportunities. We also, unfortunately, woke has overtaken parts of our medical community. And so you see things, and we're now taking action on this, but what they are doing, and they say it's gender-affirming care, but they're actually performing sex change operations on minors. So you will have, and look, teenagers are going through a lot. That's normal that you go through a lot. And dysphoria happens, but the thing that you know, if you do the research, over 80% of it in teens resolves itself by the time they are adults. So why are you disfiguring them, cutting off breasts, doing things on the bottom? It is wrong, and it's not based on science. What it is it's ideology taking over medical practice. And so European countries started to fiddle with this, and they realized it was wrong. So countries like Sweden have gone back in. But in our country, they're really trying to promote this. And so we said we can't have that in Florida. So we activated our Board of Medicine to do that, to promulgate a rule that would not allow this. And you know what we had? We have adults who went through these surgeries when they were kids testify in favor of what we're doing because they said the surgeries were wrong and they regret it. And it's hurt them having to go through this. So the fact that we even have to do that, so we now have a rule put in place in Florida. If you are mutilating kids, you're going to lose your medical license in our state. I'm sorry. Got to do it. So you see that and you're like, man, I mean, how is it coming to that? The other thing you see with woke ideology, this is harming people. I mean, let's just be honest. It's harming people. Another place you see woke ideology is in the crime wave that you see throughout the country. This whole idea of defund police was born out of the BLM riots of 2020. They were attacking law enforcement. They were going around saying that their budget should be slashed and that you should give the money to social workers. Well, let me tell you this, if somebody's robbing you at gunpoint, is a social worker going to help you out at that point? No, you need law enforcement. So they went after the police, they attacked police, and morale is really low around the country now because of what they've done. Incidentally, morale is very high in Florida because we treat them well. And we actually saw that what was going on, so I just instituted a program here. Not only do we treat well, if you come from one of these other jurisdictions where they're not treating you well, like NYPD or these like, you get a $5,000 signing bonus in the state of Florida. So they are lining up to come down here, and we're happy with that. But that whole thing was based off an ideology that is blaming law enforcement rather than blaming criminals for criminal activity. And so you've seen crime spike. Another way woke is making people less safe. These prosecutors that are getting elected in these jurisdictions, usually funded with campaign support from people like George Soros, putting these people into office. And what they do is they say, you know, we want to reform the justice system. We want to do all this. But they're not going through the legislature to change laws. Those would not be good legal changes, by the way. I don't believe in letting people out of prison, or I believe in holding criminals accountable. But that's what they want. They want to blame society rather than blame the perpetrator. So they can't get these changes through the legislature. So the prosecutors get elected, and they say, we're just not going to enforce laws we don't like. So you go to like San Francisco, they can rob stores blind and not even get prosecuted. People assume their car is going to get broken into and that the law enforcement's not going to do anything about it. And you absolutely have had way more murders and other types of very serious criminal offenses because of this soft on crime posture. So woke ideology is destructive. It is motivating disastrous policies in our country and other parts of the state and other parts of the United States. And I have acted on this issue such that in the state of Florida, we are the place where woke goes to die. So we have an opportunity on November 8th to do a lot of good. If you all come out and vote and get a lot of people to come out to vote, you can re-elect your governor again. Should be fun. You know, we were very close to having a much different future 4 years ago in a very close election. And it was a 0.5 percentage point. And if it had gone the other way, this whole state would have descended into a Faucian dystopia during COVID. You would have had BLM riots all across, roaming wild. You would have all this bad stuff in the schools. I mean, it would be a radically different place. And so don't take freedom for granted. Don't take the direction of the state for granted. You know, it's there. Our continued success is there for the taking, but it is a choice you got to make, and you got to go out there and do it. But we came very, very close. How many of you have moved to Florida since I got elected governor over the last 4 years? Okay, so we got a lot. How many of you would have still moved if the other guy had been elected governor? Would you still have come here? Not a lot. I don't see any. Yeah, you know, honestly, it's sad, but that's just the reality. So we know how important that race is. We also have opportunities to win. You had Marco here for the U.S. Senate. We're going to win a majority in the U.S. Senate. We have a chance to win super majorities in the Florida legislature, both chambers, that can help me continue to put big wins on the board in Tallahassee. And that's important. We could also add at least 4 members of Congress as Republicans from Florida above what we already have. We have 16. We could end up with 20. I don't know, maybe even more. And you know, if we do that, you know what that means? That means we retire Nancy Pelosi once and for all. Yeah. And we're happy to do that. We're happy to work hard, and, you know, we're helping to get out the vote, and we will do that. But, you know, the fact that we have to do that, you know, to win the big election after decades and decades of her being up there, what it shows you, though, we need term limits for members of Congress. Very important to have that. We've also been able to elect a lot of great members to school boards throughout the state of Florida. These are members that are going to respect parents' rights, that are going to want to have classical education, and that are not going to allow some of these ideologies to get into the classroom. So we have some more of those seats up, although we want a lot of them in August, which is very, very good. So we have a great opportunity here if we just work hard over the next however many days. I lose track, to be honest, because we've had a lot going. You know, we had the campaign starting kind of, I mean, it kind of started in September, like in earnest. We've been preparing preparing for a long time. So we have all these things planned, everything. And then, we got a visit from a very mean fella named Ian. And he came down to Southwest Florida, and that really was an all hands on deck moment for the state. We were able to have 42,000 utility workers pre-staged in the state of Florida to be able to help with restoration. Did millions of restorations, our utilities did, in record time. We also had search and rescue deployed, even as tropical storm force winds were still circulating in Southwest Florida. We had people helicoptering, boating, driving into Southwest Florida to be able to effectuate rescues, and they did thousands of rescues, particularly on those barrier islands. And when you had situations where there was really massive structural damage, like it knocked out a bridge and going to Pine Island in Southwest Florida, knocked out the Sanibel Causeway in 3 different places. And those are not state roads or state bridges. And the locals were telling the residents, like, it's going to be 6 months and you got to get off these islands because we're just not going to have enough stuff for you there. So they came to me and they said, can you help us? And, I looked, I was like, it's not a state road, but yeah, I'll help you. Well, what do you need? They're like, we need to get back and forth from the island. So we thought, can you do boats? Can you do that? And you could, but it just wouldn't work. I was like, we got to fix this thing. So we went and said, we'll take it over. We'll do it. We got a contractor in place. Said, how long is it going to take? They're like, well, we think we can do it, in a few weeks. And I was like, can we do it quicker than that? They're like, all right, we get it. We'll promise we can do it in a week. I'm like, well, that's better because, we did it. The storm came a couple days later. We announced in a week that, well, we went forward with it. We took the mantle and didn't sit around, and we were able to restore the bridge in 3 days, which some people thought would take 6 months. So, and then we did the Sanibel Causeway, 3 breaks in that, and less than 2 weeks after it opened, or after it was broken, we were able to do a massive convoy of electrical trucks, debris removal, like 500 trucks, kind of a one-time deal. Then we had to patch it up. But 3 weeks to the day of the destruction of that bridge, we were able to reopen the Sanibel Causeway for everybody. And people thought that was going to take forever. So it just shows you that leadership does matter, and you want somebody that's not just going to sit on their hands, but it's going to be very proactive, somebody that's going to run into these fires and do everything he can to do things better for Floridians. And I think if you looked at me for the last 4 years, I don't shy away from issues. I dive headfirst into issues. We've led the country on so many different issues in the state of Florida. And it's just about the leadership. It's what it's all about. Thank you. Thank you. We are getting things done. That's right. We've delivered, and we'll continue to do. We got a lot more on our agenda. Big tax relief, more infrastructure. We're going to do more on education. And I actually have other proposals that because of the hurricane I wasn't able to formally unveil. We will do that probably before the legislative session next winter. But I'm reminded in thinking about kind of the state of Florida and how fortunate we are to live in Florida, how fortunate we are that our state is viewed as the citadel of freedom for not just for our nation. There's people around the world who are looking to Florida for inspiration because of what we've been able to accomplish here. And it just shows you that you see what's going on with our country, with Washington bungling every single thing that they touch. I think Joe Biden is like King Midas in reverse. King Midas would touch, it turns to gold. Biden, he touches it, it turns into something much worse than that. And so it's frustrating. And a lot of people, the vast majority of Americans, they think that the country has seen its best days. They think that we're clearly on the wrong track. But, I think Florida provides the blueprint that other states can follow. We're going to continue to do well here. But I think all of these things can be solved. And I'm reminded of a scene at the end of the Constitutional Convention back in 1787. You had 55 delegates. They were working in Philadelphia to create a constitution. it almost failed multiple times because there was a lot of thorny issues, and you're taking 13 colonies and trying to make them one country. A lot of them wanted to be very independent, and so there was a give and take on all this stuff. And so at the end of the convention, they're signing their names to the Constitution, and Benjamin Franklin stands up, and he looks to the front of the convention hall, and there was the chair that George Washington was the president of the Federal Convention. There was a chair that had a sun kind of peeking up from the back of the chair, and it was like you could see half the sun. And so Franklin said, Mr. President, I've been looking at that sun throughout the course of these proceedings, and I've been trying to figure out and racking my brain about whether that sun is a rising sun or whether that sun is a setting sun. And he's like, well, I know with what we've been able to accomplish today, we are providing a foundation for future generations to live as free people. I know that that is a rising sun. The state of Florida is our nation's rising sun. We've got work to do to make sure we continue to lead the way. So will you help me keep Florida free on November 8th? Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Thank you.
So excited to be here with all of you. I want to thank all the Columbia Democrats for hosting. It is so good to be back at Barnard and to be with so many representatives of our government at the local, state, and national level who care about your future and are doing everything they can to make a difference. And I personally am thrilled that we're going to have Vice President Harris with us today. I want to thank all of my wonderful former colleagues and friends who you will be seeing, including Attorney General Tish James, New York Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, New York City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, my former colleague in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and of course, Governor Kathy Hochul. Now, you're going to hear from the governor and the vice president. I just want to put what we're doing here today in some context, because this election on Tuesday is one that will have such far-ranging repercussions. And I think you know that. That's why you're here. But I am going to ask you to get out after today's rally and literally get everybody you know to turn out and vote early, vote on Tuesday, because every issue that I can think of that I imagine you could care about is literally on the ballot. You know, I've known Kathy Hochul for a long time. She and I have worked together. I really appreciate the way she's bringing new leadership and stability and new hope for our future to New York. And I think it's about time, since this was the state where the women's suffrage movement was born, that we would have a woman governor. Now, when I think about Kathy, I think about someone who actually legitimately cares about the people of this state and has proven it over her long life in public service. And as lieutenant governor, she crisscrossed New York, literally going to every single county and a lot of the towns and villages and hamlets within them, bringing all kinds of good ideas, bringing people together. But this election, like every election, is a choice. And it's not just a choice between two candidates. It is a choice between two very different ideas about who we are as a state and a country, how we should work together or not, what kind of future we want for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. I think it's fair to say that if you've paid attention to this campaign, the Republicans make no secret about what they want to do. They actually say the quiet part out loud. And Lee Zeldin, Kathy's opponent, along with, good response, along with Donald Trump and their allies, are literally fighting tooth and nail to turn back the clock. Think about it. Yes, of course, they want to turn back the clock on abortion. They spent 50 years trying to make that happen. But they want to turn back the clock on women's rights in general, on civil rights, on voting rights, on gay rights. They are determined to exercise control over who we are, how we feel and believe and act in ways that I thought we had long left behind. But they have gone even further. They want to put more guns on our streets, more pollution in our air and our water, more power for the super rich and less for everybody else. That is their vision. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who's actually paid attention. And so we have to hold them accountable for that. And one of the ways of doing it is by making sure that Kathy Hochul remains our governor. Now, she's already made a difference. She's already helped to create good-paying jobs. I don't know if any of you are from the Hudson Valley or from the Syracuse area, but working in partnership with the Biden administration, within the last 3 weeks, we've had these huge announcements. $100 billion by Micron outside of Syracuse. $100 billion. $20 billion by IBM in the Hudson Valley. Why? Because the Biden administration and the Democratic Congress passed a law that finally said, we're going to get serious about advanced manufacturing, chips, and everything else that makes the modern economy run. And so Kathy Hochul got on the phone and started calling companies that she knew We're on the brink of making big decisions about where to put these advanced manufacturing plants. And she made the case for New York. And it was a case that, you know, she made with passion. She's from New York. She's from the Buffalo area. She gets the fact that upstate New York really began the Industrial Revolution in America, fell on some hard times, and we have a chance to bring it back if we have Kathy Hochul as the governor working to do just that. So, you know, when I think about what the Republicans intend to do, and I pay attention, because I can remember not so long ago I was telling people they're going to stack the Supreme Court and they're going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And I have faint memories of people saying, oh, that's so exaggerated. So let me tell you, they're going to cut Social Security and Medicare in order to give more tax cuts to the wealthy. That is the plan. And if you don't think it will happen, just listen to them. And if you are still on Twitter, I am, if you still are, there is some great video of the Republican senator from Utah, Mike Lee, saying out loud that he wants to pull Social Security and Medicare up by the roots and get rid of them. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't imagine that that's a popular opinion if people actually hear it. So make sure everybody you know hears it for the next couple of days. And, you know, we have to look at all of the important matters that are at stake. And I have to also just reflect that I've seen, I'm sure you have, well, maybe you don't watch television, but if you did, you would see what I see, which are ads about crime every 30 seconds, right? No solutions, but just a lot of really fearful, scary pictures and scary music. And of course, I want everybody to be safe. Honestly, who's against that? But then a terrible crime happens in San Francisco. An intruder hits an 82-year-old man in the head with a hammer who happens to be married to the Speaker of the House, and the Republicans joke about it. The woman running for governor in Arizona jokes about it. Now, why would any sensible person want to give power to somebody who thinks it's funny that a person gets assaulted in his own home? So, you know, they don't care about keeping you safe. They want to keep you scared so that you can't think straight and you end up voting against your interests. So, just look at Lee Zeldin's record. He voted against equal pay for women, against renewing the Violence Against Women Act, against access to abortion and even birth control, against raising the minimum wage, and funding Medicare. So I don't know why any sensible person who cares about the economy, who cares about the cost of living, who cares about, you know, how to get ahead, would vote for someone who votes against them and their families. But we have to make sure that every voter knows what's at stake. And the only way we can get the kind of future we want is to elect Democrats who care about democracy, who care about protecting our rights and our values, who respect our institutions and the rule of law. And one of those is our current governor, who I believe should be our next governor. So please join me in welcoming Governor Kathy Hochul.
Thank you. I am so on fire. I have been waiting for this opportunity to come here and to count down the days until we make history once again. And I'm so proud to have been introduced by someone who made history in her lifetime herself. Our secretary, our former First Lady, our senator, our friend, Hillary Clinton. What a woman. She has been a source of inspiration for me for decades, because I've learned from her when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And there's nobody tougher than our very own Hillary Clinton. I thank her for being here to remind us of the power of the vote. I also want to thank the speakers who came before. Thanks to this college for welcoming us, Barnard College, and to all the students, Very good. You heard from our extraordinary Attorney General. She is a fighter. You do not want to get in the way of Letitia James. She is a fighter. You heard from our Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, who's been delivering for us, bringing back the money from Washington right here in New York State so we can spend it to lift up all of our citizens. Let's give a round of applause. You also heard from my friends in Congress. You heard from Nydia Velázquez, a true leader who's a real fighter. I've worked with her for many, many years. And someone, you may not know this, but Carolyn Maloney, when I was running for Congress a decade ago, when no one thought I could possibly win in the most Republican district in the state of New York, they said, no way, no how, won't happen, and a lot of people walked away from me. Carolyn Maloney used to call me every single day and leave a voicemail. If I didn't answer, she said, Kathy, you're a winner. And then she'd hang up. Kathy, you're a winner. Then she'd hang up. Kathy, you're a winner. And then when I went to Congress, because no one thought I'd win, I didn't even have a place to stay. I literally shared the bedroom next to her. We shared a bathroom for 6 weeks because she's that close to me. And I want to thank her for her extraordinary leadership in our House, Carolyn Maloney. And my supporters and friends in Albany, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, no longer. And with all love and respect to our Speaker, Carl Heastie, now there's no longer 3 men in a room. There are 2 women and a really good guy in the room. So to all of you, I have a simple message. To all of you, but particularly to the women of New York. Women of New York. This is our moment. This is when we think of the ghosts of the past. The women who gathered in 1848 in a place called Seneca Falls. And I've often wondered how, without the benefit of social media, how they all knew to gather in one place. 300 people found their way to a place that became the intersection of rights. Native American rights, abolitionists, women's rights. It all came together in this small community in upstate New York. And if you've not been there, you need to go there. You need to go there. But I think about it often, and we were there recently, Hillary Clinton and I, talking about the legacy we've inherited. What is on our shoulders as the women of today. Because those women back then were so brave and so audacious. They went against the tides of their time. They were ridiculed and spit upon and jailed because they had the audacity to say, we have rights and we have a right to fight for them. And if you read the Declaration of Sentiments, it's written on the wall, and you can feel their disdain dripping with every word, saying, we are sick and tired of being the properties of men. We want to have the chance to be free. We want to vote. And that happened nowhere else but right here in the state of New York. Right here in New York. And it was a long journey for that right to vote. Many, many decades. But New York was one of the first, 3 years ahead of the rest of the nation, to say that women would have the right to vote in this state. And again, later, Finally, women of all colors could vote as well. It took till 1964. We finally achieved that goal that was so elusive for so long. And when it came to other rights, reproductive freedom, the right to decide whether you can make a decision about your own body, New York, again, was 3 years ahead of the rest of the nation. It took till Roe v. Wade. We were already 3 years ahead. And I've always been proud of the fact that we've led these movements, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, labor rights, environment. It all started in nowhere else but our state. So I put that on all of you, especially the young people. I want you to feel the weight on your shoulders as you march out of here with that determination, the guts and courage that all of those who came before us had and passed down this gift to us. In fact, they've not only passed down a gift, they've passed us the torch. And today we hold that torch in our hands. And it's up to us, and we'll be judged by generations years from now. They'll look back at this time and say, what happened in 2022? For some, it'll be a reminder that the rights that were so long and hard fought for could be stripped away by a Supreme Court, appointed by a president who never should have been there. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens when complacency takes hold and people feel like, I don't need to vote because somebody else will do it, it doesn't matter. That's what happens when complacency sets in. You have rights that you counted on for over 50 years. My mother fought this battle. Reproductive freedom. I enjoyed the benefits of it. It was always there if I needed it. My daughter in her 30s, assumed it would be there for her. And my brand new grandbaby will not have the same rights that her great-grandma had. We've always been on the forward path toward progress. That's what defines us as a state. So, friends, it's up to us. How will we be judged by what we do in 2022? We march to the polls. We say we honor those women of the past, those fighters, and those who shed blood to secure the right to vote. But also we will stand up for future generations and say, we will protect the right to an abortion in this state right here, right now, and forever. But don't take it for granted, because I've heard my opponents say, oh, don't worry. The day after the Dobbs decision, nothing changed in the state of New York, so don't worry. You know why nothing changed in the state of New York? Because I'm the governor. That's why nothing changed. That's why nothing changed. I'm the governor. So you want to protect that right. You want to continue having gun safety laws on the books and don't agree that every teacher should be armed and we should have people with guns on the subways. You believe that we should have common sense laws to protect our citizens from being killed in our streets. If you believe that, if you believe that we should continue investing in our people, investing in education, your education, making sure that you have this shot at the New York dream that we cherish, then you need to make sure that I'm still the governor on Wednesday. You have the power. You have the power. You have the weight on your shoulders. You have it in your DNA to continue that fight, that march forward. And don't you dare let future generations down, because they're looking to you. Just like we stand on the shoulders of people like Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, who both made history being the first. Our first female vice president of the United States. You have witnessed history, my friends, but don't just watch it. Go out forth and make history yourselves. Make history yourselves. And people have pointed the fact, and so many moms and dads come up to me with their little daughters, and they want me to bend down and talk to them. And I've heard so many say this, and it touches my soul. Look, daughter, the first woman governor of the state of New York, you can be anything now. You can be anything. And I won't let them down. I want all those little girls to know that, yes, they can be anything. And yes, a woman has what it takes to govern a rough and tumble place like the state of New York, because I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I say bring it on. I love a good fight. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'll take it down. I'll take anybody down. I love a good fight. You know why I'm a fighter? Because my dad and my grandpa made steel. Okay? I have steel running through my veins because of who I am and where I come from. I come from Buffalo, New York. I am a fighter. So, I leave you with this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to take it to the streets? Are you ready to get out people to vote? Are you ready to save the state of New York? I'm counting on you. And with that, let me welcome a woman who has such compassion. A woman who I have long admired because she has been out there true. She's had to fight her way to the top. She has made history, but she's got a heart of gold. I've seen her in action. And let me tell you one story about our Vice President, Kamala Harris. She came to Buffalo after the massacre of 10 of my neighbors. A white supremacist radicalized on social media decided that he would take arms because at the time you could be 18 years old on your birthday and walk in the store and buy an AR-15. He went to Buffalo because he was looking for the place with the highest concentration of people of color from his home. And he slaughtered my neighbors 10 minutes from where I live. And Vice President Harris came, and she met with the families. She went to the funeral, and she didn't even ask to speak. They wanted to just be there out of respect. And she was called up to speak, and she gave the most heartwarming, uplifting remarks about how you take that pain and you turn it into action. And I listened to her, and I went back to Albany. I said, we must have action for these people. We must have action for this community. We must have action for New Yorkers. And what we did was he changed the laws. We stood up and we said, no more can this happen in a state like New York. And we took away the ability for an 18-year-old to buy that weapon. We said we're going to enhance our state. We changed the laws, and we want to keep those laws in place. And I thank Vice President Harris for not just making history, but for really making a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my high honor to introduce the first woman Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
days, we're going to get this done? Yes. We're going to give it everything we've got? No sleep? Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. It's good to be with all these leaders. It is so good to be with all these leaders. Listen, let's just get right down to business because we do have 5 days. And sometimes 5 days can seem like a lot of time, but in this case, we don't have a lot of time to do something very big, which is to elect Kathy Hochul, the next and continuing governor of the state of New York. 5 days. 5 days. And Secretary Clinton said it, Tish James said it, the governor herself said it, everything is on the line. And the thing about Kathy Hochul is she has shown you who she is. She has shown you what she cares about. She has shown you how hard she will work for the people of New York. And I believe that when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. So we got a lot of work to do. And as the governor said, you've witnessed a lot of history on this stage this afternoon. Oh, a whole lot of firsts. But here's the thing I know about Secretary Clinton. I know about General James. I know about Governor Hochul. We are committed. Yes, we may be the first, but we are committed to not being the last. And we're going to count on you to help us see that through. 5 days. 5 days. So we need folks to vote, right? For folks who haven't voted, we need them to vote. We need them to vote early, and we need them to vote on Election Day. And I can look around this room, and I know this is a group of leaders, most of whom have been out there already talking with people about the importance of voting, people who worked on the 2020 election and elected Joe Biden president and me vice president. And so here's the thing we all know, because a lot of us have been doing this every election cycle, asking folks to vote. And here's what happens. So we go up and we ask somebody to vote. And they will then ask a very righteous question every time. Why should I vote? Well, here's the thing. We got a whole lot of good material. We got a lot of good material because think about it. Last election, 2020, in the height of a pandemic, so much loss of life. People lost their jobs, loss of normalcy. Parents who are trying to figure out how they could educate their kids in the middle of all this, trying to go online if they even had access to high-speed internet. And in the midst of all of that, think about it. We had an historic turnout, and in particular, a historic turnout of young voters voting. You all. It was historic. And the way I see it is when people went in 2020 to vote, they were essentially putting in their order. Right? They stood in line for hours. In the midst of all of these burdens, for so many of you, if you were in school at that time, what those days meant, trying to learn from home, learn from your dorm room, wherever you were, you wanted to see people, you wanted to be with it. And in the midst of all of that, people took the time to vote, stood in line for hours to vote. And this is what they said. They said, there are certain things that I want from my government and certain things that I know I am entitled to. And so when we go to ask them to vote this time in 5 days and over the next 5 days, we're going to first of all say thank you for doing what you did last time. And then we're going to remind them. So you put in your order, and here's what your vote did. You said it is time that America deals with the issue of child poverty And because you voted, we extended the child tax credit, which reduced poverty for children in America by over 40% in the first year. Because you voted. You said, help parents out, people who are parenting children, because it's expensive. So you put in your order and said, do something about that. And because you voted, we passed a tax cut so that people parenting children get up to $8,000 more in their pocket to help them with the cost of food and medicine and school supplies for their children, because they voted. Because people voted and said, look, I'm going to put in my order. I want y'all to deal with this climate crisis because we value the importance of drinking clean water and breathing clean air and saving this beautiful planet upon which we live. And so people put in their order, and because you voted, we just put $370 billion into an investment in what we must do to combat the effects of this climate crisis. Because you voted. Because you voted. We're going to go up to people and we're going to ask them, and they're going to say, well, why should I vote? And we're going to say, because the last time you said, you know what, y'all need to deal with the potholes and deal with the fact that America's infrastructure is about 150 years old, and we need to fix these bridges and we need to fix these roads. And because they voted, LaGuardia is now going to get $30 million for upgrades. Because they voted, we're going to have electric MTA buses and put $110 million into doing it. Because they voted, 2nd Avenue Subway is going to get $400 million. Because they put in their order. Because you voted. And you said, you know what? It's about time we had a black woman on the United States Supreme Court. Because you voted, her name is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Because you voted. Because you voted and said, we're putting in our order. Student loan debt is preventing folks from being able to start a family, buy a home, or even pay rent. And because you voted, in spite of all of the criticism, we are canceling debt of up to $20,000 of student loan debt because people voted. Because people voted and said, it's been 30 years since there's been any meaningful smart gun legislation in our country. And it's about time that people have some courage to pass or do smart and safe gun legislation, that we were able to expand background checks, the most meaningful gun legislation in 30 years, because people voted and put in their order. People said, you know, you guys did a great job in 2008 and during those years reforming the healthcare system, but it's still really expensive to buy medication. And so people took the time and stood in line for hours to vote and said, can you do something about that? They said, you know, I got a lot of relatives who have diabetes. Black people in America are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Latinos, 70% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Why do I know seniors who have diabetes who have to make a decision about whether they're going to fill a prescription that a doctor ordered because it will save their life versus being able to buy food or pay their rent. And because you voted, we have now capped insulin at $35 a month for those seniors. Because you voted. Because you voted and you said, you know what? This game that the pharmaceutical companies have been playing, jacking up prices on medication, is just not right. Somebody's got to be able to negotiate on behalf of the American people on this issue. And so, long time in coming, but because you voted, we are now allowing Medicare to negotiate against the pharmaceutical companies on behalf of 60 million Americans. 60 million people. Because you voted. Elections matter. Elections matter. And we have so much at stake in this one. Just think about this. The United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America. And by the way, on this subject, I think it's important to note, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her and anyone what to do with their own body. But now, with the Dobbs decision, we are seeing states around our country pass or propose laws that will criminalize doctors and nurses and healthcare providers. Literally are providing for jail time for healthcare providers. Proposing and passing laws for which there is no exception for rape or incest. When I was a courtroom prosecutor, I specialized in crimes against women and children, and in particular child sexual assault. Let me tell you guys, the idea that anyone who proposes or professes to be a leader would suggest that there would be no exception after an individual has endured and survived an act of violence and violation, and then suggest to them they will not have the autonomy after that violation of their body to make a decision about what next happens to their body. It is immoral. Immoral. It is unconscionable. Here's the other thing about that decision. So the proponents said, well, you know, let's just let the states decide. Right? Let's just let the states decide. Okay, well, those same people are some of the same people who in the states are intentionally making it more difficult for people to vote. And because it has now been pushed to the states, your governor, who has stood strong and firm her entire career, her position on this issue becomes even more important. Because listen, guys, if this happens as these Republicans are trying to push, so many of their leaders, they have said there will be a national ban on abortion. And we're going to need people in the State House and at a local level who have the courage to stand up and push back against what is happening in our country. And in that way, who is your governor matters. Who is your attorney general matters. Who is your lieutenant governor matters. Because they will be the last line of defense with what we're seeing happen around our country. Elections matter. And what we are also seeing is that if you look at, you know, I like Venn diagrams, okay? So if you look, I do. And if you look at the intersection on some of these issues, it's pretty profound and very clear. And by the way, Clarence Thomas said the quiet part out loud. Now, at risk, an individual's right to contraception. An individual's right to marry the person they love is now at risk. And if you look at where these attacks are coming from, you would not be surprised to know there is a significant intersection between those who are attacking voting rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and reproductive rights. See what's happening around our country and understand why elections matter, because again, who is all in these state houses, who are holding these offices, will be potentially the last line of defense. Elections matter. You know, as vice president, I have now, well, thank you. That's me. So, as vice president in these almost 2 years, my team has told me I have now met with over 100 world leaders, directly or so directly or by phone, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And here's the thing that you all know, and Secretary Clinton certainly knows. When we walk into these rooms representing the United States of America, we have traditionally walked into these rooms chin up, shoulders back, talking about the importance of democracy, representing what we hold out to be the greatest democracy in the world, imperfect though it may be. But it gives us the authority then in these rooms to talk about the importance of rule of law, the importance of human rights, of free press. And in that way, we have been held out as a model. But here's the thing everyone here knows, because you are all role models. The thing about being a role model is this. People watch what you do to see if it matches what you say. So, there are my greatest fear. Dictators and autocrats around the world who will dare to tell their people, you want to hold out the United States as an example of these issues? Well, look at what they're doing. And in that way, what is happening in our country will very likely not only affect the people of our nation, but potentially people around the world. All of this is at stake. And on the issue then of democracies, I do believe that the nature of democracy is that there's a duality. On the one hand, when a democracy is intact, I believe it is incredibly strong in that it gives strength to its people. It is a protector and a defender of individual rights and freedoms and justice. When it is intact, there's an incredible strength in its ability to lift people up. On the other hand, it's very fragile. it is only as strong as our willingness to fight for it. And so fight we will. And so fight we will. And so we will do everything in these next 5 days, standing for the country we love, standing for the principles we hold dear. We will stand for the voices that we know have everything on the line, and we will fight for the principles that we know we hold dear, the ideals we hold dear. You know, I do believe there are two definitions of what it means to be a patriot. One is the definition that suggests you'll defend your country whatever it does, but then there is the other definition, which I believe describes all of us patriots, which is the willingness, born out of love of country, to fight for the ideals and the attainment of the ideals of our nation. That is what is at stake. And so we will fight. And when we fight, we win. Thank you.
When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible to face, when someone else instead of me always seems to know the way, then I look at you and the world's all right with me. Just one look at you and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Governor of New York, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you to Elise. We were elected together in 2014, and she's just doing a fantastic job representing her district. Excited to see how much more influence her district is about to have in January, because the Republicans are going to be retaking the House, and I'm sure that Elise is going to be serving in even more important capacities to be able to deliver for her district, this region, and for New York State. We're excited about tonight's turnout. This is now expected to be our 5th rally in 6 days, where over 1,000 people attended. And if you think about it, as far as trying to assess who has the momentum, who has the energy right now going into the home stretch with 5 days to go, you can pack every single Kathy Hochul rally with every headliner: Kamala Harris, Jill Biden, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. Every single one of them can be packed into tonight's rally. And we've now seen that for several days in a row. So great energy that's out there. People are so ready to fire Kathy Hochul. People are energized to be able to restore balance to Albany. They want to restore balance to Washington. And, this is a coalition of Republicans and Democrats and independents. This really isn't a Republican versus Democrat race when you see so many disenfranchised Democrats and independents saying, you know what, I want safety and security on my street. I want balance. My party's gone too far left. We can reduce energy costs and reverse the state's ban on the safe extraction of natural gas. There are these pipeline applications up in Albany that, instead of getting delayed and denied, should instead be getting approved. People of all walks of life want to improve the business climate and have state agencies that are supporting business rather than prosecuting businesses. New Yorkers are ready. And we've had periods over the course of decades where that moment in time the state was at a crossroads and everyone stepped up united as New Yorkers to take control of our destiny as a state. And this is one of those moments where everyone's just decided we're going to work together and get this done. We'll have an important message, obviously, Tuesday night to share with New Yorkers. I would say for right now, we need everybody to get out and vote. And we often talk about this. We all talk about this as we travel along. It is a right to vote that we are given. It's our duty. Anyone out there who wants to claim to be a proud American, I would argue it's your obligation. It's your responsibility. We're going into a midterm election, and usually the midterm elections have lower turnouts than presidential elections. And what we're seeing is that there are these places throughout the state where I wouldn't be surprised if you see presidential level turnouts. And there are people who view voting as a game day decision. And for all of our supporters out there, we need every single one of you to show up. We are sure that we win this race on Tuesday as long as all of our supporters do everything in their power wherever they are across New York, taking absolutely nothing for granted. There's a big, as long as. The great news is that that's what we're seeing. And there are a lot of great candidates who are here running for office, statewide office, local office, Congress, state Senate, state assembly, local races for judge and whatnot. This is one team. This is one ticket, top down, bottom up. We're all working together. We have shared goals for this state. And, with all apologies to Prince, as I thought of a few days ago, I think New York is ready to party like it's 1994. Governor Pataki's been out on the trail. He's seeing the flashbacks. And the last few polls before that race all had him down. Every poll. The last 6 public polls that last week, 4 of the 6 had him down by double digits. The Daily News poll at the time was considered the poll that always determined which one was going to be the winner. And he was really hoping that that poll was going to come back and show him up, and it said that he was down by 14 points. The average was 11.5. He won by 3.5. And by all accounts, no one's estimating that this is going to be a double-digit loss. And as the polls get closer, Election Day gets closer, the polls get tighter and tighter. And now we're starting to see some polls that are showing it dead heat or even a little bit up. Kathy Hochul has not gotten any stronger at any point during this route. It's just been us creeping up to what is right now a dead heat. And the goal is that you peak on Election Day. And that's what we plan on doing. And I look forward to working with all New Yorkers to get to work right away, regardless of whether you are the furthest left member of the state legislature or the furthest right, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. More access for the media, for you to be able to ask what questions that you want to ask of us, more of a seat at the table for all state legislators, regardless of whether you're a majority or minority. And I look forward to working with Chairwoman Stefanik or whatever else her colleagues decide to ask her to serve in, whichever capacity that is. I look forward to working with a Republican House delegation that is going to be much larger than what it is right now. And that congressional delegation hopefully will be including Liz Joy. Liz is running a fantastic campaign here in the Capital Region. And there are a lot of races that people are now seeing. As you look at the House field, you have New York 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. And there are two other surprises on the map that some people don't even see coming. You're seeing it in New York 20 with Liz Joy's race. You're also seeing it in New York 25 with Joe Morelli's race. Doing the rough math, that means that the New York congressional delegation could very well be split evenly in January. These are great candidates running fantastic campaigns, and we're going to break the supermajority in the state Senate and state assembly. And I'll tell you what, if it's that good of a night on Tuesday, do not be surprised if you start talking about the state Senate actually changing hands. Now, this is a difficult road to hoe. But if you think about it right now, if the Republicans hold what they have 18 state Senate seats. The field is actually 16, although if you ask the Democrats, they'll try to convince you that it's as close to zero as possible. But we see it. We see it right on Long Island. At least 8 of the 9 seats, I believe, will be in Republican hands. So anyway, thank you to everyone in the media. We look forward to getting to work. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you to all the candidates who are here, the organizers to tonight's rally. It's going to be a great night. And, of course, we're joined here by our next Lieutenant Governor, Allison Esposito, who I'm so grateful stepped up to run.
So, Lee, I know you said back in February that you're going to win. But really, frankly, a lot of people didn't believe that. I mean, did you really see this coming, that you would have this much momentum going into the weekend?
Of course you did. Yep. Yeah, I'll tell you, when we got into this race 18 months ago, we analyzed the race from 100,000 different angles. And what we saw was that New York is hitting this moment in time where we lead the entire country in out-migration. The reasons why people are citing then attacks on their wallet, their safety, their freedom, the quality of their kids' education. That's what was being discussed then. And people would ask me, well, do you really think you have a chance of winning? Look at how many more Democrats than Republicans there are. A couple thoughts came to mind. One is, what often gets misunderstood in looking at Democrats to Republicans is that we have millions of people who aren't Democrats or Republicans. And right now they are leaning heavily our way. Secondly, I predicted this, that we were going to get past Labor Day. I said, follow me. Imagine it's 18 months from now. It's September, October of 2022. And we're out there obsessing over the issues that matter most to New Yorkers. We're talking about the attacks on their wallet, their safety, their freedom, the quality of their kids' education. And the other side is refusing to talk about those issues. And instead, they're trying to talk about other stuff that isn't most important to New Yorkers. You can actually go back to the tape. I'm talking announcement day, April 8th of 2021. My interviews, I was talking about this exactly. And what happens? You get to September and October, Kathy Hochul doesn't want to talk about rising crime in the streets. When I was talking about the need to lock up criminals, locking up the bad guys, if we're having a conversation of back and forth about fighting crime, she says that she doesn't understand why that's so important to me. And then she tries to clean it up. There was a big mess on aisles 6, 7, and 8. So she goes on to Al Sharpton's show on MSNBC, and she's trying to make this seem like this is a conspiracy, that we're all data deniers, despite the fact that there are all sorts of different categories of major crimes that are not just up, but way up, year over year. And even more so when you look at certain aspects 2019 to 2022 before all of these different pro-criminal laws had gone into effect. So she keeps making it worse. New Yorkers don't want the governor to be lecturing them that there's nothing to see here, look away, it's just a conspiracy. What they want is for the governor to say, this is what is going on right now. I understand your fears and your concerns. These are my solutions of what I'm going to do about it. I have a zero tolerance policy for crime. I am absolutely all in to make sure that our streets are controlled by law-abiding New Yorkers and not criminals. She chose the opposite path. And when you all are writing your stories after next Tuesday, the post-mortem, it's some type of a Guinness Book of World Record list of mistakes of how not to run a campaign.
So, your optimism notwithstanding, the Democrats are very, very heavily favored to keep control of the state assembly and the state senate. Now, majorities, even if they lost their super majorities, could override vetoes. Majorities can still do a lot to thwart the governor's agenda. They could overturn the crime emergency that you said you would declare on day one by majority vote on day two. They could even impeach you if things got heated. So, what would you say to New Yorkers that are concerned that electing a Republican is just a recipe for chaos and gridlock and all?
I want balance. I want to be able to work with anyone to find common ground however possible. You know, when we see it with the New York City mayor and he says that judges should have discretion to weigh dangerousness, he's right. I look forward to working with him on it. You know, he says that we should amend, raise the age. That's great. I agree with him. I look forward to working with him on it. It's about finding coalitions on particular issues to move things forward. I think that it is the duty of 213 state legislators. It's a duty of the governor, the lieutenant governor, to all work together to fix these issues. I'll tell you what's chaos is a woman on the west side of Manhattan this morning going out for a jog and getting, this morning, choked and assaulted and raped. And that's how you start a Thursday morning in New York City. People wake up every single day catching up on the headlines of the day before, and they're seeing all different kinds of things that they're not happy with that they want to fix. Now, if there's a state legislator out there who is telling you that he or she is unwilling to work with us to deal with that, the pressure is on them. They're the ones who are on the wrong side. And I would say it's the will of the people having spoken on Tuesday by saying that they want to see us get tough on crime and take care of this stuff. Plan A is to work with the state legislature to make these changes on these pro-criminal laws. The only reason why we would have to declare a crime state emergency and suspend these laws is because they don't want to work with us. By doing this, it forces them to the table, and that's really most important, is that they come to the table. I mean, quite frankly, turnout throughout the entire state is important of our supporters. I mean, you can even look in the 5 boroughs, and it's going to be important to see, that turnout on Staten Island. When we got into this race, we saw Bay Ridge, Brighton Beach, Middle Village. It's now increased. You're going to see very red dots in Borough Park, in Williamsburg, in Crown Heights, and some of these other areas. We are crushing the vote with, well, I'll let the Democrats see that the hard way on Tuesday. There are some other groups and areas where they're going to be very surprised by some very red dots on the map. Upstate, around the rest of the state, they're ready. They're ready to fire Kathy Hochul. They talk about the attacks. They talk about the economic impacts more than anybody else. It hits us close to home. And I'll defer to Elise to be able to talk about what she's seeing and hearing. As you know, there's that saying, the full Schumer. In one calendar year, you have to visit every county at least once in the calendar year. That's the full Schumer. If you go now at least twice in 6 months to every county in the state, it's now called the full Zeldin. You can tell Schumer I said that. I've spent a lot of time throughout this entire state, and I'm telling you, it's not like we should be wondering whether or not they are ready to take the hill. If you look up, they're already 3/4 of the way up. They're ready. They can't wait for Tuesday.
I want to echo what Lee Zeldin said. Turnout is important across the state, but specifically upstate New York, and I want to speak to all of the constituents in upstate New York. This is the most important election we will have in a generation in New York State. This is our best opportunity to save our state. Lee Zeldin has been crisscrossing. You asked about, did he see this coming last February? Let me tell you what, upstate New York saw this coming. He has worked hard. I have seen him and Allison in county after county after county in the North Country and upstate New York, the Capital District, the Hudson Valley, Western New York. They have put in the work, and Kathy Hochul she beat Governor Cuomo as the worst governor in America, and that is a steep achievement, but she made it happen. The corruption crisis, the crime crisis, upstate, we need to have big margins, big turnout. I'm proud that in my district we typically have the highest turnout in any congressional district in New York State. We've had that for the past few cycles. We need to get it done again to elect Lee Zeldin and Allison Esposito.
Congressman, the gasoline tax holiday, which is temporary, expires at the end of December, so it's less than 2 months. I did a story on this a couple of weeks ago. Several Republicans said they supported extending it. Governor Hochul's office said, well, we'll take a look at it in the budget. You'll know when we put out the budget. So do you have any thoughts now about extending the gas tax?
So you're highlighting, this is one of the other reasons when you write your post-mortem as to why Kathy Hochul lost, is that she wants you to elect her to find out what her position on all these different issues are in January. Cashless bail, another example. I could think of a whole bunch. I'll just tell you that I absolutely support extending the gas holiday. It is one component of the solution. The solution must also include reversing the state's ban on the on the safe extraction of natural gas. We should be approving new pipeline applications as well. We need to focus on the transportation of energy throughout this entire state. The energy policy in this state is causing, we're on a pathway for a real headache, because you set bold goals wanting to be emissions free, and despite the absolute best of intent, what you have to be very careful of is that you don't want to cause pain to the people who can least afford it. So when Williams Pipeline was going to come into New York and you block it, and then National Grid and Con Ed says no gas hookups for new construction, and then the New York City Council says no gas hookups for new construction, and now the people up in Albany, they want to do it statewide, no gas hookups for new construction. You know, if you're PJ Wendell out in Chautauqua County, See, Marcus Molinaro is here as well. He's going to be the next congressman from New York 19. We were together on the southern tier at Ann's Pancakes, where they ran out of electric when we were walking in. And everybody was hungry. It was a breakfast meet and greet at a pancake house. They got their pancakes. Why? It's because they have natural gas. So the energy policy in this state needs to be looked at as more than just extending the gas holiday, but to directly answer your question. Why? Because you deserve a straight answer, and your readers deserve a straight answer. That is why I'm telling you exactly where I stand, as opposed to Kathy Hochul, who told you that you have to elect her to find out what her position on it may be in January.
Final question. NTA, this could go for both of you. You mentioned that you want to support, or you want to see state agencies supporting business. One, would you classify the MTA as that kind of agency, and do you want it to remain under state control?
I missed the first part of what kind of an agency?
You want state agencies to be more supportive of business, right? That's part of your
Right.
Do you think the MTA does that in its current function?
I mean, that is a transportation system. I'm talking about the relationship between DEC and business, the Department of Financial Services and employers, State Liquor Authority and employers, Department of Labor and employers. So as far as state agencies go, they need to overhaul the culture where they are looking at businesses as their job is to support them. The MTA's job is to get people from point A to point B with exceptional service, to get them from point A to point B on time, safely, responsibly, to make sure that the budget is responsible, to make sure that they are operating with long-term vision, where they don't, they show up at Elise Stefanik's door and say, "Give me $5 billion and I promise you all of your wildest dreams will come true. We'll never ask you for any money again." And then you get the money. And then the next day they wake up and they go back to the congressional representatives. They say, "All right, I need $5 billion more dollars. And I promise you that if you give me $5 billion more dollars, this time I really mean it, all of your wildest dreams come true." And it's actually a money pit. I would say that as far as of what needs to get done at the MTA, instead of this push for congestion pricing, which I totally oppose, which ironically will lead to more congestion, trucks in the Cross Bronx Expressway, Staten Island Expressway, small car vehicle traffic in Brooklyn and in Queens as they find other routes, make the ride safer, improve the ridership experience, and then you get a couple million more people riding every day, and that's a lot of money every single day. Enforce fare jumping. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. Alvin Bragg comes in, day one memo. He says he's not going to enforce fare jumping. That's a lot of money. So as far as the MTA goes, what I want them to do is to run the greatest transportation system in the entire world. I want it to be top-notch with regards to safety. I want them to be far better with their economics and their budgeting, to make sure it's fantastic service, but it's not necessarily an entity that exists as far as their relationship with individual businesses. So my point was specifically with regards to state agencies. I want the MTA to focus on some of these other priorities first and foremost.
Would you both describe mail-in voting in New York as safe and secure? I see that your campaign's been doing social media ads for it. Do you think people can have 100% confidence that if they vote by mail, it's going to be counted and there won't be any issues?
I would strongly encourage anybody who cannot vote in person to make sure they request an absentee ballot and get that ballot in. As far as the process in New York, we have a number of rules that are actually even stricter than red states. We have poll workers can be there when you vote. When you open the ballots, they can closely observe. We have signature verification. You could submit objections. You hold that objection. A judge is the one that ultimately decides. Last time I ran, in the 1st Congressional District of New York, 2020, there were hundreds of ballots thrown out because the signatures didn't match. There were people getting arrested because they were requesting absentee ballots for dead relatives. That was another issue. And there was a unique issue in 2020 because for a few days they opened up this absentee ballot portal and people were able to request absentee ballots for other people. That whole process is different than legislative law and intent In the Constitution, you need an excuse in order to request an absentee ballot. But what we have seen so far throughout this process is one where people are actively seeking absentee ballots. I'll tell you something that we didn't do, that the Democrats did, that we could have done, but we didn't think it was right, was we could have sent pre-filled out absentee ballot applications actually checking the box for COVID as the excuse. Why did we not do it? We just didn't think it was the right thing to do. It's not predetermined that in New York the excuse that you have is singular, it's COVID, and you actually pre-fill it out. So as far as that, I think the Democrats were wrong for doing it. That's just my personal opinion.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Ballots are, you feel they are trustworthy, Lee?
Yeah, I encourage people to vote. The process that I've seen so far is one that
Thanks, John. Let's give a hand to great Lieutenant Governor John Husted. John has done a fantastic job. I could not have a better partner than John Husted. John, thank you very, very much for all that you do. We're looking forward to 4 more years working together, 4 more years moving this state forward, 4 more years of bringing jobs to Ohio. And John's been a real leader in doing that. John, thank you very, very, very much. We start today a 2-day bus trip around the state of Ohio. And we kick it off this morning. Thank you all very, very much for being here. We're going to be from one end, as John has said, one end of the state to the other. Fran and I just finished a couple days in southern Ohio and eastern Ohio. And I tell you, it was a fun trip. People very enthusiastic. This has been an administration that has said from the beginning, we're focusing on every single part of the state of Ohio. And I think the people in Appalachia, where we just were, get that, they understand that, and there was a great deal of enthusiasm there. Right before that, Fran and I were in Cleveland. One of the things that we do the end of every campaign, we try to stand in front of the Browns and Bengals game. Well, of course, they were playing together. All you Browns fans are pretty happy with that, I see there. A little tough for the Bengals fans, tough for some of us. But anyway, we stood out there for about 2 hours, and we've done this to close a number of campaigns. And I will tell you, this was the best reception we have ever received. It was not universal, but it was a great reaction, and we kind of do our own, what we call our Cleveland Browns Bengals poll, and it was pretty good. I want to say something about my bride here. Fran has been campaigning, and she achieved something the other day. You were in your 88th county. 88th county. She finished. She's done every county. Not that we're. And what she's really been doing, she may talk about me once in a while, I don't know, but what she's really been doing is promoting the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. And you had some good news about that. You want to share the news?
Well, we're over 50% now statewide. We're 50.3%. And we've got 374,000 kids that are getting the books every single month. So that's exciting.
That's great. So look, this is our time in Ohio. This is Ohio's time. It really, really is. For a number of things are coming together. We've been able to keep our taxes down. In fact, we've lowered our taxes. When companies look to Ohio, they look at a state where we now have the best bond rating we've had since the 1970s because of the way that we have conducted things. It is a state that is growing jobs. We're seeing companies like Intel make decisions. They could have picked any state in the union. They could have gone any place. In fact, there was 39 other locations that they were looking at. They picked Ohio. And they picked Ohio because of the business climate, the stability in Ohio, the hard workers that we have, the colleges, the universities that we have, the abundance of water we have, the fact that we take care of our water. All of those things come together. And also, we like to think a little bit because we were pretty darn aggressive, not only going after Intel, but going after other companies and bringing these jobs in here. What we know that we also are doing that is so very, very important, and in a second term, we're going to continue to do that. And we're actually in the process now of working on the budget. But I said when I first talked to the state legislature, and they've been a great, great partner, I said to the legislature, look, I'm going to be asking you to invest in people. I'm going to ask you to invest in the people of the state of Ohio. And I'm going to ask you to invest sometimes in things where we're not going to see the results overnight. And in fact, in some cases, we will not really see the results until all of us are out of office. And that is a tough, tough thing for people to do. But the legislature has done that. We've invested, for example, in Lake Erie, a long-term project to make sure that not only Lake Erie, but our other waters around the state are in good condition. We call it H2 Ohio. And it was interesting when we were talking to Intel, one of the things they mentioned is we like what you're doing in regard to what you call H2 Ohio. But that long-term investment, and there's nothing more important than long-term investment is reaching children early. So Dolly Parton Imagination Library is one example of that. But we've doubled the emphasis and the money and the resources that we put in prenatal care, postnatal care, visiting, family visitings and help for families to get a good start. We want kids to get to kindergarten and to be there and ready to go. But it's not just that. It is what happens after that. Fran and I, and John, I know, spent a lot of time doing it as well, have traveled around the state and going to our career centers. We've invested more in our career centers. We've invested more in our community colleges. And in the second term, you're going to see that continue. Again, why? Because we want every single child to be able to live up to their God-given potential. We want every Ohioan to have the opportunity to live whatever their version of the American dream is. That's what we want. And it's not just our young people. A program that John wanted us to start, and we did, called Tech Cred, where we basically tell companies, if you've got an employee and he or she needs to have their skills taken up, and it's an industry-recognized credential, guess what? We'll pay for it. And now we've had, John, over 50,000 Ohioans who have taken advantage of this, and they have better jobs, they're making more money, and things are moving forward. It is so exciting to go into career centers and to go and talk to these young people, and they tell you what they're excited about. And some of them tell us, look, I wasn't too excited about school before. I'm doing something I love. And I know how much money I'm going to make. And I just love it. And when you talk to those kids, it just makes you feel good. And it also tells you this is where Ohio's future is. We're investing in these kids. We're investing in young people. We're investing in our workers. And that's going to make a huge, huge difference. Look, we're moving in Ohio. This truly, for many, many reasons, is our time in history. Where we're not going in the right direction, I think, is pretty clear, and that is in Washington, D.C. But we have a candidate. We have a candidate for the United States Senate who is going to take Ohio and our messages and the people of Ohio and what we care about to Washington, D.C. This is someone who's a conservative who's going to be a strong Ohio voice in Washington, D.C. We need him. J.D. Vance I've known for a number of years. He brings a unique background to this position. He's someone who will be our advocate. And look, we don't know how these other races are going to turn out around the country. We only can deal with one. We only have impact on one. But we have an obligation because this seat in Ohio may determine which party controls the United States Senate. I've had the opportunity to serve in the House and in the Senate with Chuck Schumer. Look, the choice is pretty clear. This man may decide who the next majority leader is. Your vote may decide who the next majority leader is. And let me just tell you from my experience in the Senate, it matters who the majority leader is. It matters who the majority party is. So let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing the next 5 days, 6 days as we go down. I believe in fighting right to the polls close at 7:30 at night, and I know you all do as well. I've seen many of you out there, seen many of you working at the polls. Thank you for what you're doing. Let's continue to push. Look, the Supreme Court is vitally important for all the reasons that you've already heard. Let's now introduce the next United States Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance. All right. All right.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you all so much. Governor and Fran, thank you for being here. Thanks for coming out on the campaign trail and everybody else. Frank, Dave, John, the entire team, Keith and Robert. We really appreciate having you guys out here. And, of course, our important Supreme Court justices, Sharon and the Two Pats. We've got to get Sharon and the Two Pats. It sounds like a rock group, maybe an R&B group, actually. actually. But we got to get them across the finish line. And so it's great to be out here with all of you, and it's great to have your support. We're going to win on November the 8th, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what we're going to do. You know, I want to tell you a story about a guy who passed away recently, and he went up to the pearly gates, and he was talking with St. Peter, and St. Peter said, "Would you like to go to heaven or would you like to go to hell?" And the guy said, "Well, honestly, I've never been to either place. Could I check him out?" And so St. Peter said, "Sure, why not?" And so they hop on the elevator, they go down, they check out hell, and the guy's, you know, pretty surprised by it. There's loud music, people are partying and having a good time. It's a really fun place, and he says, "You know, this is not at all what I was led to believe. Can I go and check out heaven?" And so they hop back on the elevator, they go up, and heaven's a beautiful place filled with very friendly people, but the guy looks at St. Peter and says, "You know, this is pretty unconventional, but I actually think that I'd prefer to go to hell." And St. Peter says, "Well, look, man, that's your choice." So they hop back down on the elevator, they go down, 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 the door opens, it's hot, it's smelly, people are complaining and bothered, and the guy sees the devil over in the corner, and he says, "Hey, man, what's going on? This is not at all what I was led to expect." And the devil says, "Well, when you were down here a couple hours ago, I was out on the campaign trail." So you know who told me that joke was Herschel Walker, the Senate candidate in Georgia. So I think about that a lot. But look, we've got such a great slate of candidates, and let me tell you just a little bit about myself. So I was raised by my working class grandparents, my mama and papa. And a lot of you know my story, and a lot of you probably don't. And so, you know, my story is really the story of the American dream and the story of what happens when our state and when our country works for our young people. You heard the governor talk about giving every kid an opportunity in the state of Ohio, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do. Now, I was raised by a woman who didn't go to high school. She was an unusual woman in a lot of ways. She was a woman of very, very deep Christian faith. Even though she hadn't graduated from high school, she was the most thoughtful Christian that I ever met. She also really loved the F word, so there was sort of a contrast. You know, Mamaw had both things going on at the exact same time. But that discipline and that love and that dedication is what was necessary for me to be able to live my dreams and to have a good chance. And, you know, when I was a kid, all I really wanted to do was be a good husband and a good father. I wanted to be able to give my kids the things that I didn't have. And that's the way in which the state of Ohio, and that's the way in which this country has been so good to me, is it's given me the opportunity to provide for my family in a way that we maybe didn't have when I was growing up in a working class family in Middletown, Ohio. And that's what we want, and that's what we're fighting for every single child in the state of Ohio, and that's what is on the ballot on November the 8th. Now let's just talk about, you know, what's going on in the state of Ohio versus what's going on in Washington, and why it's so important for us to win this race, and why it's so important for us to protect the American dream to the next generation, for our kids and our grandkids. Think about what our grandparents and our great-grandparents gave us, and think about what we risk squandering unless we get better leadership in Washington, D.C. You just heard the governor talk about how much the Intel facility means to the state of Ohio, and it's not really just the state of Ohio. The Intel facility represents us making a smart decision where for 30 years we have shipped our manufacturing and industrial base off to China. That facility represents bringing it right back home where it belongs, using Ohio workers to make the things that we need all across the country. Has national security implications. You don't want the Chinese making the computer chips that our troops may rely on in their tanks, in their missiles, in their jet engines, but that's what's going on right now, and that's why we have to bring these facilities back home to Ohio and back home to America. But here's the thing. But here's the thing about that. You can't manufacture computer chips or anything else unless you have high-quality energy, low-cost energy. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got plenty of it right here in the state of Ohio. We've got plenty of it right here in the United States of America. And yet we have a president who goes to every tin-pot dictator in the world and begs for energy when we've got plenty of it here in our own home. Let's get it out of the ground and refine it with Ohio workers and Ohio hands. Let's stop begging other people for it. You heard the governor and the lieutenant governor talk about the importance of technical education. I happen to believe that you should be able to live the American dream whether you go to college or not. We need pathways to the middle class for everybody, whatever your educational background is. And the governor and lieutenant governor deserve a lot of credit for that. But still right now in Washington, we spend so much more money on the traditional four-year degree program and so little money on the technical colleges that are preparing people for the skills of tomorrow and the jobs of tomorrow. That needs to stop. If we want to invest in technical education, we need the federal government to do a better job, and that's exactly what we're going to do in the United States Senate. Now, here's the worst of all. It's not just about investing in the future. It's not just about being proactive. We need to do that, and I appreciate what the governor said, that you need to make investments where you won't see the return for 10 or 20 years. That's how you govern a country effectively. That's how you govern a state effectively. But we've also got to be reactive to some of the bad things coming out of Washington, D.C. This inflation crisis is directly caused by the reckless spending and the terrible energy policies of Joe Biden and Tim Ryan. Okay? We know it. We know what happens when you go to war against your own energy sector. You put a lot of your workers out of job and you raise prices for everybody else. That is a disaster, ladies and gentlemen, and the middle class is paying the price. Remember, when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he wouldn't raise taxes on the middle class, yet the average Ohio middle-class family is paying thousands more today for the same life that they were paying 18 months ago. Right? That's crazy, and that's a tax. Whatever they want to call it, that is a tax on our middle class. We need to stop it. Here's the other thing. When I was growing up in a poor family in Middletown, you know, we didn't have a whole lot of money, but you know what we had? We had safety and security. Because we lived in a country that recognized you need to put violent criminals in prison and you need to empower law enforcement to do their job. We all believe in second chances. We all believe in rehabilitation, but there is no second chance without consequences first. And if you violate the law and you commit violence on your fellow citizens, you need to go to prison, and you need to go there for at least a little while. And what we've done in this country with federal policy, we've flipped this on its head. We've threatened our police as they do the work of keeping us safe. We've let a lot of violent criminals out of prison. Let's do the exact opposite. Let's put the violent criminals in prison and support our police officers as they keep us safe. And while we're on the subject of second chances, you know, I stand here very proud of my mom because, like a lot of people who suffered with addiction, she kept on getting on the road to recovery, and she's now been clean and sober for 7 years. What an incredible thing and a blessing for our family. But you talk to a lot of people in the state of Ohio in the last year and a half, and a lot of grandparents and a lot of parents have come up to me and told me about their own kids who were deprived an opportunity of that second chance because the poison that's on the streets of the state of Ohio in 2022 is more dangerous than anything that's been on our streets in our history as a country or as a state. And why? Because Joe Biden and Tim Ryan decided to throw open the American southern border and let the Mexican drug cartels put this poison into the life stream of our community. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we close the southern border, finish the border wall, and declare those cartels a terrorist organization so they stop killing our people? That's what we need to do, and that's what I will work towards in the United States Senate. But we got to get there first. And we have a race against a guy who basically is running as a Republican. We should invite him on the bus, actually. He pretends to be a Republican, yet he votes with Nancy Pelosi 100% of the time. He pretends to support our police, yet he voted 2 years ago to strip them of the legal protections that allow them to do their jobs and keep us safe. He says he supports Ohio energy, and yet he supported a ban on fracking and a ban on gas-powered cars even sooner than Bernie Sanders has proposed doing the exact same thing. We need to send Tim Ryan to the private sector where he's never been. We need to force Tim Ryan to get a real job, and we need to promote me to the United States Senate so I can go and do good work for the people of Ohio. That's exactly what we're going to do in this party. So here's my request to all of you and to all of your friends and to everybody you can get. Let's get to the polls over the next 5-6 days, okay? I feel like we're winning. I think up and down the ticket we've got great candidates. We're ahead, and we've got the momentum. As our state chairman, Bob Paduchik, often tells me, you can tell the difference between a winning campaign and a losing campaign because a winning campaign is a lot of fun, and we're having a lot of fun right now. But when you're winning, the worst thing that you can do is to fumble the football, okay? And I'm sorry, I'm a Bengals guy, and I feel very heartbroken right now. We fumbled the football quite a bit a couple of days ago. Here's the thing. We've got to get out there and we've got to get people to vote. We've had great early voting numbers, but do you realize that probably only 20% of the people who are going to cast ballots have actually cast ballots? That means the game is very, very much left to be played, and here's the request. Get out there, text as many people as you can, talk to as many people as you can, make as many phone calls, talk to people at the grocery store, at your kid's school. Hopefully by Tuesday, everybody you know says, this weirdo won't stop talking to me, telling me to get out to vote. Because that's what we need to do. We need to constantly hammer that message. And 2 messages: tell them why you're voting for J.D. Vance. Tell them why you're not voting for Tim Ryan. Tell them why you're voting for our Republican Supreme Court justices and you're not voting for the alternative. If we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to win this race, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Let's get to work. Now, I'm gonna invite our friends up here on the stage. We'll take a photo. Everybody, come on up. Ladies and gentlemen.
So know these facts, and that is, as we gather here today, Texas has the fastest growing economy in the United States of America. And since you all last re-elected me, Texas has added far more jobs than any other state in the entire country. I will run for re-election to keep Texas the #1 economy in the United States of America. So listen, one reason why our economy is so strong is because Texas ranks #1 in the country for #1 for oil and gas production. In fact, if we were our own country, we would rank like 3rd or 4th in the entire world for oil and gas production. Here again, there's a massive contrast between myself and Beto, because Beto's come out saying that he wants to embrace this radical leftist idea of the Green New Deal that was proposed by Ocasio-Cortez that would destroy oil and gas production. It would eliminate hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs, and it would increase the price that you're already paying at the pump. And we are not going to let that happen, because I am running for re-election to keep Texas the #1 oil and gas producing state in the United States of America. So let me tell you one thing, that with Texas being #1 for the economy, Texas being #1 for producing oil and gas, a byproduct of that is that as we gather here today, Texas, our state, we are sitting on a budget surplus of $27 billion. Now, I know there's a lot of people here, that there's so many people here that I can't even see all the way to the back of who all is here. I want to make sure they knew that what I said, that the budget surplus that we have is not $27 million. It's $27 billion of what we have. And we need to spend that this next session, and we'll use some of that to address education, some to address health care, some to address other needs that we have. But whose money is that? You're exactly right. So I want to return it to you, at least using half of that $27 billion with the largest property tax cut in the history of the state of Texas. And listen, this is a very important issue in this election, because Beto, when he was on the city council, he raised property taxes 3 times. We do not need a property tax raiser in the governor, in both ways. In the governor's office, well, you need to reelect me to cut your property taxes, period. But listen, we know there's more than just the economy that's on the ballot. There's also our children and the education of our children and what's going on in our schools, even going on right here in McLennan County, Texas, because what we see, these kids are being taught things like critical race theory, where they are taught to hate each other on the basis of their skin color. Listen, that's contrary to what Martin Luther King Jr. taught us, and that is we're to be judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. I am the only candidate running for governor who is against the teaching or use of critical race theory in our schools. And I will not use your taxpayer dollars to teach our kids to hate each other or to hate our country. We got to get back to teaching the fundamentals, reading and writing and math and science. And we need to educate our kids, maybe most importantly, on one thing. Why and how did America become the greatest country in the history of the world, and teach them what we need to do to make sure we remain the greatest country in the history of the world. So looking around the audience right now, I can just see by some of the hats that some of the people are wearing that some of the people are with us here today who did make America the greatest country by serving in the mightiest military in the history of the world. If you've ever worn the uniform of the United States military, wave your hand so we can see you and recognize you. That's outstanding. Thank you for your service. Listen, one thing, without having spoken to them myself, I believe for a certainty all of them would agree with this one principle, and that is they did not go fight for our country just to have these sources of socialism by the Democrat Party try to hijack our country and lead it down the way of socialism, not freedom. We are going to band together and make sure that we lead America in fighting for freedom, the freedom that they fought for on the battlefields across the entire world. Another thing we got to do, we got to make sure that we have people in office who are going to keep our communities safe. Here again, there's a massive difference between myself and Beto. Have you seen the way that some of these cities are being overrun across the United States of America because these cities have adopted a concept of defunding the police as if having less law enforcement is going to make a community safer? Well, here again, there's a vast contrast in this race because Beto came out in favor of defunding our police. Listen, in Texas, we do not defund our law enforcement. We support our law enforcement officers, period. So we're working with Doc Anderson and Brian Birdwell this past session. We drew a line in the sand, and we said, in Texas, we're not going to let that happen. So I signed a law that will defund any city that defunds their police. Now, as crazy and dangerous as it is to defund the police, there's something going on by the Democrats, by Joe Biden, that's even more dangerous than that, and that is Joe Biden's open border policies that are raising havoc across our country. So remember this very important fact. It was just 2 years ago we had the most secure border in decades, and that's because President Trump put in place 4 very simple policies. Remain in Mexico, Title 42, end catch and release, and build a border wall. It may be just as powerful. He sent a message. If you want to come to the United States of America, you can come here legally, not illegally. But under Joe Biden, it's gotten so bad. This past year alone, more than 2.2 million people came across the border illegally. Put this in context. In the city of Houston, Houston has a population of about 2.3 million people. We had a Houston come across our border in just this year. Listen, let me tell you something. It's starting to rain, so I'm going to talk real quick. I am running to secure our border. Beto would keep our borders open. We cannot allow that to happen. In this election, whether it be border security, your jobs, your taxes, your safety, your freedom, or maybe something more important than that, especially here in Waco, Texas, and that is your values. Your values are on the line this election. And you know what? We're going to fight for your values. We are not going to let the radical leftist agenda hijack those values. But let me tell you this. The winner or loser of this election on November the 8th is not going to be me. It's going to be you, your family, your freedom, and your future. And as we're speaking right now, Beto's trying to take a sledgehammer to that future and destroy it with his radical leftist agenda. And we are not going to let him do that, because we will beat Beto and win up and down the ballot on November the 8th. And so I need you to do one thing. I need you to go vote. I know many of you here have already voted. If you have not yet voted, I need you to leave here today. We're going to go inside and we're going to go inside and take pictures in 1 minute. But after we take a picture, I want you to leave and go vote. Now, you all may know where your early voting locations are. I brought with me one early voting location, and that's the McLennan County Records Building at 214 North 4th Street. Go there if you can't think of another place. Take a picture. Go vote. Make sure everybody goes to vote. And just remember this. I need you to do one last thing. If you go vote and you think that you fulfilled your duty to make sure we've won the election, you're completely wrong, because we all got to make sure we do our part to turn out the vote. So what you need to do is, after you take a picture, after you go vote, everybody has to get that phone out that you have in your hand right now. It's in your hand or your pocket or your purse. Your phone has something my phone does not have in it. Your phone has contacts with your friends, your family members, people who know and trust you and will support your advice. I need everybody here to send out at least 100 text messages to your friends today after you go vote, saying, go vote for Governor Abbott. You got to do it today, tomorrow, the next day, and let me explain to you why. The first day that you send it, maybe no one will pay any attention to it. When you send it again tomorrow, maybe they'll pay attention to it. If they don't, you got to keep sending it day after day after day until one or two things happens. Either you get a picture sent back to you by the person saying, look, I voted, they have the sticker on, and they fulfilled the mission. Or they will send something to you that says something like this: if you ever text me again. Either way, listen, we got more than 500 people here today. If 500 people send out 100 text messages, we will reach 50,000 voters. And on election night on November the 8th, when I'm claiming victory over Beto, I will say a big reason why that happened is because of what you all did in McLennan County here today. So God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Texas. Let's go take some pictures.
Okay. Sometimes I forget my name, so it's helpful. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Justin, for such a generous introduction, but more importantly, thank you for your vote. I am honored to be here with my friends, the next Attorney General of the great state of Georgia, Jen Jordan, the next Labor Commissioner of the great state of Georgia, William Bodie. And just in case there's some confusion, my name is Stacey Abrams, and I intend to be the next governor of the great state of Georgia. Now, I grew up in Mississippi, came of age in Georgia. When I lived in Mississippi, my mom was a librarian. My dad was a shipyard worker. My mother was the head librarian who sometimes made less money than the janitor who cleaned the college where she worked. My father was a shipyard worker who didn't have the opportunity to join an extraordinary labor union like the labor unions we have here in Georgia. And so when my father got hurt on the job, it took 7 years to get his workers' comp claim processed because he didn't have a labor commissioner like William Bodie standing behind him. My parents were what people call working poor. My mother didn't like that, so she called us the genteel poor. We didn't have any money, but we read books and we watched PBS. My parents raised us with 3 values: go to church, go to school, and take care of each other. They said go to church because they wanted us to be grounded in a faith that was larger than ourselves. They wanted us to have the faith that Harriet Tubman had, that no matter what the winds of change would do to you, the Lord would see you through. And that's why I'm so proud I spent this morning in fellowship at a prayer breakfast here in Macon. My parents said that my faith was a shield to protect. It was never to be used as a sword to strike people down. My parents said go to school because they knew education could change our lives, and we see an example of it right there. My parents said you go to school every single day. I didn't miss my first day of school I missed was 10th grade. And my mom made me to go to school for 1 day with mumps because she just thought I had a swollen gland. But my parents believed in education because it changed their lives, and they would tell us you can lose your job, you can lose your house, they can take your car, but no one can take what's in your mind. And so they raised me to believe in education. My parents would also tell us that our job was to serve others. Now, there are 6 of us, so part of that was just the free babysitting. But what my parents really wanted us to know was that no matter how little we had, there was someone with less. Your job was to serve that person. My dad's way of putting it was a lot simpler. He said having nothing is not an excuse for doing nothing. And I'm standing here because I plan to do for the state of Georgia. Well, we moved here when I was a junior in high school, and both of my parents got called into the ministry. We were working poor in Mississippi. We got to Georgia, we were just broke. My mom and dad went to Emory University to do their Masters of Divinity, and I went to DeKalb County High Schools. I graduated in 1991 as the valedictorian of my high school. Well, thank you. That was 30 years ago, but I'm still proud. But when you're graduating as valedictorian in Georgia, one of the perks is that you get invited to the governor's mansion. Now, I was mildly interested in meeting the governor. I was very interested in going to a mansion. I watched a lot of General Hospital as a child. And I really wanted to see this mansion. And so that morning, my mother and my father got up with me, and we took my brothers and sisters to church. And when we came home, we went outside and got back on the bus. You see, my parents didn't have a car. We had one in Mississippi. It broke down when we got to Georgia, and my parents could never afford a new one. And so we took MARTA all over the city of Atlanta. We didn't think anything of it. There was public transit, and we used it. And that Sunday, we got on the MARTA bus, and we went from Decatur all the way to Buckhead. We get off the bus, we walk across West Paces Ferry, walk up the driveway, we get to the top where the guard gate is sitting, and the guard comes out, and he looks at me, and he looks at my parents, and he says, "This is a private event. You don't belong here." And my dad says, no, this is my daughter Stacy. She's one of the valedictorians. But the guard doesn't ask my mother for the invitation that's tucked in her purse. He doesn't look at the checklist that's in his hand to see if my name is on it. Instead, I remember with clarity him looking over my shoulder at the MARTA bus that was pulling away, a bus that had workers on it and families on it, that had students on it, people who needed to get around. And the sneer on his face when he looked back at me said that he hadn't changed his mind. And he made sure I knew it because he said, "Look, I told y'all this is a private event. You don't belong here." Now, my parents moved us to Georgia to become ministers, but they were not pastors yet. And so my mother may have questioned the quality of his upbringing. My father absolutely told him where he was going to spend eternity if he didn't find my name on that list. And after a little bit of engaged discussion, this gentleman finally checked the checklist, and he found my name on it, and he let us inside. But the thing of it is, I don't remember meeting the governor of Georgia. I don't remember meeting my fellow valedictorians from 180 school districts. My only clear memory of that day is standing in front of the most powerful place in Georgia, looking at this man and having him look at me and tell me I don't belong. But in 5 days, I plan to open those gates wide in the state of Georgia. We're going to open those gates wide in the state of Georgia. And Macon, Bibb County, you're going to make it so. You're going to make it so children grow up knowing a better Georgia is possible. They're going to grow up knowing they have a governor who sees them and who serves them and who believes that power does not belong to the powerful. It belongs to the people of Georgia. And we're going to get this done. In 5 days, we are going to show Georgia what we are and what we're capable of. We are going to make certain that we invest in education from cradle all the way to career, so that when this young man gets the Hope Scholarship I know is coming his way, that he doesn't have to worry that if he decides to stretch his wings and try something hard, he could lose his opportunity to stay in college. Because I plan to expand the Hope Scholarship so a C student could see their way through college in the state of Georgia. I'm going to work with my friend William Bodie to make sure we make technical college free again so we can get the jobs that pay well in the state of Georgia. And I'm going to make sure we have apprenticeships, 20,000 of them, working with our labor unions, working with our friends, so children can earn while they learn and build the skills they need for the future. That's what we can do in the great state of Georgia. I'm going to make sure we have access to health care in the state of Georgia. On Tuesday, instead of standing in front of an extraordinary place like this museum, and I've had the opportunity to tour it before, this time on Tuesday, I was standing in front of what used to be known as the Atlanta Medical Center. What had been known before that as Georgia Baptist. This is a hospital that sits in the home district of Martin Luther King Jr. This is a hospital that survived 120 years. It survived recessions and depressions. It has survived economic turmoil, but it could not survive 4 years of Brian Kemp. And the problem, Middle Georgia, is that the shutting down of this hospital means that Georgia has 4 level 1 trauma centers and only 1 in metro Atlanta. So from the Tennessee border to Atlanta, there is no other level 1 trauma center besides Grady, which has been diverting ambulances every single day for the last few years. And it used to be that those ambulances could go over to AMC. Well, now they've got to come to Atrium because the closest level 1 trauma center from metro Atlanta is right here in Macon. And I drove down this morning. I don't know that people have an hour and 45 minutes when their lives are on the line. And Brian Kemp doesn't care. He is sitting on $3.5 billion, money that right now could be saving lives in Georgia. And he is refusing the money, but the confounding thing is the hypocrisy of Brian Kemp. You see, Brian Kemp is campaigning this week with Mike Pence, who is governor of Indiana, expanded Medicaid and created 30,000 jobs and did not lose 6 hospitals. He's campaigning with Chris Christie, who expanded Medicaid as the governor of New Jersey, created 50,000 jobs, and did not lose 6 hospitals. He's campaigning with Doug Ducey, who is the governor of Arizona, who said he was going to eliminate Medicaid expansion when he got elected and quietly decided not to because he knows it works. And so if Doug Ducey and Chris Christie and Mike Pence all think Medicaid expansion works, what is wrong with Brian Kemp? I'm here to tell you math doesn't work differently in Georgia than it works in any other state. And his refusal to accept Medicaid expansion has cost us lives, it has cost us jobs, and it needs to cost him his occupation, and he needs to get out of the way so we can have Medicaid in the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp is bad for Georgia. On Tuesday, while I was standing there and they were taking the sign off of the hospital so no one would get confused and think they could find help there, Brian Kemp was also shutting down the portal to help people get access to rental assistance. The account has $400 million in it. And Brian Kemp has quietly shut it down so that no one doubts that he has no interest in helping you stay in your house. He shut down that portal on veterans who are going to be facing eviction in the state of Georgia. He shut it down on seniors who need just a little bit of help to stay in their homes. He shut that portal down not because we don't have the money, but because he doesn't have the heart for Georgians. And it is time for Brian Kemp to get his eviction notice and put somebody else in that mansion. We need a governor who believes in education, in health care, in housing, and in helping our families make a good living. Brian Kemp's been busy this week. He did release a report on the fact that right now, 48% of the population, which is people of color in Georgia, only get 1.5% of the contracts. And let's put that in numbers. We are half the population, but only 1.5% of almost $6 billion in contracts every year. Now, a few weeks ago, we were on a debate stage together, and I asked him about it, and he gave a very long answer that said he doesn't know and don't care. But then he put out a report, and the report says, well, now I know and I still don't care. I have a plan for Georgia. I have a plan to create a $10 million small business investment fund so small businesses get the same resources that big companies get in Georgia. I have a plan to expand purchasing so we don't just buy things from the folks that Brian Kemp knows. We buy things in Middle Georgia to serve Middle Georgia. And I have a plan to make sure that if you are a person of color who has a small business, you get the same opportunity to compete for opportunity in the state of Georgia. I plan to be the Maynard Jackson of Georgia if you help me get there. But I can't get there alone. And we've got to get there because we're in crisis. Because there is one thing Brian Kemp is very good at. He has been exceptional at attacking our freedoms. He attacked our freedom to vote while he was Secretary of State. And lest we forget, he decided to do it again in 2021 when he was frustrated by the results of that election. But now we were going to have a Secretary of State, not one who gets credit for not committing treason, but a B. Wynn who's going to get credit for saving our right to vote and protecting the people of Georgia. Because we be winning when B. Wynn becomes our Secretary of State. We are going to have an Attorney General who doesn't sue to steal our right to vote, but Jen Jordan who's going to protect our right to vote in the state of Georgia. We deserve a governor who understands that when we show up at the polls, it's not because of his bad bill. It's despite his attempt to stop us from being heard. I find it very convenient that he doesn't understand that in the state of Georgia there have been obstacles put in place, that there are those of us who've actually had our right to vote challenged, our citizenship questioned. I'm here to tell you, just because there are more people in the water doesn't mean there are fewer sharks. But we're going to show them who we are, aren't we? We're going to show up and we're going to show out and we're going to show America that SB 202 will not shut us down. It's going to make us stand up and vote, make us stand up and win, because that's our right. But Brian Kemp has also made it less safe for us in Georgia. He has attacked our freedom to be secure by weakening gun laws. This is a man who banned a background check in the state of Georgia and stood on the debate stage with me and said it wasn't true because he didn't understand the law he signed. I don't know if he was lying or confused, but either way, he needs some time off to understand things. Now look, I believe in the Second Amendment. My great-grandmother Moo Moo taught me how to shoot. And she said two things. Number one, you don't point that weapon at anything you don't plan to shoot, even in a commercial. But she also said that the person holding the weapon is the one responsible. And when Brian Kemp eliminated a background check in the state of Georgia, he made the rest of us less safe. Everyone is law-abiding until they break the law. And I believe, look, I rarely quote Ronald Reagan, but he said trust but verify. And that's why we need background checks. Look, I'm here to tell you, Macon, I know you all are facing violent crimes. Gun violence is outrageous. And when you've got a governor who is weakening gun laws and flooding our streets, you need a governor who knows you can protect the Second Amendment and protect second graders at the exact same time. And that's why I'm here. That's what I'm going to do as the next governor of Georgia. He has attacked our freedom to vote. He has attacked our freedom to be safe. And he's attacked a woman's right to choose. And in yet another moment of clarity and hypocrisy, he has said that Herschel Walker is entitled to his personal life, but the women of Georgia are not. And I asked him on that stage, what's the difference? The equipment? Brian Kemp stood on that stage and said that he might indeed sign more legislation to take more of our rights from us. He got caught on a hot mic saying he would take away a right to contraception. He got caught on a hot mic saying he was open to the idea of limiting women's access to IVF. And the reality is Brian Kemp isn't lying to us now. And we need to believe him. He is willing to strip women of their bodily autonomy. He is willing in a state that is already #1 for maternal mortality to make it even more dangerous for women to live here. He is willing to investigate women who experience pregnancy loss. Imagine having a sheriff knocking on your door after you've had a miscarriage. That's Brian Kemp's Georgia. It took a man to break the promise. It's going to take a woman to put it right. But Macon, but I can't get there without you, Macon. I can't get there without you. We need more in the state of Georgia. So I need you to do what my friend William Bodie said. He said 30 people. I'm gonna knock that down. I need y'all to find 5 people today and call them up. 5 people that you owe money to. 5 people who owe you money. 5 people you're mad at. 5 people who are mad at you. I need you to find 5 people you broke up with, because some of y'all know you think you're cute. And I need you to maybe find 1 or 2 you want to get together with. But we've got to find folks who don't know that they have the right to change in the state of Georgia, that they have the right to more in the state of Georgia. And if you agree with me, I need you to say more. Say more. If you want more money in your pocket, say more. If you want more opportunity in your community, say more. If you want more opportunity in your business, say more. If you want more freedom in your lives, say more. If you want more for our children, say more. If you want more for our seniors, say more. If you want more for labor, say more. If you want more for our veterans, say more. If you want more for Georgia, say more. Say more. Say more. Now let's get it done. Thank you. Okay, now here's one more. Do y'all want more pictures? Okay, we're going to do a photo line. That means I'm not going to do a secret selfie. We're going to take a photo over by the bus. So I need y'all to line up. Kelsey, raise your hands. There we go. Go line up over there.
If you guys can line up,
if y'all will line up, we can take pictures. Now, the goal is y'all are going to post these pictures. These should not be lost in your phone. Put those pictures on social media so everyone knows that we got to win this. Okay? Go get in line. Let's take a picture together.
All right. You guys are going to line up near the speakers. So come on back this way. Awesome.
right, folks. Rahul, you want to go first question?
Governor, I want to ask you about the story that came out from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Axios about the rollout of the $350 checks you did for low-income Georgians, some of the issues that came up with that, and maybe even legal issues. Can you address those legal issues? And then one of the people raised the issue that this may have been rushed because of the election. Can you address the issues and then possibly what was going on with the rollout?
Well, look, it's a typical AJC story. Just a few days before the election, we're very proud of the rollout. We're very proud to be getting money in the people's hands that need it most with Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation, a disaster at the gas pump. If you look at literally the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been distributed to hardworking Georgians, helping them fight through this, we're very proud of that. I'm not concerned about any legal issues. Now, look, anytime the government's giving large amounts of money away, you're going to have fraud and abuse and theft. But that's a lot different than hacking or other things that have been alleged. So I'm very confident with what we're doing.
We're going to go right here to Hunter.
Yeah. The other day, Stacey Abrams and John Ossoff were here. They said they don't believe the polls that show that she's behind. Do you believe the polls?
I don't care. I mean, they may not believe the polls. I don't care about the polls. The polls are going to be this coming Tuesday, which is why we need all our people to get out and vote. We are not resting on our laurels. We are not thinking we got this. We have got to get every single vote that we can get. And listen, we have a message for every single voter that's out there. I mean, that's why we're going to non-traditional Republican areas. We're doing non-traditional means of media to reach individuals all across this state. And our ground game doing the same thing, and that's why I think we're going to have a good night. But it's not over. We got 4.5 days now to go, and we're going to work hard every one of them.
Riley.
Governor, I'm curious how you feel about the statewide slate in general. How optimistic are you for the other races, particularly the U.S. Senate race?
Well, listen, I think the clear momentum's on our side. The Democrats are divided. They've spent just an unprecedented amount of campaign, especially Abrams and Warnock, and it's not moved the needle for any of them. Georgians are hurting out there. And I think that's why we've been focused on fighting inflation, keeping people working in this state, getting their kids back in the classroom, giving economic opportunity in all parts of the state for a very long time now. We've been focused on crime for a very long time now. Their party won't even acknowledge that. They're talking about issues that don't even matter to the people right now. And Joe Biden was a great example of that last night with whatever that speech was about. I wish he'd have been talking about inflation, our domestic energy policy, the disaster at the border, why he raised taxes on hardworking Georgians and hardworking Americans, why they're spending more money when we already have 40-year high inflation, and what is he going to do about it? They're out of touch. They're out of touch with what people are feeling out there. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck right now, and people are happy in Georgia because we have kept them working. Our economy's off the charts. And we're doing things to help them fight through inflation, like refunding their tax money instead of raising it, like Democrats in Washington are doing. And we suspended the gas tax since March to help Georgia families and Georgia businesses, just like the one we're at, fight through that.
Sorry to cut you off. So you're optimistic, in short, about the Republicans?
Yeah, I'm optimistic, but we're also running like we're 5 points behind.
Jonathan.
Governor, Georgia's in the unique position that it has a budget surplus. You and Stacey Abrams differ on how that money should be spent. Why is your plan better?
Well, for one, if Stacey Abrams had been governor the last 4 years, we wouldn't have that record excess revenue because she would have had our state locked down. She said it with her own words. But because we have that, when we get back in January, we're going to do another $1 billion tax refund. We're going to put the money back in the pockets of hardworking Georgians. Stacey Abrams wants to spend one-time money on big government programs. And what that means for Georgians, if it were to happen down the road, she's going to come back and do just like the Democrats did in Washington. She's going to raise your taxes. We're going to take another $1 billion of your money, and we're going to give it back to the homeowners in this state in the form of a one-time property tax relief grant to help people fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation and really the policies that Stacey Abrams supports and embraced when he ran for president.
She said this is the worst state to live in,
too. Who do you work for?
Patricia, do you have anything?
Governor, if you end up pulling this race up, let's just say, what message does that send to the rest of Republicans around the country, given your feud with Donald Trump, with the way you have moved forward without alienating Trump voters? What does that say about the Republican Party?
Well, I'm gonna focus on that right after we win this race. But until then, we're gonna stay focused on getting the vote out.
Your message to Latino voters?
Well, Latino voters in this state have had a credible opportunity over the last 3.5, almost 4 years, because we have allowed them to have the opportunity to continue to work in their jobs, especially if they're small business people like I am for over 35 years. We have pushed to get their kids in the classroom. A lot of Latino voters, they can't go to work if their kids are not in the classroom. And 2 years ago, when I was fighting to do that, Stacey Abrams was criticizing my decisions. And also, look, we're going to continue that in the future of this state. We're the state that values our workforce, no matter what your background is. And you look at the opportunities that we have. We've got an incredible slate of minority candidates that are running. I appointed our insurance commissioner, John King. He's on the ticket with me. He has served this state with distinction. We're going to make history on Tuesday when we elect him for the first time ever, the first Latino constitutional officer in our state's history. He's a good man, and he'll continue to serve well. But we also have a good friend of mine, Ray Martinez, that's running to be a member of the General Assembly. I think Ray's going to win. He is Latino. We have Sue Hong, that's an Asian, that's running. I was in Cartersville yesterday with the person that I appointed to be the first Indian American district attorney in our state, Samir Patel. He got a bigger ovation than I did up there. Those people love him. So, we are the party representing everybody right now. The Democrats are the party of the elite. Look where we're campaigning. The Democrats are running around with Hollywood celebrities, where Stacey Abrams' money came from, and people that are inflation proof, like President Obama and Oprah Winfrey.
We can do one more, guys.
Are we going to see Herschel Walker before Election Day?
Might. We're certainly open to that. I know he's got his own schedule, but look, I'm working hard to get the whole ticket elected. If our paths cross, we'd be glad to have him, glad to rally, glad to get the vote out. The question Georgians are going to have to ask themselves, are they going to vote for somebody that voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time, or are they going to go and vote for somebody that they feel like is going to fight for them in Washington, D.C.? To me, that's a pretty clear choice.
Thanks, everybody.
In the United States Senate. I've been fighting these battles long before I ran for office. I have a new job title, but I'm really still engaged in the same project. It's my life's work to stand up for ordinary people, salt of the earth, hardworking people whose names are not in the headlines, but who keep our economy going, who raise children and keep our schools running and our hospitals running, who serve us in our restaurants, who start small businesses, who work in those businesses, the frontline workers in hospitals and police officers and those who serve us by representing us in dangerous places all over the world. Let's hear it for our veterans. This is my life's work. And so as Senator Ossoff said, I wrote the provision to cap insulin for folks on Medicare to no more than $35 of out-of-pocket costs. And it's because I have spent my career as a pastor. I can't tell you how many bedsides I've stood beside over the years. Too many to even begin to number. I can't tell you how many times I've stood in an intensive care unit with another family. How many waiting rooms I've been in. When folk receive the news that the diabetes had gotten out of control and their loved one has to receive an amputation. Or as a result of the diabetes, the kidneys have been impacted and now they have to go on dialysis. It's the reason why $1 out of $4 in our healthcare system is spent on somebody with diabetes. Think about that, $1 out of 4 in our healthcare system spent on people with diabetes. That means if we get control over this, not only will we help the personal economy of those who suffer, we'll do a lot to help our healthcare economy generally. And so I wrote that provision, and the other day when I talked about it on the debate stage, you remember what my opponent said? As I talked about the fact that we shouldn't be engaged in price gouging, that the corporation shouldn't be gouging a 100-year-old drug, my opponent said they just need to eat right. That's what he said. He's running for Senate, and he doesn't know that you can eat right and still have diabetes. Yesterday I was in Fort Valley, Georgia, and I stopped by Fort Valley University, and I ran into a young woman who's 20 years old. And she said, I want to thank you, Senator, for capping the cost of insulin. She said, I spend $200 every 2 weeks on insulin. I said, wow. I said, how long have you been a diabetic? She said, I've been a diabetic since I was 7 years old. Somebody ought to tell Herschel Walker to tell this young lady what he said the other day, that she ought to just eat right. Well, listen, I'm a pastor. By the way, I'm an advocate for healthy living and healthy eating and exercising. I try to do all of that. It's hard on the campaign trail, but I'm doing the best I can. I try to embody it. But that's his only answer? Here, I've got a suggestion for Herschel Walker. Maybe he should run for dietitian, and I'll run for United States Senate. When I pointed out that we had capped the cost of prescription drugs for seniors so that people like my mother wouldn't have to choose between buying medicine and buying groceries, when I talked about the fact that Georgia needs to expand Medicaid and get these 600,000 Georgians out of the health care coverage gap, did you hear what he said? He said that if you are able-bodied and you have a job, you have health care. Here's what I've learned from being a pastor. You cannot lead the people unless you actually love the people. You can't love the people unless you know the people. And the only way to know people is to walk among the people. Herschel Walker must not know ordinary people. Because if he knew ordinary people, he would know that most of the folk who are in the health care coverage gap are the working poor. They work every single day and they don't have health care. He doesn't know that because he obviously doesn't know those kind of people. But I know those kind of people. They're in my church. They're in my community. I run into them in the grocery store. You know those kind of people. Let me tell you who they are. They are the cashier at your local grocery store. There's a good chance she does not have health care. It's the waiter or the waitress who gave you your food last night and the cook who prepared it in the kitchen. It's construction workers, it's painters, it's folk who are a part of the gig economy, who drive the Uber cars and the Lyft cars. A lot of those folk do not have health care, and they work every single day. Let me tell you who those people are. They are the people who, in the midst of the pandemic, we started calling essential workers. Well, if they are essential workers, they ought to make an essential wage, they ought to have essential health care, they ought to have essential benefits. And they need a senator who actually sees them. You can't work for people you can't see. And so I'm honored to represent you in the United States Senate. I'll give him credit. Herschel Walker was one heck of a football player. I grew up in the 1980s. He could razzle-dazzle you on the football field. But we're on a different field right now. And the people of Georgia need a different kind of champion. Workers need a champion who believes